Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Professor Quirrell burst into the great hall, face pale and eyes wide with terror. "Monster!" he shouted, stumbling toward the staff table. "There are trolls in the—" He never finished. Quirrell collapsed with a thud. For a heartbeat, the hall was silent. Then panic erupted. Screams filled the room as benches scraped and goblets toppled. Malfoy froze mid-bite, clutching a chicken leg, while Goyle looked ready to bolt. Ron nearly choked on a tart, and Harry shoved a goblet of pumpkin juice into his hands before he turned blue. "Quiet!" Dumbledore's voice boomed across the chaos, amplified by a spell. "Prefects, lead your students back to your dormitories immediately. The feast is over. House elves will send food to your common rooms. No one is to leave once they return." As the students began filing out, Dumbledore exchanged a look with the professors. "Let's see what we're dealing with," he said calmly. "It might just be a mouse." McGonagall, Flitwick, and the others rose at once. Snape, however, had already vanished when the commotion started. "See you tomorrow," Ardell said, waving to Hermione. She sighed, clearly disappointed that the Halloween feast had ended before it began. Still, she forced a small smile. "Good night, Ardell." Following the Slytherins toward the dungeons, Ardell slipped his hand into his pocket and summoned the One Ring. As the crowd turned a corner, he vanished. Invisible, he moved quickly through the dim corridors until he reached the girls' bathroom on the second floor, and there it was. A mountain of gray flesh. The troll loomed in the hall, club dragging behind it. The corridor was empty. Myrtle wasn't haunting this section yet, and the blank walls meant no portraits would witness what came next. Ardell raised his wand. Avada Kedavra. A flash of green light cut through the darkness. The troll barely twitched before collapsing with a heavy crash that shook the floor. Ardell flicked his hand, storing the corpse inside the system space. Ding! Side story triggered. Halloween monster defeated. Reward, 100 plot points. He grinned. "Good. Now, system, bring William Hudgens to me." The air warped. A wave of foul stench hit him, thick, rotten, far worse than the troll. A deep roar followed. William Hudgens appeared. Nearly 6 meters tall, the rock troll leader towered over anything Hogwarts had ever seen. His muscles were cords of stone, his skin gray and cracked like granite. He sniffed the air, confused and angry. "Roar!" Ardell didn't wait. He hurried back toward the dungeons, casting a few cleaning charms along the way. By the time he slipped into the Slytherin common room, only a few 6th and 7th years were still lingering near the fire. The rest were whispering nervously about the troll. Malfoy and his friends were making a mess with cream-covered pastries, pretending to laugh off their earlier fear. Ardell slipped past them and returned to his dorm. Sitting on his bed, he pulled out the Peshier crystal. A faint glow revealed William's image inside. Upstairs, chaos brewed again. In the girls' bathroom corridor, William's roar echoed as he realized he was alone in this strange new world. He sniffed. His lips curled into a grin. "Humans, I smell humans." Saliva dripped from his fangs as he gripped his massive hammer. With one swing, he smashed through the nearest wall, the history of magic classroom. Stone and dust exploded everywhere. Down below, Dumbledore and the professors froze at the sound. "That," said McGonagall grimly, "was not a mouse. Oh, Merlin's beard. This is a troll." The professors who had followed Dumbledore stopped dead in their tracks, their wands raised, their faces pale with disbelief. Was this really a troll? It didn't look like any troll they'd ever seen. Even Quirrell, the supposed defense against the dark arts teacher, had fainted at the sight of it. What a disgrace. "Dumbledore," McGonagall said carefully, her eyes narrowing. "This creature, it looks exactly like the one described on that parchment." Dumbledore's expression hardened. "Yes, the same troll mentioned in Gandalf's diary, but how?" For a brief moment, the old wizard's blue eyes glinted sharply behind his half-moon spectacles. The trolls in Gandalf's notes had always been assumed to be myth, creatures born from the pages of fiction. Yet one stood here, flesh and stone, breathing and roaring inside Hogwarts. But how had it appeared here, and what did Quirrell have to do with it? "Deal with it first," Dumbledore said, his voice low. According to Gandalf's diary, trolls turned to stone under sunlight. But it was night now, and magical light wouldn't have the same effect. The creature had to be subdued before it tore through the castle. Stupefy, petrificus totalis, fracture. Beams of light shot forward, striking the troll's rocky skin, only to shatter harmlessly. McGonagall and Flitwick exchanged quick glances. They'd only been testing its defenses, but the results weren't encouraging. Then Dumbledore raised his wand. A golden flame burst forth like a comet, hissing through the air. The troll flinched, stepping back in alarm. Then it roared and swung its massive hammer down toward Dumbledore with terrifying speed. "Protego Maxima," McGonagall shouted. The shield that formed shattered on impact. The hammer slammed into the floor, shaking the corridor and leaving a crater so deep the first floor below became visible through the wreckage. Dust and stone filled the air. Dumbledore barely sidestepped in time. The professors froze. That one strike could have easily crushed a man to pulp. "The enemy is strong," Dumbledore warned, voice sharp. "Don't underestimate it. Treat it as something far beyond a common troll." They nodded. This time no one held back. Spells of every color filled the corridor, lighting up the night like fireworks. Bolts of lightning cracked, flames roared, and freezing charms burst across the creature's skin. William the troll bellowed in fury, swinging his hammer to deflect some of the attacks, but not all. Magic tore into his stony hide. One curse melted through his outer shell. Another shattered bones beneath it. A third exploded across his chest, leaving a deep crater of raw flesh. "Roar!" William stumbled, howling in agony. He turned, desperate to escape. Far away in the Slytherin dormitory, Ardell watched through the Peshier crystal, expression grim. "So this is Hogwarts staff strength," he murmured. "Even Dumbledore's holding back, and it's still terrifying." A sudden flash caught his eye. The crystal vibrated, Dumbledore's wand burned with blinding white light. Ardell felt the energy even through the crystal, every hair on his body standing on end. That spell, whatever it was, it radiated sheer annihilation. The beam struck William. For an instant, Ardell saw something. An ethereal outline, the troll's soul being ripped from its body. Then William froze mid-roar and crashed to the ground, dead. Ardell exhaled slowly. "So that's Dumbledore's power," he shivered. What spell was that? He had never doubted Dumbledore's strength, but seeing it was something else. This was the wizard who had defeated Grindelwald, the one even Voldemort feared. He'd have to be much more careful from now on. Back in the corridor, the professors lowered their wands, the air still crackling with fading magic. Snape arrived last, his black robes trailing behind him. He took one look at the corpse and scowled. "Quirrell's a fool, that's no troll." He crouched down, studying the body. "It looks more like the creature from that parchment. Hard to believe something like this even exists, and how did Quirrell find it?" "We only discovered Gandalf's parchment a few weeks ago," McGonagall said quietly. "And tonight it's here." Snape let out a short, humorless laugh. "Then Hogwarts has a bigger problem than we thought." Silence fell. Each of them could feel it, a dark undercurrent beginning to stir, something vast and unseen tightening its grip around the castle. Snape finally reached out, covering his nose with one sleeve, and touched the creature's hide. Incredible! Its skin's harder than any known magical armor, the muscle density nearly impenetrable, and its bone structure solid as enchanted steel. Dumbledore nodded slowly. "And it wasn't just strong. It was intelligent, tactical. If they all fight like this," Snape muttered, "5 of them could wipe out an entire monster tribe." Dumbledore didn't disagree. The damage around them said enough. The headmaster stood silently for a long moment, his gaze fixed on the fallen creature. "Something has changed," he said quietly, "and I fear this is only the beginning. Intelligent and powerful. How could this kind of creature have never been seen before? It was mentioned on the parchment that trolls are a common magical creature, with a huge number, and even divided into many different groups. If what is written on the parchment is true, then there is only one possibility, that the trolls died out thousands of years ago." Otherwise, it cannot explain why no one has seen or even recorded this creature for thousands of years. But if it's extinct, where did this troll come from? Looks like we're going to ask Professor Quirrell. Snape's hand brushed against William's skin, frowning. It has many battle marks on its skin, scars left by sharp weapons, marks left by arrows, wounds from blunt weapons, bites from beasts, claw marks from sharp claws. That means it's been in a lot of battles, but we've never heard of it. Snape stood up, glanced at the professors with different expressions, and then looked at Dumbledore. Go and meet Quirrell and see what he has to say. After all, he brought this Mr. Troll to Hogwarts. Dumbledore nodded, looked at the troll corpse on the ground, and said, "Of course, another possibility is not ruled out. Maybe Professor Quirrell brought a troll, but someone replaced it with a troll if that's the case." Dumbledore fell silent, a rare flash of sadness on his face. He thought that everything was under his control, but now it seems that something is developing in an unpredictable direction. Let's clean up this place. Put the body on Hagrid's side first. I'll find an opportunity to send it to Newt for research to see if this thing was made by some kind of evil black magic. Professor McGonagall and the others nodded and began to repair the castle, while Dumbledore and Snape left here, ready to meet Quirrell. Although William's damage to the castle was great, it was not difficult to repair it under the power of magic. The professors just waved their wands a few times and the broken stones were restored into stones, and the stones formed the walls, and it didn't take long for the entire castle to be restored to its original state. When Dumbledore and Snape went to the infirmary to find Quirrell, the guy was shivering under the covers, and Quirrell's eyes widened when the two explained their intentions. No, I am a defense against the dark arts teacher after all. Professor, how could I admit my mistake, a troll? Quirrell explained nervously but murmured in his heart. The troll was caught by him and released by himself. How could it be wrong? Dumbledore, the old fox, wouldn't doubt him, would he? So you ran over to deceive him. So are you sure the one in the basement is the troll? Snape stared at Quirrell's eyes. Quirrell didn't dare to look at him, glanced aside and whispered, I'm sure it's a mountain troll after all. I brought it myself to protect the Philosopher's Stone, headmaster, it's just me. I didn't expect it to come out. It came out uncontrollably, I was terrified. Quirrell muttered, his face full of fear and apology. All right then, Professor Quirrell, come out and have a look with us. Dumbledore didn't say anything anymore when he saw this, got up and left, and Snape motioned for Quirrell to follow, and also turned and left. Quirrell didn't know what tricks Dumbledore was playing, but he felt something was wrong in his heart, so he got out of bed and followed in the footsteps of Dumbledore and Dumbledore. William's body had been taken out of the castle by several professors and placed not far from Hagrid's hut. Quirrell was in a state of shock when he saw this huge troll. This, Quirrell really stuttered this time. What is this? Quirrell looked at William's body. He didn't know about the parchment or the trolls. It's a monster, Snape said sullenly from the side. Quirrell glanced at Snape like an idiot, thinking I was pretending to be a coward, not an idiot. Could this thing be a troll? Snape, Professor, no kidding. Quirrell gave Dumbledore a submissive look and said tremblingly, this monster, how could it be a troll? Dumbledore's soft gaze fell on Quirrell's face, and with an inexplicable sense of inquiry he said gently, but you said it was a troll before. You mean? Quirrell also reacted at this time, staring at William's corpse in a daze, and asked uncertainly, is this the thing you met in the basement? It's not the basement classroom. When we arrived, it was already near the girls' bathroom on the second floor. Professor Quirrell, do you mean that the monster you call isn't this one? Of course not. Quirrell screamed. He pointed to the troll's huge corpse and screamed, how could I mistake a troll? Besides, I brought it myself to protect the Philosopher's Stone. If it was this monster, how could I not recognize it? By the way, what kind of monster is this? Where's the troll? Where did it go? Professor Quirrell said, his face suddenly pale. Someone got into the castle. It must be so. Someone replaced the troll. Quirrell said, his expression getting more and more frightened. He was quite sure that he had released a troll in the castle basement, but now the troll has become such an unknown monster. Someone must have replaced it, so what is the other party for? My God, Go and see the Philosopher's Stone. Their goal must be the Philosopher's Stone. Quirrell reacted suddenly. The purpose of the other party's actions must be to cause a greater disturbance, and then let Dumbledore and others focus their attention on him, use him to contain Dumbledore, and finally steal the Philosopher's Stone unknowingly. Those who stole Snape's treasures, it's them who got it. The Philosopher's Stone is safe. Snape sneered. When the chaos just happened, Snape went to the 4th floor. Someone did want to take advantage of the chaos to enter the secret room, but Snape thought that figure was Quirrell. For that, he was also bitten by that damn 3-headed dog. Snape looked at Quirrell with a dangerous gleam in his eyes. Professor Quirrell, your stuttering seems to be getting better. Huh, I'm just too excited. Quirrell was shocked and returned to his previous appearance. The Philosopher's Stone. It's all right. If it's all right, that's great. Dumbledore was silent. He believed Quirrell wasn't lying about this matter. So besides him, was there really another group of mice hidden in the castle? Are they related to Voldemort? What about Quirrell? Dumbledore was a little confused. He gave Quirrell a deep look and said to Snape, "Let's do it first. It seems that there are indeed enemies we don't know hiding in the dark. I'm going to see Newt and then go to the Ministry of Magic. School matters. Be careful." "I see." Snape nodded, waved his robes, and turned away. Quirrell looked at Snape's back, and a trace of resentment flashed in the depths of his eyes, but then disappeared. "Headmaster Dumbledore, shall I go back first?" Quirrell turned to look at Dumbledore. "He just said he was leaving Hogwarts. Is that really the case, or are you numbing yourself?" If Dumbledore really left, it would be a good opportunity to act, but Snape was a little in the way, and there were those people hiding in the dark. Although it is not clear what their purpose is. But Quirrell felt that he had to do it as soon as possible. If something went wrong with the Philosopher's Stone, Voldemort would never let him go. "Well, Professor Quirrell, you can go back and rest. I don't blame you for this today." Dumbledore's face still had the same expression, kind, and Quirrell even felt an inexplicable closeness and warmth. "Have a good rest. Don't think too much. The school and the students need you." "Thank you, Headmaster Dumbledore." Quirrell was grateful and turned away. Dumbledore looked at William's body, speechless for a long time. His eyes fell on the Forbidden Forest again. It seemed that he penetrated the layers of obstacles and saw the depths of the Forbidden Forest. Nocturne Alley was ransacked. Snape's collection was stolen. The infernal corpse in the depths of the Forbidden Forest. The unknown spider monster. The trolls tonight. The lost potion materials. The Philosopher's Stone, the elixir. "Tom, are you coming back?" Dumbledore looked to the southwest and sighed. "Or is it you? It's really disturbing." Dumbledore took out a charmed bag from his bosom and gestured with his wand at William's corpse, which then floated into the bag. Dumbledore wiped the sweat that didn't exist on his forehead and laughed. "It's really heavy. This thing is as heavy as 3 giant monsters." With a crackling sound, Dumbledore disappeared. Ardell looked away from the Icilhedron and let out a light breath. Trolls are still too childish for Dumbledore. If only he could get Balrog or Smaug. By the way, where is poor Mr. Smeagol? Ardell looked at the crystal again, and the image inside changed, finally turning into a dark basement. In the corner of the basement, Gulu hugged his knees, shrunk into a ball, and kept mumbling, My baby. It's Baggins, it's him. I don't know. Gollum is just a poor B******. Don't ask any more. Baby isn't with me. It's the ring. Ha ha ha. The ring, immortal, supreme power. My baby. Gollum was obviously mentally ill and didn't know what he was going through in Azkaban. But now Gollum is not in Azkaban. Ardell observed it. This should be the underground confinement room of the Ministry of Magic. And he doesn't know what Gollum said to the people of the Ministry of Magic. But judging from a few words, the Ministry of Magic may already know about the One Ring. It's just that they don't know if they know Sauron. Ardell is not afraid of the news of the Lord of the Rings being spread. Anyway, no one will know that the Lord of the Rings is here. And if the wizards of this world are interested in the Lord of the Rings, it will help to improve the world acceptance of Middle-earth characters. Look at the Weasley twins again. Ardell's thoughts moved, and the picture in the crystal changed again. I have to say that this Icil Spar is really very useful, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is an artifact. At the end of the meal, Hermione told him that the Weasley twins planned to go on a night out, and even planned to take the others and dress up as ghosts to scare poor Mr. Filch. If Ardell didn't help them deduct this point, it would be really sorry for the Weasley twins. With this point deduction, even if Harry kills Voldemort, Dumbledore can't let Gryffindor score more than Slytherin. Ardell giggled. Inside the crystal, a picture of Gryffindor was displayed. Huh, what is Hermione? A look of embarrassment appeared on Ardell's face. He had just thought of Gryffindor, and the first thing he thought of was Hermione. As a result, the picture turned into Hermione's bedroom. This girl's pajamas are quite cute. Wouldn't she catch a cold? Ardell glanced at the fireplace in the bedroom, feeling that he should be thinking too much, and with a flick of his hand, the picture became the Weasley twins. They were in the Gryffindor lounge at this time. Unfortunately, not many people decided to go out with them. Originally, the proposal of the Weasley twins was approved by many people, but because of the troll incident, most people retreated because of fear. Only 2 of the Weasley twins' roommates joined the 3rd grade, not one in the 2nd grade, and only Harry and Ron in the 1st grade. A total of 6 people. This is a magic joke prop we specially prepared for Halloween. Wearing this ghost mask, our body will be shrouded in a layer of black mist, and we walk lightly like a ghost. George Weasley said, putting the ghost mask on his face. A layer of black mist suddenly poured out, wrapping his entire body, leaving only a hideous ghost mask outside the black mist. Oh, I think Mr. Filch would like it. The 2 roommates of the Weasley twins sighed in surprise, and Harry and Ron looked at each other in shock. Then let's get ready to go. It's a pity that other people can't enjoy the joy of this prank. Fred said something regretfully and also put on a magic mask. The remaining 4 followed suit, and soon there were 6 surging black mists in the lounge, with a hideous grimace mask floating above each black mist. Combined with the dimly lit jack-o'-lanterns around, it was really scary. I also plan to go to the basement and the 4th floor to see. I feel that tonight's troll incident is not simple. Maybe it was the thing that someone guarded for Mau Mau. I'm going to see if Mau Mau is still there. Harry whispered beside Ron. Ron thought for a while, then nodded. Then let's go take a look in a while. George gently opened the door of the lounge. The fat lady was already asleep, and the 6 of them quietly left the lounge. George, Fred, the 2 of us have other things to do. Okay. Unfortunately, you can't see Mr. Filch's embarrassment. Remember to be careful, don't get caught. George warned him that he and Fred had a Marauder's map and were not afraid to meet other professors. We know. Ron replied and walked to the 4th floor with Harry, while George and the others ran in the direction of Filch. Looking at the 6 clouds of black mist scattered in the crystal ball, Ardell laughed. The Weasley twins have a Marauder's map, so he won't do it himself, but Ardell took out his wand and swiped it lightly. Created by low-level undead. Ghost summons. Accompanied by Ardell's low voice, more than a dozen ferocious ghosts appeared in the dormitory. They looked a little illusory, floating in the air, exuding a slight chill, and at first glance they thought they were Dementors. The flames in the fireplace shook violently, and Malfoy and the others, who were still sleeping on the bed, tightened the quilt, feeling inexplicably cold. Go! Ardell's spiritual power controlled more than a dozen ghosts. Under his control, the ghosts penetrated the wall and quickly came to the basement of the castle. Ardell, on the other hand, is staring at the Issel spar and using the spar to control the ghosts. Ardell first flew a few ghosts to Snape's lounge, and then the rest went to Professor McGonagall's lounge. Since Harry and the Weasleys were separated, they had to find 2 professors. Right. Professor McGonagall has always had a headache for the mischievous Weasley twins. He tried to catch them but couldn't catch them. This time Ardell helped. Maybe Professor McGonagall could deduct 50 points from each of them in a fit of rage. Several ghosts flew silently into Snape's lounge. Snape had just returned from outside at this time and briefly dealt with the wound on his leg. Snape leaned against the wall, thinking about what happened today. He could be sure Quirrell was doing things for Voldemort. Dumbledore seemed to know that, but he seemed to have other plans. But what made Snape feel powerless was that there was clearly another group of people hidden in the castle, and he had no clue about it. Asterisk and Snape can be sure that these people are the culprits who stole his collection, but he just doesn't know what their relationship with Voldemort is. It can't be that idiot Quirrell. Who could it be? And where is it hiding? Or is it some other professor? Snape looked back on what had happened during this time, feeling a little tired. Inexplicably, a chill came. Snape snapped his eyes open and raised his wand subconsciously in one hand. The flames in the fireplace in the house were burning violently, shaking, and then turning into a strange emerald green. Several ghosts got out of the wall, and after seeing Snape, they seemed to be stunned, and then a terrifying chill broke out from all over. Frost Nova, a conventional magic that comes with the undead ghost, which does little damage. It's almost the same as the chill that the Dementor emanates unconsciously. I saw a layer of hoarfrost quickly spread out from Snape's lounge, followed by a freezing sound. Call God guard. The first time Snape saw the ghost, he thought it was a Dementor, but when he felt the terrifying chill, he was even more certain that it was a Dementor, so he released the Patronus charm without hesitation. A doe emitting a soft glow leaped down from the tip of the wand, and then suddenly the light rose sharply. The ghosts are actually not afraid of the Patronus charm, but this white light full of light and guardian interest still makes them uncomfortable. The ghost screamed harshly and then retreated into the wall. The chill in the house slowly dissipated and Snape's face was ashen. What? How did Dementors come to Hogwarts? How can they get through walls? What the hell is going on? Snape didn't have time to think about it and chased out with his staff in his hand. The few Dementors floated in the air and went straight to the 4th floor. 4th floor. Snape's face changed, thinking of the Philosopher's Stone. He was secretly vigilant and quickly chased after him. At this time, Harry and Ron had just arrived on the 4th floor from the 8th floor and were cautiously rushing to the innermost room. 2 thick black fogs rolled continuously like boiling water, with a hideous grimace mask. It was indescribably scary. If you run into Filch who is patrolling, you'll be able to frighten him half to death. Looking at Harry's current state, Ron could also imagine what state he was in. He prayed in his heart that he hoped that George and the others would not meet Filch, and that Filch would visit the 4th floor. The two came out of the room and saw that the lock above was intact. Harry thought for a while and took out his wand. Araho Cave is open. The lock is unresponsive. In fact, when Snape came to check the secret room today, he saw the lock on the door and thought that his collection had been stolen. So Snape deliberately added a lot of anti-theft and anti-unlock spells to the door lock. Now, ordinary unlocking spells can no longer be opened. Can't open. Harry's tone was a little dejected. Am I so much worse than Hermione? Anyway, we're just here to see if something is missing. Ron said something nonchalantly, put his ear to the door panel and said, "Listen, that big dog's purring." Hearing this, Harry also leaned over and listened carefully to the movement in the room. "I think you two should explain why you are here." Snape's emotionless voice came from behind. Harry thought he was hallucinating and said to Ron, "I actually heard Snape's nasty voice." "I think I heard it too. What the hell?" Ron replied and then froze suddenly. The 2 black mists shook violently and the 2 ghost masks turned their heads abruptly. Snape looked indifferent, wand in hand, staring at Harry and Ron. When Snape chased the ghosts to the 4th floor, Ardell summoned the ghosts back. Snape didn't see the ghosts when he came to the 4th floor and suddenly found that the icy aura was gone. He thought they ran to the 4th floor. Go elsewhere. Just as he was about to leave, he heard the incantation of Araho Cave at the end of the corner corridor. And that voice sounded it was Harry. That's why Snape quietly approached to see what was going on, but when he saw 2 surging black mists, he almost did it. If Ron hadn't suddenly opened his mouth and said "ha," he would have been hit with a spell. "Snape, Professor." A sense of despair rose in Harry and Ron. This is their second night out. It was the second time I was caught. The first time was Professor McGonagall, this time even better, it was Professor Snape. Remove the ghosts from you. Since Snape recognized the identities of the 2, he naturally saw at a glance that the surging black mist came from the masks on their faces, so he scolded. Harry and Ron shuddered and took off their masks, revealing their original appearance. "Mr. Harry Potter, Mr. Ron Weasley, you'd better explain why you are here on the big night." Snape looked at Harry coldly. "He can't eat well. What does Harry have to do with the Dementor just now? Where did the Dementors go? Is it just to lure yourself in and then catch Harry and Ron's night tour? It's impossible to say anything about it. Us, we were just lost. We were going to a Halloween makeup party, thinking about sneaking out for night out." Harry interrupted Ron. He didn't think Snape was a nice guy, so he couldn't tell him about what Hagrid had taken and hid it here. He raised the mask in his hands towards Snape. "Here's our props for the Halloween makeup party." "Humph." Snape snorted coldly, looked at the two of them, was silent for a while, and said, "Go back to your dorm now, Mr. Potter. Mr. Weasley, congratulations on the 50-point deduction for Gryffindor. 50 points each. Remember, you are not allowed to come to the 4th floor in the future. You are not allowed to enter the room here." Snape tossed his sleeves and put away his wand. Harry and Ron didn't dare to refute either, but after hearing that they had deducted another 50 points, their faces were full of despair. Last time, after Professor McGonagall deducted 50 points from each of them, they were disliked by the seniors for a long time. Now, the deduction points have not been added back, and they have been deducted 50 points. Ruined. Harry and Ron bowed their heads and left in dejection. Snape followed behind them, secretly wary of their surroundings. He was afraid that the Dementors would appear again and hurt Harry. On the other side, the Weasleys and others had already come to the library. They found that Filch was patrolling through the Marauders' map and would definitely come to the library, so they planned to ambush here in advance. But after waiting for a while, they found that Professor McGonagall's name appeared outside the library. "Crap, it's Professor McGonagall." George was startled and motioned for Fred and his two roommates to hurry up and hide. The library is so big, and they are hiding in the corner again. If they are lucky, they will not be found. Just after hiding, Professor McGonagall's footsteps reached their ears. For some reason, the footsteps seemed a little messy. "Call God guard." A white light flashed. "Get me out of Hogwarts, you bastards. I'll report this to the Ministry of Magic." Professor McGonagall's voice came. Weasley and others were even more curious. What happened? Professor McGonagall seems to be fighting something. An inexplicable chill came over. The Weasley twins couldn't help shivering, and a white light struck again. This time, the 4 people who were hiding finally saw it clearly. 5 huge Dementor-like monsters floated above the library, avoiding the white light, and those bookshelves that were closer to the monsters were covered with a thick layer of frost. Not good. Just as a few people were observing, 2 monsters seemed to have spotted them and rushed down from the air, with a cold breath that penetrated the bone marrow, making several people tremble. Burning flames. Armor protection. Seeing that the 2 monsters immediately rushed to their faces, the Weasleys finally couldn't bear it anymore and took out their wands to release the spell. The 2 ghosts were forced back by the flames, then merged with the other ghosts and disappeared into the walls of the library. They were summoned back by Ardell. The ghost was originally a relatively low-level undead. Although it looked bluffing, it was the name of the Dementor. "Consume any more and you'll be killed." Seeing the monster disappear, Weasley and the others breathed a sigh of relief. But then their bodies stiffened again. Professor McGonagall's wand lit up and pointed at them. "George, Fred." Professor McGonagall had just recognized their voices, but the 4 black mists in front of her made her a little unsure. Anyone who has just encountered that kind of thing and sees the same thing as 4 groups of monsters will fall into doubt. Professor McGonagall. Now that they were caught, George and the others accepted it. "You can't run anyway. Didn't you see Professor McGonagall's wand pointed at them?" The 4 of them took off their masks in unison and returned to their original appearance. George, Fred, David, gross. Professor McGonagall put down her wand, but there was anger on her face. "The 4 of you, why did you appear in the library dressed like this? Don't you know the school's ban on night tours?" Professor McGonagall was very angry and at the same time was a little scared. If she hadn't discovered those Dementor-like monsters, George and the others would be in danger tonight. "There's still danger in the castle. Hurry back to your dorm." Remember to come to my office tomorrow. Each of you will deduct 50 points for Gryffindor. Also, you'll all be locked up." After Professor McGonagall finished speaking, he observed the library and, after confirming that there was nothing wrong, urged everyone to leave. She doesn't have time to deal with Weasley and the others right now, and the monster thing hasn't been figured out yet. If the school is really infiltrated by monsters, it will be a huge disaster. Weasley and others also saw what happened before and knew that this was an important moment and they couldn't joke, so they obediently prepared to go back. Professor McGonagall was still worried and took them to the 8th floor in person. On the 8th floor, he also met Snape, who had just escorted Harry back. Professor McGonagall was in a worse mood after learning that Snape had just caught Harry and Ron. With Snape's character, points must also be deducted, which means that Gryffindor was deducted by 300 points tonight. It's hard to say that this year's Academy Cup is not the penultimate one. Asterisk and Snape was even happier after seeing the depressed Weasley and others, and even the depressed mood of being bitten by a dog today eased a lot. The Weasley twins were always making trouble for him. Taking this opportunity, Snape scolded them severely before letting them go back to the lounge. After Weasley and the others went back, Snape and Professor McGonagall talked about the ghost they had just encountered, and the two knew that they had encountered the same monster. At this time, Snape and Professor McGonagall also reacted, and both felt that those things just now should not be Dementors. After all, Dementors have bodies and cannot pass through walls, and those things look a bit illusory and have no entity, more like a ghost. Anyway, something must have sneaked into the castle. For the safety of the students, I think we need to thoroughly investigate the inside of the castle. Professor McGonagall suggested to Snape. This happened just after Dumbledore left Hogwarts, which made Professor McGonagall have a very bad premonition, as if there were such a pair of eyes staring at them somewhere. "All right, let's inform the other professors, mobilize the ghosts and murals in the castle, and see if we can find anything." Snape was also under a lot of pressure. On the one hand, he had to keep an eye on Quirrell, and on the other hand, he had to find the guy who was hiding in the dark. The key was that Snape still had a lot of things to figure out. Parchment, Gandalf, Balrog, Troll, and Dementor ghosts. Snape sighed and took action with Professor McGonagall. At this time, Ardell had already put away the spar and happily went to sleep. Now this year's Academy Cup is stable. As long as he adds a few more points, he will definitely be able to complete the main task, and the rest is to score points. Early the next morning, Ardell came to the Great Hall. The atmosphere in the auditorium is a little weird. Some students are still discussing the troll incident last night, and some students have deduced from the ghosts of the castle and the abnormal performance of the mural characters, and they are passing all kinds of bizarre and dangerous remarks. And some of Gryffindor's best students are staring at the jeweled hourglass that symbolizes the House Cup. They couldn't believe that after just one night, Gryffindor was deducted a full 3%. This time, Gryffindor can already announce in advance that they will win the last place in the Academy Cup. Many people have already guessed that the Weasley twins made this incident, because they have been preparing for Halloween night, and there are also activities. It seems that the myth of the Weasley twins who have been traveling at night for 2 years without being caught was last night. It was broken at night. Ardell eats mashed potatoes gracefully, as if everything around him has nothing to do with him, until Hermione showed up. "I'm going crazy." Hermione sat beside Ardell carelessly, glared at Pansy Parkinson, who was diagonally opposite, slapped the table and asked for a glass of milk, gulped it in, and then heaved a sigh of relief. "I'm going to be P***** D off. Last night Harry and Ron's brother and their third-year Gryffindors went out for a night out and were caught by Snape and Professor McGonagall. 50 points off everyone. This year's House Cup Gryffindor must be the lowest ever." What Hermione said was the consensus of almost all Gryffindors. In the previous year's Academy Cup summary, the scores of the 4 major colleges were between 300 and 500. Gryffindor was always in the 300+ range because Snape often found reasons to deduct points. And now, plus the points that Hermione and the others were deducted last time, Gryffindor is now a negative score. It may not be possible to return to a positive score by the time of the Academy Cup summary. Don't think about it, it's just adding to your troubles, it's not your fault anyway. Ardell fought back a smile. It really wasn't Hermione's fault, it was him. By the way, have you heard any news? It is said that there are some bad people in the castle, and everyone is saying that now. Hermione ordered some breakfast and chatted with Ardell as she ate it. They said that the trolls were released by those people last night. Do you still remember the incident when Professor Snape fell ill? Maybe the same group of people did it. The professors thought they had left, but they didn't expect them to be there all the time, and also planned yesterday's troll incident. Ron said that the reason why George and Fred were found yesterday was because Professor McGonagall found them when they were fighting the Dementors. Do you know the Dementors? I read it in the book, it was a kind. But Harry thinks Snape did it. He said he saw Snape's leg hurt last night. He suspects it was bitten by the three-headed dog. And Snape went to the 4th floor because just met Harry and Ron. And Harry thought Snape was stealing. Hermione Barabara told Ardell what she had heard in Gryffindor, and Ardell nodded as she listened, much to Hermione's delight, thinking that Ardell had heard her. I don't know if there will be any danger. If you look at the ghosts and the murals in the castle, you always feel that they are inexplicably nervous. Something big may happen. It's unbelievable that something as terrifying as Dementors is at Hogwarts after all. Hermione spoke in a low voice, her eyes full of worry. It was only then that Ardell felt like an 11-year-old girl, with the tenderness and weakness of a little girl. Put your heart in your stomach. The sky is falling, and there is a tall one on it. Hogwarts has Headmaster Dumbledore, there are so many professors, and there are senior students. How can it not be our first-year junior? Wizards worry. Even if they are not there, what about me, you forget? I'm very good. Ardell's voice was firm and powerful. Hermione looked at him. A blush quickly rose to her cheeks, and she hummed softly. After dinner, Ardell and the others went to the basement for potions class. Snape's expression was more serious and colder than before. In class, he mocked Harry and Ron for a while before starting today's class. Today, he mainly learns how to handle some potion materials. This semester's potions class, Ardell, has already completed his self-study, and he has a lot of experience in refining potions. After all, the materials for the orc potions are all handled by him alone, and the material to be processed in this class is the orcs, one of the ingredients for the formulation of the medicine. Ardell's perfect play earned him 10 points from Snape, and unsurprisingly, Neville was deducted 5 points for clumsily destroying a piece of material, and Harry for failing to take good care of Neville. 5 points were deducted for this charge. After a class, Snape left in a hurry. But even so, Snape, who walked to the door of the classroom, did not forget to turn his head to remind Harry and Ron to go to him in the afternoon and be punished for confinement. Harry's face was ashen, and his hands were shaking with anger. Ardell suspected that if Harry had the strength at this time, he might go to Snape to fight hard. After leaving the classroom, Hermione went to the library to read as usual. Harry and Ron sounded like they were going to complain to Hagrid, while Ardell went back to the dormitory and went to the room of requirement. Now that the ghosts and frescoes in the castle are mobilized, Ardell must be careful. He had obtained the troll's heart yesterday, and now he can try to refine the powerful orc potion. Saruman's experiment notes have clearly recorded every step, and Ardell is not worried that he will fail. However, the strong orc potion was much more complicated and time-consuming than ordinary orc potions. Even with an automatic crucible, Ardell could only make 1 bottle in 2 hours. My mental strength is still enough. I can get a few more automatic crucibles, and then I can refine a few more bottles in 1 batch. Alternatively, you can also try to summon a lich. An intelligent lich should also be able to refine medicine for me. But summoning a lich in the castle may attract Dumbledore's attention. Ardell raised the blue-purple potion in his hand, shook it slightly, and added the rat-headed soul that he had gotten into the experiment at Shelby Manor at the beginning. I saw that the turbid medicine in the bottle immediately became clear, and the blue-purple gradually turned into a deep purple, faintly exuding a strange magic, like a clear and pure purple spar. Such a bottle of strong orc potion can turn an animal into a strong orc warrior even more terrifying than a troll. The corners of Ardle's mouth curved slightly. As for what animal to choose, Ardle has already had an idea in mind. In the depths of the Forbidden Forest, a group of werewolves lived. They were born by werewolves in the wolf-like state of the full moon. Although they only have the form of wolves, their intelligence quotients are comparable to those of humans. They are not magical creatures with magic power. They are the most suitable for the use of powerful orc potions. Ardle now only has a troll's heart and can only refine 10 bottles of powerful orc potions, but he is not in a hurry. The main purpose of refining a bottle of potion this time is to get a Forbidden Forest wolf cub to try the effect. After putting away the potion, Ardle left the room of requirement. Because it took a lot of time to refine the powerful orc potion, lunch time in the Great Hall had already started for half an hour, and by the time Ardle arrived in the Great Hall, Hermione had already finished eating. "I thought you weren't coming for dinner," I asked Malfoy, and he said someone saw you go back to the dorm and didn't come out again. Seeing Ardle coming, Hermione breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what Ardle does, he will never be late for dinner. He was half an hour late for the first time today. Hermione almost thought that something had happened to Ardle in the castle, especially when something like that happened last night. There's always something to eat. Ardle sat down, patted the table lightly, and the sumptuous lunch appeared in front of him. I wanted to go back to the dormitory to read a book for a while, but I didn't expect to fall asleep. Reading books or something is really boring. Ardle tasted the macaroni bolognese and it tasted good. I have to say that the house elves at Hogwarts still have a hand. Hermione was speechless. Good guy, because she was still worried about not being able to eat here. It turned out that she fell asleep while reading a book. "Where are Harry and Ron? Why didn't you see them?" Ardle glanced at the Gryffindor table, didn't see Harry and Ron, and asked Hermione. Professor Snape called him away just after lunch, saying he would be fined for confinement. By the way, they went to see Hagrid after taking the potions class. They seemed to be inquiring about something. They went to the library to borrow several books for the first time. I asked them, and they didn't say anything mysteriously. Hermione pursed her lips and snorted softly. It looks like the people who eat melons are not satisfied. Ardle looked at Harry and Ron's empty seats and nodded thoughtfully. It seems that Harry and Ron should have found out that Mau Mau is guarding the Philosopher's Stone, and now they want to find out Nicoleme's information and the function of the Philosopher's Stone. But because of Ardle's influence, Hermione didn't have a particularly good relationship with them, so Harry and Ron didn't tell her about it. "Well, since they don't want to say it, don't worry about it anymore. Are you going to the library in the afternoon?" "I'm not going. I'm so flustered by the recent events that I want to go out to get some air." Paddle said that there will be a friendly Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw in the afternoon. Would you like to see it? The Quidditch Cup at Hogwarts starts in November each year and ends in April the following year. After Halloween, preparations for the Quidditch Cup are about to begin. Now all academies are stepping up their training, and sometimes the academy teams will meet to play a friendly match to warm up. This kind of friendly game generally does not require seekers and snitches, only goalkeepers, pursuers, and batsmen. In addition to Slytherin, there are frequent friendly matches between the other 3 academy teams. As for Slytherin, no one wants to play with them, because Slytherin people are not very disciplined. A Quidditch friendly match. Ardle thought for a while, then nodded and said, "It's okay to go and have a look. It's good to relax properly." During this time, Ardle's time was basically used to refine pharmaceuticals. Although it didn't matter, it was indeed a bit boring. It's also good to enjoy campus life once in a while. "Then let's go together." It officially starts at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Hermione was obviously very happy. Her temperament brightened a lot in an instant. She turned her head sideways, leaned her chin, and looked at Ardal with a smile on her face. Ardal grew up being stared at, so naturally he didn't feel embarrassed. He continued to slowly finish the macaroni, ate another bacon pie, and drank a glass of juice before wiping his mouth with a napkin. "Let's go." Hermione got up obediently. She didn't feel impatient, on the contrary. Hermione felt that watching Ardal eat has a very elegant enjoyment. The two walked side by side and soon left the castle. Entering November, the temperature outside was a bit cold, but the weather was not bad. The sun was full, and Ardal was wearing a thin sweater under his wizard robes, so he didn't feel cold. On the Quidditch pitch, the Quidditch players from the two academies were chanting, and some students, most of them first-year wizards, were bustling around in the stands. Hermione. As Ardal and Hermione walked past in the Gryffindor auditorium, Sister Pata waved excitedly at her. "Shall we sit over there?" Hermione pulled Ardal's sleeve. Ardal nodded, and Hermione happily dragged him toward the Gryffindor auditorium. "You guys come to watch the game too. I thought you were going to the library." Ardal couldn't tell whether it was Sister Paddle or Sister Paddle who was talking. The two Curry girls looked almost the same, and they were both pretty. "I have been reading books every day recently, and I have to release and relax." Hermione was embarrassed because one of the Paddles was staring at the hand she was holding on Ardal's sleeve. "Good afternoon." Ardal greeted the two of them. Hermione had introduced them before. Although Ardal didn't know them, they were nodding acquaintances. According to Hermione's words, Sister Paddle's character is still very good, much better than Lavender, who likes to be jealous. "Hello." The Petal sisters responded with a bit of blush, but they couldn't tell from their skin color. In fact, Ardal is still very famous among the first-year wizards. Many people know that this is an alternative little snake. His character is gentle, humble, and polite, and he acts elegantly and calmly. The professors in almost every course praised Ardal and often added points, especially in the three aspects of spells, transfiguration, and potions. He is better than Hermione, also a well-known scholar. Of course, the most popular one is the relationship between Ardal and Hermione. Although Hermione said that the two of them are friends, most people don't believe it. In particular, Ardal also taught Pansy, who is also a Slytherin, for Hermione. And the Paddle sisters knew that Ardal had given Hermione a very expensive birthday present, and now their bedroom was still fragrant. Therefore, the two people's curiosity about Ardal is even heavier. Ardal and Hermione found an empty seat and sat down. Hermione's left was the Paddle sisters, and her right was Ardal. When these two Curry girls talked to Hermione, their eyes always fell on Ardal, and when they talked to Hermione about some problems with spells and transfiguration, they would also take the opportunity to ask Ardal for advice. But it didn't take long before Hermione realized something was wrong. Asterisk, although she had no substantial relationship with Ardal, she still felt unhappy at this time, so she pouted, showing a lack of interest. At this point, she didn't want to watch any Quidditch anymore. She just wanted to leave quickly, so she tugged at Ardal's sleeve. "Ardal, this place is too high. I don't want to see it. Why don't we go for a walk around the Black Lake? There is a lawn on the edge of the Black Lake with fresh air and a wide view. Many wizards like to chat or walk there." "Okay." Ardal wasn't interested in Quidditch. He was out to relax anyway, whatever. "Then let's leave first, bye." Ardal said goodbye to Sister Paddle, and Hermione pulled Ardal's sleeve, showing an apologetic smile to Sister Paddle, and then pulled Ardal out of the audience. Sister Paddle didn't notice Hermione's thoughts. She just felt sorry but said goodbye politely. After leaving the audience, Hermione's mood improved a lot. The two walked towards the Black Lake. A gust of wind blew from the lake, and Hermione's hair fluttered with the wind with a fresh smell. Ardal is enjoying the tranquility of the moment. Sunshine, lake, grass, Hermione, wind. The atmosphere of silence did not last long. Hermione suddenly reached out and touched the leaf earrings on her ears, looked at Ardal, and suddenly asked, "Ardal, do you have any new magic to teach me?" "New magic? There is one." Ardal thought about it and thought of a suitable magic. "Is it not in the book?" "Of course, what's in the book is interesting. That's also in that witchcraft notebook called Sauron." Hermione thought of the thorns entanglement that Ardal had taught her last time, a different kind of magic than the mainstream witchcraft in the wizarding world today, but it worked well. Well, it's a defensive type of magic called Light Shield Curse. It can defend against most black magic and evil spells. If the magic power is strong, it can even resist the Unforgivable Curse, which is much more powerful than the Iron Armor Curse. Ardell introduced to Hermione, and the two came to the edge of the Black Lake, found a grassy slope that was almost clean, and sat on the ground facing the Black Lake. Then Ardell took out his wand and swiped at his side. Hundreds of evils do not invade. The Light Shield spell is one of the more powerful defensive spells of the Holy Light system. After the system was transformed into a spell that was more suitable for this world, the spell became invulnerable to all evils. With Ardell's casting movements and spells, a layer of white shimmer appeared around Ardell's body, not dazzling, with a peaceful and holy feeling. "Try to cast a simple spell on me," Ardell said to Hermione. Hermione thought for a moment, then took out her wand and tapped at Ardell. "Stop stiff legs." Hermione released a leg-locking spell, which is a relatively simple primary spell that can be learned from the Encyclopedia of Spells. A ray of light flew from Hermione's wand, and the moment it hit the white light around Ardell, it went out like the light of a candle. And Hermione screamed, and then her face became strange. But as the leaves on her ears flashed an emerald green light, Hermione's face returned to rosy at a speed visible to the naked eye. The Light Shield Curse can devour the attacking magic spell, and at the same time devour part of the spirit power of the caster. In simple terms, releasing an attacking magic spell on the Light Shield Curse will consume additional spirit power. With a wave of Ardell's wand, the white light around his body disappeared. If your magic power is only enough to cast a spell once and you hit the Light Shield spell, you will immediately pass out because your mental power is swallowed up. What a strong protective spell. Hermione murmured, her eyes lit up, looking at Ardell with a hint of admiration. "This spell is so powerful, it must be difficult, right? You have already mastered it. No wonder Professor Flitwick said that you are the most talented wizard he has ever seen. You should be able to learn it quickly, but it's limited to magic power. It shouldn't be able to protect against too strong magic spells, but the magic spell itself has extra protection against black magic, so it's okay." Ardell held up his wand and made an arc in midair. When chanting the mantra, you need to cooperate with gestures, and the cooperation of spiritual power must. Hermione is not only a scholar, but also a scholar who loves to learn. For the next hour or so, Ardell sat in front of the Black Lake, watching Hermione practice the spell over and over again. Because of the moonlight oak leaf earrings, Hermione's mental energy is relatively abundant, and even if it is consumed, it will be quickly replenished. Unlike the complex healing spells like Area of Light, the protective spells were much simpler. Hermione had already mastered them in more than an hour, and she could successfully cast the spell 5 times or so. Although Hermione released the Light Shield spell, the white light around her body could hardly be seen in the daylight, but it was not weak. Ardell tried to control the magic power and cast a petrification spell on her, but it was successfully blocked, and it also triggered the effect, which devoured part of Ardell's mental power. Hermione, who had achieved results, was even happier and continued to practice with enthusiasm. Ardell was blowing the wind, watching Hermione and the golden ripples of fish scales on the lake, with an indescribable satisfaction in his heart. According to normal development, Harry's actual combat ability is the strongest in the Iron Triangle, especially after the creation of Dumbledore's army. Although Hermione is very talented, she is not as good as Harry in combat. But now with Ardell, everything is different. If nothing else, at least it's okay to hang Harry. In particular, Ardell's spells are not originally in this world, which also means that no one has seen these spells before, and there will be an unexpected effect after they are used. Just thinking about it, Hermione walked over to Ardell and sat down, rubbed her sore wrist, and complained excitedly. "It's just too difficult. I can't release it perfectly. Even if I'm fully prepared, the success rate is only 1/3. If it's a battle or in a hurry, it's very likely that the release will fail. Then it's up to you to practice slowly. Magic spells are different from reading books. They need a lot of practice, and they also need to conduct actual combat drills so that they can better master the magic spell. Ardell reached out and wiped the sweat from Hermione's brow. Hermione's breathing was a little short, but she didn't say anything. I think you can try to sign up for Professor Flitwick's fighting club next year. It should be of great help to you. And also, practice polymorphism a lot. Polymorphism plays a far more important role in combat than you think. Big. At the level of the dean, the headmaster, he uses polymorphism a lot in duels. After hearing Ardell's words, Hermione nodded thoughtfully. I understand. In addition to reading books, I will spend part of my time practicing magic spells. Hermione clenched her fists and made a cheering gesture. Ardell let out a laugh, folded his hands behind his head, and lay down on the lawn. Hermione followed suit and lay down. The two of them didn't speak. Apart from the wind, they seemed to be able to hear each other's breathing, which made Hermione's heart beat faster. After a while, the sun was about to set. The wind on the lake turned a little gloomy, and Ardell sat up, looked at Hermione, and found that she was asleep. After practicing the light shield spell for nearly 2 hours, although the leaf earrings can restore her mental strength, she still feels mentally and psychologically exhausted. Seeing Hermione curled up into a sleeping ball, Ardell reached out and squeezed her cheek. Well, Hermione stretched as if stretching, then opened her eyes, saw Ardell looking at her, and sat up immediately blushing. I'm a little tired, and I fell asleep unconsciously. Hermione said in a low voice, as if feeling a little embarrassed, and said angrily, but it's better than someone falling asleep reading a book. Yes, you are right, we should go back. After the sun goes down, it should be cold outside. As he spoke, Ardell stood up and glanced at the Quidditch pitch, where the friendly match had long since ended and there was no one left. However, there are many senior wizard couples on the edge of the Black Lake, and young wizards like Ardell and Hermione are more eye-catching. Well, I do feel a little cold when you say that. I want a meringue cream of mushroom soup for dinner today. I used to be at home and my mother would make it for me when it was cold in winter. Hermione stood up, took out her wand and released a cleanup on herself and Ardell, clearing the weeds and dust off the two of them before returning to the castle with Ardell. Before the two entered the castle, they saw Harry and Ron, who had just left Filch's office after confinement. They were disgraced and looked exhausted. Hermione only found out after asking a question. It turned out that the two had been punished by Snape to clean up the prefect's bathroom and the vegetable warehouse. After the double destruction of the spirit, he was able to leave. Now the two were hungry and tired. After talking to Hermione a few words, they said hello to Ardell and hurried to the auditorium to prepare for dinner. It must be Snape. He's taking revenge on us for sabotaging his plans yesterday. Look, I'll find a way to stop him. When they parted, Ardell heard that Harry was still analyzing the possibility of Snape stealing the Philosopher's Stone with Ron. Poor Harry. Ardell shook his head. Hermione thought Ardell was talking about Harry and Ron being punished and snorted. They deserve it. The two of them have already deducted 2% from Gryffindor. If it weren't for them, our academy wouldn't be negative. Hermione had now added back the 50 points she had deducted, so she spoke very hard. Let's go eat too, and I'll try the soup you mentioned. During dinner, Ardell saw Dumbledore in the professor's chair, and he didn't know whether he came back by himself after finishing his work, or was called back by Snape and the others because of something strange in the castle. Dumbledore still looks like an ancient well, and it seems that the recent events at Hogwarts can't affect his mood. With a kind smile on his old face, he ate dinner gracefully, while looking at the students in the auditorium kindly. As if feeling that Ardell was looking at him, Dumbledore turned his eyes slightly, looked at Ardell, smiled, and nodded at him. Ardell responded politely. What a good boy. Dumbledore couldn't help but sigh. Hearing that, Professor McGonagall, who was beside him, raised his head and smiled when he saw that Dumbledore was looking at Ardell. Yes, Ardell is a kind and polite boy, and his talent is the best I've seen in years. I think he will far surpass me in transfiguration in the future, but Dumbledore, this kid's talent for black magic is even more remarkable. Professor McGonagall looked worried. I've always been against putting him in Slytherin. You know, children are affected by their surroundings as they grow up. And his family is like that. If Ardell turns out to be like that guy, I think, it's not just a loss for the wizarding world, it's a disaster. Professor McGonagall has great hopes for Ardell's future. In her opinion, Ardell's future achievements will not be inferior to Dumbledore, because his talent is really too strong, so strong that Professor McGonagall feels fear. Once Ardell becomes a dark wizard, I am afraid that he will become a more dangerous existence than Grindelwald and Voldemort. Don't worry, Minerva. Ardell's mind is firm and won't be easily influenced. He will become a wizard like Merlin in the future. As he said, whether it is Slytherin or Gryffindor, in fact, it's all part of Hogwarts. Dumbledore wasn't worried about that. Ardell's eyes are pure, his heart is kind, and he is fundamentally different from Voldemort, and this child can enter Slytherin in large part because he has those qualities that Slytherin himself admires. Smart, resourceful, determined, and disregarding certain laws and regulations. It was as if Ardell had blocked Pansy, who was also a Slytherin, on the first day of his arrival, but he was doing it for Hermione, who was his companion. All in all, Dumbledore had a fondness and admiration for Ardell, but was definitely not defensive. Professor McGonagall was more worried about Ardell. As Ardell's transfiguration professor and the person who brought Ardell to buy a wand herself, she knew how terrifying Ardell's talent was. He can master any metamorphosis in a very short period of time and quickly reach the extreme. You must know that transfiguration plays a major role in high-level wizards in battle, and Ardell's talent in black magic is unmatched, which means that Ardell will have a daunting fighting ability in the future. He won't let you down. Dumbledore knew what Professor McGonagall was worried about and smiled comfortingly. If Ardell was in Gryffindor, I wouldn't be worried. Professor McGonagall grumbled. Snape on the other side put down his knife and fork and gave her a cold look. I think I'll educate Ardell, Professor McGonagall. Maybe you forgot. Gryffindor has notorious Death Eaters too. Professor McGonagall opened his mouth, but in the end said nothing. She knew that Snape was talking about Sirius, the man still imprisoned in Azkaban, and it was because of his betrayal that the Potters had an accident. This incident was a pain in Snape's heart forever. Seeing that Professor McGonagall was silent, Snape snorted softly, and Sundar turned his face to the other side. Okay, Minerva, I don't think the focus right now is on these kids. It's going to be at least a few years before Ardell grows up, and what we're trying to do is give kids a carefree environment to grow up in. Dumbledore clapped his hands lightly, attracting the attention of McGonagall and Snape, then lowered his voice. When the students see us eating here, their nervousness will be effectively relieved, but I still have some things that are not suitable for me to tell you here. Come to my office for the two of you later. After Dumbledore finished speaking, he glanced at Quirrell, who was drowning in food, and got up and left. And Mag and Snape stopped talking, hurriedly ate a few mouthfuls of food, and left one after the other. After Dumbledore left, Ardell and Hermione also finished their meal. After chatting for a while, they said goodnight to each other and then parted. After Ardell returned to the bedroom, he took out the Issel spar on the bed. He wanted to see what Dumbledore knew, and he always felt that the old man seemed to have some key things in his hands. The ripples spread out on the crystal stone, and a scene of Dumbledore's office appeared. Snape and Professor McGonagall sat opposite Dumbledore, and the three were talking. Newt told me that the monster named Troll has lived for at least 100 years. They have no blood relationship with trolls. In addition, from some of their characteristics, they should live in tropical rainforest areas, but no one has found it yet. Newt plans to take the time to go to the rainforest and look around and see if he can find anything. Dumbledore took a sip of hot tea and added, "Of course, there is one more important thing. Remember the guy who suddenly appeared in Azkaban that was reported in the Daily Prophet the other day? I went to the Ministry of Magic today, and unfortunately he's crazy, but I learned something through legilimency." Dumbledore was silent for a moment. His eyes suddenly became strange. That fellow was Gollum, a hobbit, the hobbit mentioned on Gandalf's parchment. He has lived for nearly 600 years without the Philosopher's Stone, without the elixir of life, but relying on a terrifying ring, which Gollum has held for 500 years, and the power of the ring has enabled him to succeed, escape death. And later, the ring was stolen by a hobbit named Baggins. Is that name familiar? Dumbledore opened the drawer and took out the parchment journal. He slid his finger on it a few times, pointed to a line of writing, and said, "That thing has a demagogic power that even I can't resist. Only Baggins, with a pure mind, this strong hobbit, can hold it for a long time without being bewitched by him. But I've always believed that we can throw this damn thing into the Doomsday Volcano in Mordor." Dumbledore put down the parchment in his hand and looked at Snape and McGonagall in deep thought. The two did not speak, trying to digest the news brought by Dumbledore. After a long time, Snape spoke slowly. "In other words, the thing mentioned in Gandalf's diary is actually the ring, a ring that can make people immortal." "I think so, Severus, and apparently the ring has powers that we don't understand. Otherwise Gandalf wouldn't have tried to destroy it, but the hobbit has gone mad and I don't get more information." A look of pity appeared on Dumbledore's face. That poor fellow was tortured in Azkaban by that mad woman from Bellatrix who hid an old wand that he suffered before the hobbit was found by others. Dozens of cruciatus. Professor McGonagall on the side frowned tightly, shook his head, and said, "But it's incredible, isn't it? Trolls, hobbits, Mordor, doom. We hadn't even heard of this parchment diary before it appeared. If it were just some people and magical creatures, it would be fine. After all, they may have been hidden in places where we can't find them, but Mordor and Mount Doom, how could we have never heard of such a place?" Snape thought about it and said, "Could it be that the previous place names are different from the present? After all, judging from the age of this piece of parchment, it is likely to be something thousands of years ago, perhaps Icelandic volcanoes, Tambora volcanoes. So we need to sort it out from the current information." Gandalf and the others did not succeed in destroying the ring, and later this ring was obtained by the hobbit named Gollum, which lived on the power of the ring for hundreds of years, until recently was stolen by another guy named Baggins. This Baggins is probably the descendant of Baggins who wants to destroy the ring, Snape said, and suddenly sneered again. "Of course, another possibility is not ruled out, that is, the information on this parchment is forged. Or there are real and fake, area of light, trolls, hobbits, etc. Real existence, all to bring out that false information. It's strange, isn't it? We never heard of these, trolls, dwarves, hobbits, before this parchment, but now they're popping up like someone sending evidence to it's the same before us." Dumbledore nodded, thinking the same as Snape. There must be someone secretly manipulating these, and he must have some ulterior motive. I suspect that the group of people hiding in the shadows of Hogwarts is them. Severus, Minerva, Hogwarts is not calm. We have to be more careful to ensure that the children are not harmed. Dumbledore looked at the two with a firm tone. "Minerva, find a chance to speak to Mrs. Peace and ask her to sort out all the old books in the library and see if there is any new parchment. In addition, tell the ghosts to check the castle again. The thing like last night must not happen again. I have to go to the Forbidden Forest to take a look. I always feel that something bad happened in the Forbidden Forest." Ardal put away the Isilhedron and lay down on the bed to empty himself. The information that Dumbledore knew was not too much. The main thing was that Gollum was tortured mad by the woman Bellatrix, and his spirit might have collapsed, and even his memory was blurred. But that's okay. It aroused the interest of Dumbledore and others. The results of their own investigations are always more likely to be believed than what others tell them. In this way, the world acceptance of Gandalf and others will increase rapidly. It will be a long time before Voldemort is resurrected. Just hang on. Ardal fell asleep in a daze. Asterisk on the other side, Dumbledore had already appeared outside the Forbidden Forest. Although the enchantment he left behind was intact, Dumbledore's face did not become relaxed. The closer he got to the Forbidden Forest, the more disturbed Dumbledore felt in his heart. Dumbledore walked outside the barrier and gently stretched out his hand. After a wave of water ripples, Dumbledore's body had appeared inside the barrier. The aura of darkness has become more intense. If this goes on like this, the entire Forbidden Forest will probably become a devil's den. Feeling the strong darkness around him, Dumbledore sighed. I don't know where this spider-like monster came from. If it is also related to the hidden person, then the other party is too magical. After a while, Dumbledore walked towards the depths of the Forbidden Forest. Along the way, he clearly found that the spider-like creatures had become more numerous, while some magical creatures that were seen everywhere had disappeared. And the closer you get to the depths of the Forbidden Forest, the more and more cobwebs become. At the back, there are cobwebs everywhere, and even the tops of the trees are connected by large swaths of cobwebs. Is its territory already so big? How can centaurs? Dumbledore's footsteps stopped, and he had already guessed where the unease in his heart came from. With a crackling sound, Dumbledore's body disappeared, and when he reappeared, he had already arrived at the centaur tribe. However, it was dead silent here. There was still some dried blood on the ground. Dumbledore waved his wand gently, and countless luminous, mottled, and messy footprints appeared on the ground. These footprints are similar to centaurs, but with scorch marks. These footprints are some centaurs escaping. Dumbledore pointed to one of the footprints, and then followed the guidance of the light footprint, and finally found the surviving centaurs in a hidden cave. The centaurs who survived were all old and weak, women and children, and all centaurs were dead. So, you were attacked by two men on flaming skeletal warhorses, covered in armor. Dumbledore got the answer he wanted from an older centaur. Dumbledore left after promising to find a safe new territory for the centaur tribe. Flaming skeletal warhorses, powerful armored warriors. Why are they slaughtering centaurs? It's getting more complicated. Dumbledore was clueless. Even if he is a knowledgeable great wizard, it is impossible to guess the power of the undead magic that is only available in other worlds. With Dumbledore's character, he can't think about things he doesn't understand for the time being. He has to send a letter to the Ministry of Magic, asking them to find a new habitable territory for the centaurs in the Forbidden Forest. After returning to the castle, Dumbledore went to see Snape again and told him about the Forbidden Forest before returning to the office to write to the Ministry of Magic. Snape listened to the first two big. Hogwarts hasn't finished a thorough investigation, and such a big thing has happened in the Forbidden Forest. A tribe as big as the centaurs had killed all the warriors. It makes people shudder to think about it. Fortunately, the school issued a ban when the spider monsters appeared before. Otherwise, any student had an accident in the Forbidden Forest. Hogwarts, I'm afraid it's closing. For the next month, Ardell stopped a lot, except for refining the powerful orc potion, practicing magic with Hermione, or watching the Quidditch Cup together. And Hogwarts also returned to its former calm, and nothing strange happened again, which made all professors breathe a sigh of relief. Of course, something special happened during this period. The first is the Ministry of Magic. After knowing what happened in the Forbidden Forest, Minister of Magic Fudge agreed to Dumbledore's request and found a new forest for the centaur tribe as a base. Afterwards, a team of Aurors was specially sent over, but unfortunately, they did not find anything. During this period, several Aurors ignored Dumbledore's dissuasion and tried to destroy the spider monsters in the depths of the Forbidden Forest. It was very serious. It is said that an Auror was bitten by the fangs of the corpse. Although he was successfully rescued, he could not survive the night after returning. Because of this, Amelia Burns, director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement at the Ministry of Magic, and Rufus Scrimgeour, head of the Auror's office, came to Hogwarts in person to confirm the danger of the corpse. After the level, 2 teams of Aurors were dispatched into the depths of the Forbidden Forest. The final result was unsatisfactory. Both sides were injured. The Auror suffered heavy casualties, and Shiloh's condition was not good. 2 of the 8 spiders' legs were broken, and several eyes were blinded. Finally, they hid in the underground cave. The remaining Aurors did not dare to go deep into the ground easily, and in the end they had to withdraw, leaving only 2 aurors to keep guarding outside the forbidden forest. But in order to vent their anger, the aurors killed all the 8-eyed spiders in the forbidden forest, collecting thousands of pints of venom alone. Hagrid burst into tears when he heard the news, and held a memorial service for Aragog outside his cabin, with only Harry and Ron present. Dumbledore didn't tell him that Aragog was eaten because he was having fun with Shiloh. He thought it was the aurors who killed the big spider. And this month Harry and Ron have not been idle. They have been busy tracing the name of Nicole May, trying to find out what the 3-headed dog is guarding, and they are happily checking various kinds of things every day. Books. Hermione even thought the 2 of them were stunned. A month has passed so peacefully. Ardle's system summoning authority has been updated. After dinner in the Great Hall, Ardle went back to the bedroom. The 3 of Malfoy were chatting in the dormitory. They were discussing today's Quidditch Cup. Because Harry didn't join the Gryffindor house team, Gryffindor lost to Slytherin in today's Quidditch game. Seeing Ardle coming back, Malfoy greeted him warmly. After a month of running in, the 3 little Death Eaters were no longer so afraid of Ardle. "Good evening," Ardle responded, returning to his bed. He cast a spell at the bedside. Malfoy and the others couldn't see what Ardle was doing. System, summon Lord of the Rings world items. Ardle rested on his hands, not too excited. He was ready to summon the garbage. Ding. Congratulations to the host, the item Via was successfully extracted. Ding. Congratulations to the host, the unlock rate of the Supreme Lord of the Rings has increased by 5%. Hearing the sound in his ear, Ardle's body froze. Via, the Ring of Kai, Via, the most powerful Ring of Kai among the 3 elves. Although Via is not as deeply bound to the Lord of the Rings as the 9 Rings of Humanity, and can only unlock 5% of the seal of the Supreme Lord of the Rings, its own power is far from what the 9 Rings of Humanity can compare to. As Ardle's thoughts moved, a gold ring set with blue gems appeared on the ring finger of his right hand. An indescribable force instantly spread through Ardle's body. It even gave him the illusion that he could rival Dumbledore. Ardle raised his hand and carefully observed the ring. Under the power of the system, a light curtain appeared in front of Ardle. Elf Ring of Air Via, one of the 3 rings of the elf, with the rules of understanding, creation, and protection, representing the power of the sky and the elements. Note 1. After wearing Via, you can immediately and perfectly control the related element magic. Note 2. Enhance the wearer's ability to comprehend various magics and greatly improve the wearer's ability to comprehend magic related to creation and protection. Note 3. The wearer can obtain the power of Via, which greatly increases his own magic power. So strong. It is indeed the most powerful Kai ring among the 3 elves. Ardle sighed a bit. At this stage, the Ring of Kai is very helpful to him. With the Ring of Kai, many of Ardle's plans can be implemented. Creation and protection in this world corresponds to transfiguration and protection spells. After wearing the Ring of Kai, my comprehension of transfiguration has reached an unprecedented level. Ardle originally had a strong talent for all kinds of magic, including transfiguration, because of Sauron's necromancer talent. Now, with the ability brought by the Ring of Air, it is the first in the world in terms of transfiguration talent. Not a single one. After possessing the power of Via, although Ardle's magic power is not comparable to Dumbledore, it is not much different from other professors at Hogwarts. In the wizarding world, it is already very good. The talent in transfiguration allows him to master high-end transfiguration as soon as possible and reach the level of Grindelwald in a short time. At that time, he will be able to change into anyone's appearance without the help of compound decoction. In that case, he can act like Gandalf or Saruman by himself. Feeling the power of the Kai ring, Ardle took it back into the system space. Via is made of fine gold and sky stone by elves. It is usually more eye-catching when worn on the hand, but it is better to put it away. Summon the Lord of the Rings creatures. After calming down, Ardle decided to strike while the iron was hot. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have successfully summoned the giant oak. Giant oak, that name sounds. Ardell checked the system space, and sure enough, in the system's temporary character storage space, a tree man about 7 or 8 meters tall was sleeping. Sure enough, it's an Ent, Shepherd of the 100 Trees, one of the oldest races in the Lord of the Rings world, the Ent race. Ent's strength is very powerful, even more terrifying than trolls. Saruman's fortress Isengard was broken by the Ent family led by Treebeard. Keep it for now. Ardell didn't think about where to put it for a while, so he just let it sleep in the system space first anyway. It can be stored for a month at most. Satisfied, Ardell fell asleep. After class the next day, Ardell secretly went to the forbidden area of the library and took all the information about transfiguration and black magic in the forbidden area without disturbing anyone. Books. After that, Ardell turned on the academic master mode. Every time he made a potion in the Room of Responsiveness, he would bring Vera self-taught transfiguration with him. With Weia's bonus, Ardell's speed in learning transfiguration was terrifying. But within half a month, he had already mastered all the knowledge in the Forbidden Book. Not only that, but Ardell also found a chance to infiltrate Gryffindor's bedroom and stole the Weasley twins' Marauder's map. Afterwards, the Weasley twins made a fuss for a while, but the Marauder map itself is not something that can be taken on the bright side, so this incident did not alarm the professor. After that, Ardell took advantage of the weekend, took the Lord of the Rings, and went to Hogsmeade with the senior wizard. After observing the structure of the Honeyjuke's candy store and the Shrieking Shack, I went back to Hogwarts along the passage under the Beating Willow. Ardell plans to come back at Christmas time, so he has to feel the terrain in advance. After bringing Via, Ardell has been able to perform apparition, but Hogwarts has a magic prohibition which cannot be directly passed through apparition. Appear. But Hogsmeade is not banned. Ardell can apparate there first and then infiltrate Hogwarts through the underpass. In this way, the time came to December 19th. The Christmas holiday arrangement at Hogwarts is from December 20th to January 5th next year. Students can leave Hogwarts and go home for Christmas. Of course, they can also choose to stay at school. In the evening, the school will hold a grand Christmas dinner. The Christmas holiday is about to start, and the school has already counted the students who want to stay in school. Neither Ardell nor Hermione chose to stay in school. They are going home for Christmas. But Hermione and Ardell made an appointment to visit each other during the holidays. The twins Ron and Weasley also planned to go home. Only Harry chose to stay in school alone. Harry was not in a good mood all day. Ardell felt that his memory was wrong. He remembered that Ron stayed at school with Harry. They opened presents together on Christmas Day. Harry also received the invisibility cloak. Now I don't know why Ron is going home. But Ardell didn't get into the matter, and it had nothing to do with him anyway. In the afternoon, classes in all grades were suspended, and everyone was led by the dean and professors to change the Christmas costumes for Hogwarts Castle. With the Christmas trees and gift boxes being placed in corresponding positions, the joyful atmosphere of Christmas in the castle became stronger and stronger. The next day, the Christmas holiday officially began. There are trains departing from Hogwarts to London every day these days. Ardell and Hermione felt that the first few trains were too crowded, so they planned to take the evening train back. After dinner, the two who went back and saluted met in the auditorium. Most of the students had left by train this morning and afternoon. The great hall was somewhat empty. Only a few dozen students were chatting. Harry and Ron were sitting face to face at the Gryffindor table playing magic chess. Seeing that Ron hadn't left, Hermione asked curiously, "Ron, haven't you packed your bags yet?" Ron shrugged his shoulders and said a little depressedly, "Plans have changed. My parents are going to Romania to see my brother Charlie, where he has dragons, so I'll have to spend Christmas at school." "That's right, you can accompany Harry, and you can take the opportunity to go to the forbidden area to see if there is anything you want to check." After a brief chat, Ardell glanced at his pocket watch. "It's almost time, let's go to the platform." 35 Hermione nodded obediently and pulled up her suitcase. Ardell looked at Harry and Ron and waved to them. "Goodbye and Merry Christmas." "You too, Ardell, Merry Christmas." Harry and Ron answered in unison. Hermione also said goodbye to the two of them, and then left with Ardal pulling their suitcases. Ron looked at their disappearing backs and muttered, "Harry, are you saying we're going to get them 26 gifts? I think, maybe, probably it's needed." Harry thought for a while and said somewhat uncertainly, "We're supposed to be friends, isn't it?" Ron leaned his chin and rolled his eyes. "Okay, let me think about it, maybe prepare some candy," just as George and the others went to the Honey Duke candy store to buy a lot. After leaving the castle, Ardal and Hermione came to the small platform opposite the Black Lake, where a dark red train was parked, and through the lights of the window, some little wizards could vaguely be seen sitting on it waiting for the departure. The two got into the car and found an empty box. Hermione put the salute under the seat, brushed the fine hair on her forehead, and sat next to Ardal. A faint blush appeared on her face. "When are you coming to Manchester to play?" Hermione's voice reached Ardal's ears, and he turned his head to find Hermione looking down, fiddling with her fingers. She might be a little embarrassed. "After Christmas, we plan to travel to Switzerland for Christmas. We will leave tomorrow night, and we will be back around the 27th. Ardal had already told his two uncles about this in a letter he sent back a few days ago, so they will be traveling to Switzerland this Christmas. Of course, this is just a pretense. Ardal's real destination is Liechtenstein. He intends to visit the troll tribe. If there is no problem, he will collect the materials for the powerful orc potion by the way. That's it." Hermione pouted, her voice a little envious. "I haven't been to Switzerland yet. I heard it's beautiful there. I can take some pictures for you if you like. However, I think the best choice. I'll accompany you in the future anyway. There are so many interesting things in Switzerland, I can't finish it this time." Ardal counted his fingers pretentiously as he muttered, "Snow peaks in the Alps, an ancient city located on the banks of the Aar River, a mountain village and town surrounded by snow-capped mountains." "That's what you said. We're done. You'll have to accompany me again in the future." Hermione looked up and looked into Ardal's eyes, full of anticipation. Ardal smiled at her and reached out to touch her hair. Hermione was quickly defeated, snorted softly, turned her head to the other side, and continued to fiddle with her fingers uneasily. Seeing Hermione like this, Ardal felt an inexplicable sense of guilt, perhaps because of the memory of his previous life. He always subconsciously forgot that Hermione was only 12 years old this year. "I will go to Manchester to see you after I come back from Switzerland. Our family will prepare a banquet every New Year's Day to entertain some close friends and business partners. When that time comes, I will personally deliver the invitations to your house." "Well, I'll tell Mom and Dad." Hermione nodded in understanding. For the British, although New Year's Day is not as grand as Christmas, various celebrations will be held on this day. In addition to the free New Year's Eve fireworks show, there will be torch parades and music in major cities, meetings, dance parties, etc. The Shelby family will hold a celebration party at Shelby Manor every New Year's Day. Nobles and businessmen who have a close relationship with the Shelby family in Birmingham are invited. Woo! With a whistle, the train swayed a bit and began to move forward slowly. The lights in the box dimmed. Neither of them spoke anymore, and Hermione was silent for a while, leaning towards Ardal. For more than 3 months since the school started on September 1, Hermione seemed to have gotten used to the feeling that Ardal was always by her side. Thinking of not being able to eat or even meet with Ardal for the next 10 days, Hermione felt unspeakably sad. Ardal didn't know that his place in Hermione's heart was very important. Of course, it actually had something to do with the One Ring. Although Ardal did not unblock more power of the Lord of the Rings, but as an artifact, the Lord of the Rings has the potential to deceive people, and the power to attract others is still reflected in Ardal. Hermione, as the closest person to Ardal in the entire Hogwarts school, was naturally deeply influenced, but it cannot be denied that this has a lot to do with Ardal's handsome appearance and the temperament he cultivated in the Shelby family since he was a child. According to Sophia, it's hard for a girl to refuse Ardal. After chatting for a while, it was completely dark outside and there was a blizzard. Fortunately, there was heating in the train compartment, so Ardell and Hermione didn't feel cold. The train rattled forward. The lights in the box were getting dim, and Hermione felt a little sleepy, so she closed her eyes and leaned lightly on Ardell's shoulder. "Good night," she spoke softly like a murmur. "Good night." Ardell found a more comfortable position, and Hermione moved with him, leaning on his shoulder, a hand gently tugging at the cuff of his wizarding robe. Ardell turned his face sideways, looking out through the frosted car window. After a few months in the wizarding world, he was a little unfamiliar with the Muggle world. "It's impossible to have a good rest this holiday. Fortunately, I got the Ring of Air. This way, the troll tribe in Liechtenstein can easily solve the problem. The rest is, I have to go back to school on Christmas Day." After sorting out what he was going to do next, Ardell also felt a little sleepy. The sound of Hermione's even breathing could be heard in his ears, and Ardell didn't think about it any longer. He quietly held one of Hermione's hands and then closed his eyes. Under the light of the box, Hermione's ears turned red. When Ardell woke up, it was past 5 o'clock the next morning. To be honest, sleeping on a chair on a train is still very tiring. Normally, he and Hermione could sleep on a chair by themselves, but Ardell was happy. Hermione woke up a little earlier than Ardell, and when Ardell opened her eyes, Hermione was sitting in the chair opposite, staring at Ardell with her chin on her head. "Good morning." Ardell stretched. "Good morning. The radio says we'll be in London in half an hour." Hermione turned her head away from the window as if nothing had happened. The train in the evening runs slower. After all, the school doesn't want these little wizards to arrive in London at 3 or 4 in the morning. That would be too frustrating. Sleeping in the car like this and waking up and arriving in London is sweet. Around 6 o'clock 560. I think my uncle should have been waiting for me at the station. Where's Uncle Granger? What time did you tell the family? I also told them about 6 o'clock that my father and mother should have arrived in London yesterday. That's such a shame. I'm still thinking that if your parents don't come, I'll take you back to my house. Ha ha ha. Looking at the slightly embarrassed Hermione, Ardell laughed. "Okay, no kidding. Take off your wizard robes. We'll attract onlookers when we show up at King's Cross Station dressed like this." The two changed their clothes and sat in the carriage waiting for the train to arrive. When Ardell's pocket watch pointed to 6 o'clock, the train arrived at King's Cross Station on time. Ardell and Hermione got off the train, walked out of the platform, and saw Jimmy and the Granger couple who were waiting not far away. "Hi, Ardell, here we are." Jimmy also saw Ardell in the crowd, and he waved his hand excitedly. "It's Hermione, and Hermione is there." The Grangers also had smiles on their faces and took a few steps to greet them. "Daddy, Mommy, Uncle Jimmy, hello, Mr. Shelby, Mr. Granger, Mrs." Ardell and Hermione greeted the three separately. "You haven't eaten yet, Mr. Granger. Would you like to have breakfast together?" "Okay." Before the Grangers could respond, Hermione agreed first. She didn't want to be separated from Ardell right away. "You kid." Mr. Granger smiled helplessly and then said, "Well, after the train all night, I think they're all hungry, so please, Mr. Shelby. Don't be so polite. As I said, just call me Jimmy." 35 Jimmy was very polite to the Grangers, and he didn't have the usual arrogance at all, and the reason was naturally because of Hermione. In Jimmy's view, a witch's parents, no matter what their status, deserve serious consideration. "There's a very famous breakfast place nearby. I used to eat it when I was in London." The Grangers came by train, but Jimmy came by car. The group got into the car and was pulled by Jimmy to a breakfast shop called Walselly. Most Londoners work at 8 or 9 o'clock, so there are not many people who come to have breakfast at this time, only a few, either talking in a low voice or reading the newspaper in silence. The decoration of the store is good, the traditional British style, with a classical beauty. The space is very large, and there are 2 floors above and below. Jimmy brought a few people to a seat by the window and sat down. "You must try the Eggs Benedict here. It's the most authentic I've ever had." Jimmy introduced the Grangers and snapped his fingers to call the waiter. Ardell looked at the menu and ordered something. The Grangers, who are traditional British people, still value breakfast very much. After reading the menu carefully, they ordered 3 sets of full meals. Jimmy recommends eggs Benedict, roasted tomatoes, roasted shiitake mushrooms, bacon, Cumberland sausage, hash browns, and black pudding. The main course is toasted butter toast and muffins, and the drink is Earl Grey tea. Ardell quite admires such an Englishman who was born in a food desert country. Soon their breakfast was served by the waiter. A full table looks good. Ardell has been hungry all night, but his appetite has been hooked up. During dinner, the Grangers asked Hermione and Ardell a lot about school. Mrs. Granger's mind was a little more subtle than that of Mr. Granger and Jimmy, and she vaguely felt that Hermione and Ardell seemed to be somewhat close, but thinking that the two of them had known each other before they entered school, and they were both Muggle-born wizards, so she didn't pay attention to it. To ask. After dinner, Jimmy took the Grangers to the train station. Ardell said goodbye to them and agreed to visit Manchester after Christmas. Hermione pursed her lips and her eyes were a little red when they parted, which made Ardell quite embarrassed. It was about 9 o'clock in the morning when Ardell got into Jimmy's car and was about to head back to Birmingham. How has the past few months been? I'm actually curious. What do you have to learn in school? Learning how to curse others. In the car, Jimmy couldn't wait to ask Ardell about it. It's not bad. It can be regarded as being exposed to a new world. As for the courses, various magic, medicine, refining, planting, flying, divination. It's very different from the legendary wizard. After the witch hunt in the Middle Ages, there are endless legends and stories about wizards in Europe. Of course, most of them are evil groups. These stories also have a profound impact on generations of people. Ardell briefly introduced the general situation of the wizarding world to Jimmy, and Jimmy had a basic understanding of the entire wizarding world. What is the Ministry of Magic? Wizards still have so many legal constraints. Jimmy let out a smoke ring with a depressed look on his face. He didn't expect that he would be bound by the law when he became a wizard, so he might as well be a gang member. No one can control what you want to do. A lot of plans in the family have to change now. Jimmy gave a wry smile. Originally, Shelby's executives were still waiting for Ardell to succeed in his studies and lead the Shelby family back to glory, rush out of Europe, and become bigger and stronger. Look a little farther, Uncle Jimmy. The Shelby family will be at the pinnacle of this world, a pinnacle that none of you can imagine. Ardell looked out the window with a faint gaze, a confident smile on his face. With the system, his future achievements are absolutely unimaginable by anyone. But I need some time. During this period, I don't want the family to do anything to affect me, so let's keep it as it is. Anyway, in Birmingham, there is no other gang that can compete with us. In fact, Ardell is very clear that since some senior members of the family know that there are wizards in this world, they have put their ideas on other wizards. After all, not all wizards are completely separated from muggles. Many wizards are inextricably linked with nobles, high-level people, and elites among human beings. Ardell didn't want the family to provoke some inexplicable wizard and get him into trouble. Originally, the school's professors were worried because Ardell was from a gang family. If they found out that the gang family had been secretly contacting dark wizards, they would have to pay special attention to Ardell. I understand. I'll talk to them. Jimmy nodded. He knew what Ardell meant. Seeing Jimmy's rather heavy expression, Ardell sighed and added, "If the family encounters any trouble that can't be solved, you can tell me, even though I'm only in the 1st grade now, but for many things that the family finds troublesome, I may just wave my hand." 99 Ardell didn't say anything about it. After all, he is also a Shelby. Not only that, he will be the controller of the Shelby family in the future. Jimmy hesitated, then asked, "But didn't you just say that the Ministry of Magic prohibits little wizards from using magic outside the school? If you are caught breaking the rules, you will be punished, right?" The Ministry of Magic mainly relies on a magic called trace wire to limit the little wizards, but I have a way to block trace wire's induction, so that the Ministry of Magic will not know. 35. When the little wizard leaves the school, he will receive a notice on the prohibition of underage students using magic outside of school, from the Ministry of Magic. This notice contains contract magic, and after the little wizard signs it, he will carry traces of silk magic. The trace wire can locate the approximate location of a little wizard and detect whether there is magic around the little wizard. Once the little wizard is located in the Muggle world and there are traces of using magic around, the Office of Prohibition of Misuse of Magic will receive a warning from Trace Magic and send a letter warning to the little wizard. That's why Dobby used magic to frame Harry when Harry was at home on vacation. Trace wire cannot detect what magic the little wizard has cast, but can use a flashback spell to check the little wizard's wand to determine what magic he has cast, and if another wand is used, the Ministry of Magic will drop the charge as there is no evidence. Ardell doesn't have any other wands, but he doesn't need them either. After wearing the Weir ring, Ardell's magic power is no less than that of the Hogwarts professor. With his current knowledge in transfiguration, it is still better to block a trace. It's a breeze. Is there a way to avoid being discovered by the Ministry of Magic? Jimmy breathed a sigh of relief, the expression on his face much lighter. Hey, if that's the case, I'll naturally tell you something at home, but there shouldn't be anything to look for you, as you said. The underground in Birmingham is already surnamed Shelby. Jimmy opened the car window and flew out the remaining half of the cigarette bomb in his hand. He smiled proudly and seemed to remember something and said, "The plane to Switzerland is ready. We can leave tonight, but I'm curious. Why do you suddenly want to go to Switzerland for Christmas this year?" "I'm going to do something in Liechtenstein, which happens to be very close to Switzerland." Ardell replied, counted the time, and asked, "What time's the flight ticket at night?" 35 at 7 o'clock. I can be in Switzerland at more than 8 o'clock. 7 o'clock. It's still too late. Go back and pack up. I'll go see him. Jimmy knew that Ardell was talking about Freddie, nodded and made arrangements on the phone as he drove. After all, Freddie was caught, and if he wanted to go in and see him, he had to give advance notice. After a while, Jimmy hung up. "It's arranged, and the afternoon can come at any time." 39. Ardell nodded, said nothing, closed his eyes and rested. In the afternoon, Ardell returned to Shelby Manor in Birmingham. After meeting his aunt and uncle at home, Ardell changed into new clothes and in the afternoon drove to Birmingham prison on the other side of the city. As the actual controller of the Shelby family, Freddie's living conditions are still very good. Living alone in a single room, the room is clean and tidy, and all kinds of furniture and electrical appliances are readily available. Freddie was watching TV when Ardell arrived. Information about the giant bear in the north was being broadcast on TV, and Ardell calculated the time. In a few days, the giant bear would disintegrate. Now all kinds of media are reporting frantically, and many Lai Wang's experts are making estimates and guessing, and Freddie has his own plans for this. I don't know how many orders have been passed from here these days. Hearing someone walk in, Freddie turned around and grinned when he saw it was Ardell. "Ardell, my child, I've been waiting for you for a long time." The guard who brought Ardell in nodded to Freddie, turned around and closed the door without saying anything. "Freddie, you seem to be in a good mood." Ardell looked at Freddie. His appearance had hardly changed. His blonde hair was neat and tidy. His eyes were dignified, and his eagle-eyed eyes were eagle-eyed. The few years in prison had no effect on him at all. Freddie was used to calling Ardell a long time ago. His smile remained the same. He sat up from the sofa, tidied up his clothes, then walked to the dining table and beckoned to Ardell. "Come and sit and have a meal with me." Ardell took off his coat, hung it on the hanger by the door, walked to the dining table and sat down. Freddie prepared a great dinner, accompanied by a bottle of cognac. "I specially asked the warden to prepare this. Jimmy told me the other day that you would come back from that magical wizarding school today, and I knew you would definitely come back to see me." Freddie poured half a glass of brandy to himself, shook it a few times, and looked at Ardell. "Tell me, what did you learn at that school? To be honest, if Michael and Jimmy hadn't swear by their family honor, I wouldn't have believed that there were wizards in this world." "Hey, the Shelbys have one." "Wizard." Freddie drank the wine in the glass in one gulp, looked at the empty glass, and asked, "So, Ardell, tell me, is this true? You are a wizard now. 33. It's hard to believe for a Muggle family, but it's true that the world is more complex than we realize. Ardal stroked the ring of air on the ring finger of his right hand, then snapped his fingers and performed transfiguration. What? From the opposite side came Freddy's soft whimper. He stared at his right hand. The crystal cup in his hand had turned into a cobra, coiling around his hand, spitting at him. This is real. Freddy grabbed the cobra's head with one hand, observed it carefully, then picked up the knife on the table, cut open the snake's skin, and picked out a snake gall. Unbelievable. Freddy sighed, opening his mouth to swallow the gall of the snake. I advise you better not to do this. Ardal stopped him, and looking at Freddy's puzzled eyes, Ardal explained. Although I have temporarily changed it, it will return to its original state after my magic power is exhausted. This snake gall should return to a crystal shard if it changes back in your stomach. Freddy nodded thoughtfully and threw the gall on the table. Ardal snapped his fingers again, dispelled transfiguration and cast a repairing spell, and the cobra and gall were transformed back into the broken crystal cup, and then repaired as before. Besides the 560, there is nothing exciting. Freddy looked at the restored crystal cup. His eyes fell on Ardal again, and there was a dangerous light in his eyes. It's naturally exciting, but it will kill people. Ardal cut off a piece of steak and tasted it, frowning slightly. Freddy's life is better than he imagined. This steak is made of authentic Japanese Kobe beef. It is reasonable to say that it is now prohibited to export. Although some will be smuggled out, the amount that can actually flow into Europe is not large. Many, not to mention, end up in a Birmingham jail. Don't worry, you'll find out later. Ardal wiped his mouth and put the knife and fork down. He wasn't here to eat. The steak was good, but it was enough to taste it. The smile on Freddy's face disappeared, and he was silent for a moment. Then his expression turned gloomy. You mean Brother Hart? The Hart brothers were the main messengers who planned the assassination of Ardal. They were the leaders of an underground gang in Birmingham, and they had a conflict with the Shelby family because of the protection fee. After the original incident, the Hart brothers disappeared. Ardal had sworn before that he would kill these two guys himself. So if you want to see it sooner, let your people find out where they are hiding as soon as possible. Ardal stood up, walked to the door, and put on his coat. In addition, I told Uncle Jimmy to stop all actions related to the wizarding world, but I'm not sure if the rest of the family will listen to me, so I need you to speak. Ardal turned and the two looked at each other. If you don't want the Shelby family to be destroyed, don't try to contact a wizard you are not familiar with. The other party can manipulate your mind and turn you into a puppet or an idiot who can't think. As for the future of the Shelby family, leave it to me. 35. After Ardal finished speaking, he turned around and pushed the door to leave. Freddy sat still in the chair, and after a while he filled himself with a glass of wine and drank it. Hee-hee-ha-ha-ha-ha. In the single room, Freddy laughed hysterically, and after a while the phone outside the door rang. The guard in charge of guarding answered the phone, and Freddy's deep voice came from inside. Go and find me that model named Monica. I remember someone telling me the other day that she was in Birmingham, telling her that I want to have dinner with her, and I hope no one will come tonight disturb me. Okay, sir. The prison guard hung up the phone and left with a smile on his face. Who wouldn't be happy to get Freddy's salary for a year's salary? After Ardal left the prison, he got into Jimmy's car. Let's go. They were going straight to the airport. The rest of the Shelby family was ready. They had chartered a plane, and this time it was a trip with a whole family of Shelbys. Michael and Fior, Jimmy and Nancy, Ardal's cousins, and of course some longtime friends of the Shelby family, the Little Razor veterans and their families. After arriving at the airport, after waiting for more than half an hour, the plane took off. After playing with his cousins for a while, Ardal found a chair and closed his eyes to rest. As Ardal rested, there was a lot less noise in the plane, and no one dared to disturb him, although most people did not know that Ardal was a wizard, but they did know that Ardal was the future controller of the Shelby family. At about 8:30, the plane landed at the airport in Geneva. Jimmy and the others have already arranged. There is a car here to take them to a hotel in the city center. After getting off the car, Ardal and everyone had dinner together, and then said something to Michael and Jimmy and went back to the room alone. Inside Liechtenstein, Ardal locked the hotel room, put on the ring of air, and felt the huge magic power in his body. Ardal began to try to use apparition. With a crackling sound, when Ardal reappeared, he had come to an unknown mountain forest, and his appearance changed immediately, from an 11-year-old child to a tall old man with sea-jeb, long gray hair and long beard, and the wand in his hand also changed. It looked like a long stick. If the person in The Lord of the Rings appeared, he would definitely be able to recognize it. This is the president of the Holy White Council, the white-robed wizard Sauron. Ardal took a deep breath, suppressed the discomfort caused by the first transfiguration, and then felt his body after performing transfiguration. Under the dual talent blessing of Sauron and Via, Ardal's attainments in transfiguration are unparalleled, and Via's power has given him the magic power comparable to that of the dean and professors, which is enough to support him to perform complex transfiguration. Looks like a success. The corners of Ardal's mouth twitched slightly and he looked around. This should be a mountain in Liechtenstein. The exact location is unknown. His eyes passed through the mountains and forests and saw the city with lights shining in the distance. The next moment, Ardal appeared in an alley in the city. Not far away, a drunk man rubbed his eyes, muttered, and shrank to hide under the bridge hole. Damn it. Looks like it's going to snow again tonight. Ardal had asked Malfoy at school before, and he had specially asked for the introduction of the Ministry of Magic of each country. So after asking passers-by that this was Vaduz, the capital of Liechtenstein, he got up and went to an iron building called Self-Portrait. At the statue. After casting a simple magic there, the statue sensed the power of magic, and the stone below slowly opened, and the people around were unaware of it. Ardal calmly passed through the cave, with a new look before his eyes. Unlike the Ministry of Magic in London, the Ministry of Magic in Liechtenstein is relatively old, and the interior buildings are also in the architectural style of ancient Rome, because it is already night, and there are not many people in the Ministry of Magic. Ardal walked over to the inquiry desk, where a woman in her 30s was sitting. "Hello, what's the matter?" The woman looked at Ardal, perhaps because Saruman's appearance seemed to be a relatively powerful wizard, so this woman's attitude was very good. "I want to ask, where is the biggest troll tribe around here?" 39 Ardal asked. He looked at the table and saw several newspapers of the Daily Prophet, as well as some Liechtenstein travel notices with relevant guidelines and precautions. "Troll tribe? You mean the mountain troll tribe that attacked the wizard some time ago?" The woman hesitated for a moment and asked, "Are you from the International Confederation of Wizards, or from the Troll Protection Organization?" The relationship between the Ministry of Magic of Liechtenstein and the mountain troll tribe was very bad. The first president of the International Confederation of Wizards prevented them from hunting trolls and promoting the rights of trolls. Therefore, the Ministry of Magic of Liechtenstein even refused to participate in the annual meeting, Wizarding Conference. Some time ago, this troll tribe attacked the wizards again. The Ministry of Magic of Liechtenstein planned to eliminate them, but it was blocked by the Wizards Federation and denounced by some troll lovers. Under pressure, the operation was cancelled. But the wizards living in Liechtenstein can be said to hate trolls. "No, I have a personal feud with those stupid things, and if you can tell me their location, maybe, you'll find out tomorrow morning that they are gone." "Maybe." 99. Ardal's answer made the woman's eyes light up, and she looked around and whispered, "That troll tribe is hiding in the Grouse Mountains in the Rhetian Mountains. Here's the map." The woman took out a book with travel guide notes from the drawer and turned to one page where a map of the mountains was drawn, and there were words such as danger warnings. "But, although I really hope someone can destroy those filthy and stupid things, I still want to remind you that there are a lot of mountain trolls in that tribe. If you are alone, there may be trouble." Ardal looked at the map carefully, then looked at the woman, smiled softly, and said slowly, Thank you for the reminder, but I think I'm enough alone. Maybe tomorrow morning you'll get some pleasant news. Oh, yes, my name is Saruman. 35. Ardal's voice was a little old, but it was inexplicably full of majesty and power. He took a deep look at the woman, turned and left the Ministry of Magic, and then used displacement to leave. The woman looked at the back of Ardal's departure and whispered, Saruman, Saruman. Why have I never heard of it? Looks like some very powerful great wizard. When he reappeared, Ardal had come to the Grouse Mountains. The air was filled with the smell of stinky socks on the troll. Ardal frowned and quickly locked his position. Troll tribes are generally in inaccessible places, so there is little chance of being discovered by muggles. Although there is a scent guide, Ardal still has a lot of work to go around before coming to this mountain troll tribe. The trolls have bad brains and few natural enemies, so they don't have any sense of guarding against enemy attacks. Although there are several trolls guarding them outside the tribe, they all doze off with big sticks, and their snoring echoes in the mountains and forests. Ardal looked at it, and the tribe was indeed very large. There were many caves nearby, as well as nests made of wood and hay. It was estimated that there should be hundreds of them, the number of trolls. Time to work. Ardal raised the long staff in his hand, chanted a spell, and one by one summoning circles appeared beside him. Then, with the surging black mist, dozens of undead creatures hidden in the shabby black cloak appeared behind Ardal. Lich, go ahead and kill as much as you like. Ardal murmured softly, and dozens of Lich flew out lightly. They raised their staffs, and the undead magic fell into the tribe of mountain monsters like cannonballs. Oh! The troll's painful howl instantly resounded through the mountains and forests. Ardal closed his eyes and counted silently. After he counted 100, the screams gradually disappeared. Ardal opened his eyes, and the entire troll tribe was in disarray. Lichs are undead creatures of the same level as Death Knights. The difference is that one is a mage and the other is a warrior. As a middle-level and high-level undead creature, it can be said that it is easy to deal with stupid mountain monsters. Ardal's eyes swept across the messy battlefield. The Lich didn't take much trouble to kill the trolls. It was just that these panicked guys made a mess everywhere when they fled and resisted. There are probably more than 400 trolls, but there are hundreds of juvenile trolls among them. If you do this, you need to find more than 100 trolls. Refining a powerful orc potion requires an adult troll heart. One heart can refine 10 bottles, excluding young monsters. The harvest this time can satisfy him to refine more than 3,000 bottles of potent orc potion. Let's talk about the rest slowly. The wizarding world is so big, and there are still quite a few troll tribes. Besides, the blood of centaurs and the primary orc potions have not been prepared. This is a big project, and there is no rush. Ardal snapped his fingers, and the dozens of liches slowly dissipated. Then hundreds of magic circles appeared on the ground. After a burst of light, rows of skeleton warriors appeared in the troll tribe. Go to work. With the movement of Ardal's mind, the skeleton warriors took action, looking for targets one after another, to collect troll hearts for Ardal. Fortunately, the skeleton warriors have no sense of smell. Otherwise, they stared at the smell of smelly socks, blood, and excrement. I really don't know if they can complete the task. After about 10 minutes, all the troll hearts were collected. Ardal put these things into the system space, and let a few skeleton warriors search the troll's cave and found a lot of them from the wizards. Looted junk and gold coins. There were some precious materials inside, but not many. Ardal refused to come and put them all into the system space, and then an apparition returned to the hotel in Geneva. After returning to the hotel, Ardal released his transfiguration. Sophia outside the suite prepared a glass of hot milk for herself. After drinking the milk, Ardal fell asleep happily. For the next few days, Ardal completely forgot his identity as a wizard and just had a good time in Switzerland as an ordinary tourist. In the past, Ardal spent Christmas every year at the Birmingham Manor. This time it was his first time out. The family used to protect him, but now he is a wizard and can go anywhere he wants. The night before Christmas, Ardal came to the Swiss Ministry of Magic. He prepared some Christmas gifts and postcards. After spending a few galleons, Ardal rented a few international owl messengers here, and then bought 2 more recent the Daily Prophet. She sure and left. The Liechtenstein troll tribe was destroyed, and none of the 432 mountain trolls survived. Is it a lack of morality or a loss of humanity? The Troll Protection Organization has spoken out and demanded a thorough investigation of the Liechtenstein Ministry of Magic. Magic zoologist Newt Scamander appeals to everyone to treat this matter rationally. The Ministry of Magic of Liechtenstein has announced the establishment of the annual December 20th as the Carnival of Trolls. President of the International Federation of Wizards, Ardal flipped through the newspapers of the past 2 days and couldn't help frowning because he didn't see Saruman's name on it. The witch from Liechtenstein was too naive. She deliberately revealed Saruman's name, but she didn't reveal herself. But Ardal also knew that the witch was for his own good. It is not easy to think that the Ministry of Magic of Liechtenstein can withstand the pressure of the International Federation of Wizards and various organizations without revealing any information about him. In fact, because of that troll tribe, the Ministry of Magic of Liechtenstein has suffered a lot in recent years. Apart from the frequent occurrence of troll attacks, it is not uncommon to withdraw investment from the Malfoy family. The wizards in Liechtenstein have long wanted to kill those disgusting things. First, they have not dared to take action due to international pressure. Second, hundreds of trolls are not so easy to destroy. The mad troll went to the Muggle world, the consequences that no one could afford. So now, a wizard finally appeared and completely wiped out the troll tribe. All the wizards in Liechtenstein are very grateful. If the Ministry of Magic of Liechtenstein betrayed them at this time and leaked the name of Saruman, the angry wizards will overturn the Ministry of Magic. Also, the staff of the Liechtenstein Ministry of Magic are also afraid. They also didn't know what attitude Saruman had. The other party was able to slaughter hundreds of trolls alone, and from the appearance of the scene, the so-called Saruman was probably a great wizard who was proficient in black magic. Thoughts: who dares to expose? Who dares to offend? They searched through the list of wizards registered by the Ministry of Magic, but did not find a wizard named Saruman who obviously used a false name. Why use a pseudonym? I don't want others to know. Therefore, Liechtenstein's Minister of Magic is also one of the top 2. Now he has to receive accountability letters from various international organizations every day when he goes to work. However, due to internal and external pressures, he does not dare to reveal the slightest, so he can only bear it silently. You thought you were helping me, but you actually ruined my plan. Ardal sighed, and he was still thinking that through this troll incident, Saruman's name was initially spread in the wizarding world. We have to find another opportunity. The giant oak is still in the system space. You can use it. Ardal put the Daily Prophet aside, glanced at the time, and it was almost 11 o'clock. Tonight is Christmas Eve. Some members of the Shelby family went to midnight mass. Speaking of which, Ardal's 2 uncles and aunts were devout Christians, especially Jimmy. Ardal remembered that when he was a child, Jimmy would go to church every now and then to repent. Just half a day. It was only later that he learned that Jimmy went to atonement after every street shootout. He even shouted amen, God bless things, as he pulled the trigger. Christmas Eve. Tomorrow Christmas, Harry will receive the invisibility cloak, and then he will go out for night walks at night. I think he went to the forbidden area and came out and saw Snape and Quirrell. Well, I'll go back tomorrow night. A smile crept up Ardal's mouth, remembering that Snape had vaguely sensed someone nearby, but he couldn't see it because Harry was wearing the invisibility cloak. This time he planned to help Snape and let Snape grab Harry's invisibility cloak directly. With Snape's character, Gryffindor's 50 points are deducted, and Dumbledore is not easy to use, I said. Ardal thought this scene should be fun, but unfortunately it couldn't be filmed. In addition to this, he also planned to go to the Forbidden Forest as Saruman to chat with Shiluo. Ardal actually wanted to know when the memories of these Lord of the Rings creatures that were summoned by the system were created, and what were their memories. How do you see yourself suddenly appearing in the new world? By the way, since Harry is going to the forbidden area, then I can get another piece of parchment. This is a good opportunity. 35 Ardle's eyes lit up. So far, he has made 2 pieces of parchment. The first one recorded some things about the guard of the ring, which led to Balrog and Area of Light. After being discovered by Hermione, he gave it to Deng. Bulido. The second parchment, which records the origin of the broodmother Shelob and the animal potion, was placed in Quirrell's office, and Ardle has not yet been found. The third one. After completing the Halloween Trolls branch, Ardle already has 150 story points, and it only takes 10 story points to exchange for a parchment, which is still very cheap for him. Ardle opened the system store, exchanged an ancient parchment, and took out a quill from the system space. Under the control of Ardle's mental power, the quill pen swishly recorded it on the parchment. Recorded in 3018 of the Third Age of Middle-earth, October 26. In order to destroy that thing, we decided to set up the Fellowship of the Ring expedition. According to the ancient prophecy, the main members of the expedition must be 9 people, which corresponds to the 9 evil spirit knights of the Demon King. The kind Baggins can resist the temptation of that thing, so he must become one of the members of the expedition. And I, as the only wizard, will also be the leader of the expedition. The other members have also been chosen: Aragorn, the King of Gondor, Boromir, the Guardian of the White Tower of Gondor, Legolas, the son of the Elf King, Gimli, the King of the Turin Dwarves. 9 members have been selected. The Fellowship of the Ring has been successfully formed in the valley, and after the repair is completed, we will set off for Mordor, where we will completely destroy that thing. I don't know how many difficulties and dangers there will be along the way, but I have to do it in order to protect the world. And you, my old friend, I will prove your choice is wrong. You who betrayed the Holy White Council will eventually dissipate with the darkness. Mountain. After the quill pen wrote the last word, it slowly landed on the table next to it, and then the ink on the parchment began to dry up, and finally turned into a very old and dilapidated look. Ardle picked up the parchment, checked it, made sure there was nothing missing, and put it in the system space. This parchment does not introduce any special creatures and magic, but it records the composition and purpose of the members of the Fellowship of the Ring expedition in detail, which is equivalent to the general outline. Tomorrow night, Harry Potter, who went to the forbidden area to look for Nicole May's deeds, will find this parchment by accident. After escaping from the library, he will be found by Professor Snape and the parchment will be confiscated. The script has been written, just waiting for the actors to be in place. Ardle snapped his fingers and Sophia came in from outside the door. "Master Ardle, what are your orders?" 99, it's nothing. Give me a glass of hot milk, I want to rest. Don't bother me after that. If you want to go out for a walk, just go. Ardle plans to go to the Ministry of Magic in London soon. Saruman's character design still needs to be established. And tonight on Christmas Eve, the giant oak has to be released to be happy. Okay. Thank you, Master. Sophia happily agreed. This is the first time Sophia has gone abroad because Michael and Jimmy went to the midnight mass, and the servants they brought along went out to play. Only Sophia stayed here. Now that she can go out to play by herself, Sophia is of course happy. After 5 minutes, Sophia brought Ardle a glass of hot milk. After watching Ardle drink it, she changed his pajamas for him, turned off the light for him, and left. Ardle opened his eyes 5 minutes after Sophia had left. Putting on a set of wizard robes, Ardle left a little magic in the house, and then put on the Ring of Air, performed polymorphism, and Saruman with long gray hair, and a scepter reappeared in Halibo's special world. Snapped. The scepter in Ardle's hand paused lightly, and he used an apparition. The next second, Ardle came to the outside of the Ministry of Magic in London. The reason why I didn't go to the Swiss Ministry of Magic was mainly because I was apparently traveling in Switzerland. Although the probability of others linking Saruman to himself is very small, in order to avoid the situation where he appears and where Saruman appears, Ardal chooses to spend more mana and teleport himself to London. The headquarters of the British Ministry of Magic is located in the basement of Whitehall in central London. Ardal has only heard of it but has never been there. He remembers that there are two ways to enter the Ministry of Magic. The normal staff access is to take the fireplace through the Floo network. Visitors come through a red, dilapidated phone booth. After the Ministry of Magic was taken over by Voldemort, the Floo network was discontinued, and employees had to flush themselves to the Ministry of Magic with flush toilets. However, Ardal, who can already apparate, certainly won't be so troublesome. He looked at the lively city center, and in the next second, Ardal came to the hall of the Ministry of Magic in the basement of Whitehall. Since it was Christmas Eve, the Ministry of Magic was basically empty, and the reception was empty. The hall was warm, though, with fires burning in the rows of fireplaces on either side, a golden fountain gushing from the statue of the Magic Brothers in the center, and Christmas decorations everywhere. Ardal took a look, and in front of the security checkpoint on the left side of the main hall, he saw an unshaven guard on duty wearing a peacock blue robe. The security checkpoints at the Ministry of Magic have special magic powers to conduct security checks on visiting visitors, and guards will register visitors' wands. Eric Munch, who was on the night shift, apparently did not expect anyone to visit the Ministry of Magic on Christmas Eve night. He straightened up and motioned for Ardal to come over for security. Ardal walked over calmly and stopped in front of the security checkpoint. "Hello," the old and steady voice made Munch, who was sleepy, wake up instantly. He glanced at the old wizard in front of him and confirmed that he had never seen this person, let alone the leader of the Ministry of Magic, so he said, "It's off-duty time now. If you have anything to register, someone will contact you on the working day." "Don't bother, I'm just here to pick up a friend." Ardal interrupted Munch. He glanced at the Ministry of Magic and saw no patrollers. Do the Ministry of Magic believe that only one guard can ensure the safety of this place? Or are there other guards on other floors? However, when he thought of the scene in the Order of the Phoenix where Harry came to the Ministry of Magic to find the prophecy ball and fought with Death Eaters in the Ministry of Magic, Ardal felt that even if there were other guards, it might not be useful. Pick up friends. At this time, except for the guards on duty, everyone else has left. Munch was stunned for a moment, then asked again, "Which department is your friend from?" "Well, he's not a clerk at the Ministry of Magic. He's just a poor hobbit who was accidentally thrown into Azkaban and brought here." Ardal spoke slowly, and Munch's face changed slowly after listening. Some time ago, the news of someone breaking into Azkaban caused a lot of uproar, and of course he knew it. Later, I heard that the guy was insane, tormented by that mad woman in Slatrange, and the Ministry of Magic in London took a lot of work to get the person to be secretly imprisoned by the Ministry of Magic with the consent of the International Confederation of Wizards. The great Dumbledore is said to have visited in person. Now the old wizard in front of him says that guy is his friend. Hobbit. Is that thing human? Munch looked at Ardal cautiously. He had already realized that Ardal was not a good person. Ardal watched the face of the guard on duty in front of him change several times, smiled slightly, and said in a low voice, "So, can you let me meet my friend?" "Sorry, your friend is currently in a state of no visitation. If you want to see him, please wait until the working day to register again. This matter is now under the jurisdiction of the Department of Mysteries." Munch didn't finish his words because he saw the old wizard opposite him raising his scepter. "What are you going to do?" Munch was holding his wand and staring at Ardal, and if he did something wrong, he would release magic without hesitation. "You are now acting on suspicion of trespassing at the Ministry of Magic, attempting to injure Ministry of Magic officers. Put down your wand immediately, immediately." Munch snarled. Ardal grinned. The scepter in his hand paused on the ground, and an old voice sounded in Munch's ear. "Don't be so nervous, little guy. I'm just here to see my friends, and since it's inconvenient now, that's fine, but tonight is Christmas Eve, and since I'm here, I'll always give some presents." 39 Ardal looked at the gleaming dark wood floors and the peacock blue ceiling in the golden hall and said, "The atmosphere of Christmas is still a little worse, so let me give you a Christmas tree." The wand in Ardle's hand made a humming sound, and Munch felt that something was wrong and shouted, "What are you doing? Stop!" "Oh, Merlin's beard, what is this?" A white layer appeared on Ardle's body. He cast a light shield spell on himself, and then through the system he cast the giant oak at his side. As an ente, the giant rafter is 5 meters tall with a human face and a tree body, and his tan eyes flash with dark green light from time to time, and he seems to have a vague feeling of brutal anger. Munch had never seen such a creature, but he had no doubts about its destructive power. "Merry Christmas," Ardle said to the stunned Munch, then pointed the scepter to the Magic Brother sculpture in the center of the hall. The power of the Ring of Air was activated, and Ardle used magic to leave a line on it. "Merry Christmas to the Ministry of Magic in London, Sauron of the White Council." After doing this, Ardle smiled at Munch, and then the figure disappeared. Munch only reacted at this time, and quickly pressed the emergency alarm under the inspection table. At this time, the giant oak also completely woke up. It stayed in Ardle's system space for so long, and its head was a little muddled, and it wasn't until it breathed fresh air that it woke up a little bit. Of course, this fresh air is also relative to the closed environment of the system space. It is definitely incomparable to the air of Fagin Forest. The giant oak opened his eyes, and the splendid halls of the Ministry of Magic made it very uncomfortable, and the burning fireplace around it made it inexplicably angry. "This is not Fagin Forest. Where is this?" There was a hint of doubt in the voice of the giant oak. Its face full of bark folds moved, and it saw Munch, who was cautiously guarding the side. "Humanity." The voice of the giant oak was whispering like a terrifying giant. "It's your conspiracy again. Send me back to Fagin Forest. This place stinks." 35 The giant oak roared loudly. Its eyes flashed a green light, and the 2 arms wrapped around the branches were raised high and slammed into the security check in front of Munch. In just an instant, the poor security checkpoint turned into a mass of scum. "Damn it!" Munch cast an armor on himself, and the terrifying aftermath shook him out. He coughed twice and held up his wand, but he didn't dare to cast a spell on the giant oak. He was afraid to provoke the terrifying fellow. Now alone, Munch has no intention of dedicating his life to the Ministry of Magic, especially on a wonderful night like 1 Christmas Eve. At this time, the guards patrolling other floors also came to the hall because of the emergency alarm, and saw the giant rafters that were being destroyed everywhere. Everyone's expressions changed from anger to confusion, and from confusion to panic. "Merlins, notify the director and the minister. Go and contact the Aura office." Several guards on duty shouted, but no one dared to step forward. One of the guards dared to cast a fire-making spell on the giant oak, setting a small flame on the head of the giant rafter. "Fire!" 95 The giant rafter paused for a moment, and then the branches and leaves all over his body quivered. "Damn flames! Damn humans!" The giant oak let out a roar that shook the sky, and the 2 arms waved like whips. The decorations in the hall, the walls, and everything that the giant oak touched were turned into pieces in an instant. And the guard who cast the fire-making spell was also targeted by the giant oak. Seeing this behemoth rushing towards him, the guard was immediately frightened. Super armor protection. At the last critical moment, the guard only heard a voice coming from his ear, and then his eyes turned into a white patch, followed by a sharp pain, and the guard flew out and fell unconscious on the ground. The magician was performed by a wizard who looked like an old lion, Rufus Scrimgeour, head of the Aura office. Scrimgeour served in the Ministry of Magic as an Aura when he was young, and spent most of his time battling dark wizards, and after countless battles, big and small, became the head of the Aura's office. During the Second Wizarding War, Scrimgeour also succeeded Fudge as Minister of Magic. However, this super-strong armor body obviously did not achieve the effect Scrimgeour expected. Seeing the guards on duty being knocked into the air, Scrimgeour's face became ugly. "Who can tell me what the hell is going on?" Scrimgeour looked at the other guards. Munch rushed behind him in a panic and briefly explained, "A hobbit friend. A Christmas tree." Scrimgeour looked at the crazy giant oak, and an absurd delusion rose in his mind. But it was clear that someone was provoking them to the Ministry of Magic. Above the Ministry of Magic is Whitehall in central London. Once the giant oak rushes out, the impact will be immeasurable. Scrimgeour held the wand in his handshake, and suddenly found a little feeling of blood boiling in his youth. He wandered around the giant rafters and tentatively cast a few spells. The skin of the giant oak is that kind of rough bark, but it is very hard, and there is a light green light flowing, which can resist most spells, and Scrimgeour and the guards on duty do not dare to get too close, can only allow the giant oak to frantically destroy in the halls of the Ministry of Magic. All they could do was try to keep the giant rafters from leaving the halls of the Ministry of Magic. Fortunately, as more and more aurors rushed over, the mad giant oak was finally completely restrained by many wizards, and in the end, he could only stand there and be beaten, roaring incompetently and furiously. Just as Scrimgeour led the aurors to the stalemate with the giant oak, more and more magicians rushed to the Ministry of Magic, and Fudge, then the Minister of Magic, also came here. He was at home enjoying Christmas Eve with his family when he suddenly received urgent news that someone had broken into the Ministry of Magic, and Fudge was of course very unhappy that this had happened during his tenure. But when he saw the crazy oak, Fudge, who had planned to teach the intruder a lesson, was suddenly stunned. What is this? Fudge usually likes to read books, but after thinking about it several times, he couldn't match the magical animals in his mind with the giant oak. Looks like a giant husk to me. Umbridge whispered to the side. This old woman who likes to wear pink frilly skirts is Fudge's confidant, the deputy minister of the Ministry of Magic. Fudge glanced at Umbridge and nodded in satisfaction, agreeing with her statement. Speaking of which, this thing really looks like a casserole that has been magnified countless times. Send someone for Dumbledore and Newt Scamander, and they're better at this kind of stuff. Oh, God. Before Fudge finished speaking, he exclaimed. It turned out that Scrimgeour didn't pay attention and was slapped away by the giant oak. Fortunately, Scrimgeour had several layers of protective spells on his body, but even so, he spat out a mouthful of blood. I said long ago that these damn magical creatures should be regulated, and now even the cauldron has become so terrifying. I'd like to see what the guys from the International Federation of Wizards think of me this time before. Proposal. Fudge muttered angrily, and Umbridge, who was beside him, took a pen to write down the incident. If Minister Fudge forgot, she would dutifully remind him. What are you looking at? Go and help. Fudge commanded those later Ministry of Magic staff, although they were not aurors, but they were many and powerful, and it was always helpful. The giant rafter was destroyed in the Ministry of Magic. In the end, it was invincible with 2 fists and 4 hands, and was knocked unconscious by a group of aurors, but it also completed its mission. The floor of the hall of the Ministry of Magic could not be found intact. All the surrounding fireplaces were smashed to pieces, and even the sculpture of the Magic Brothers in the center of the square was smashed into a whole piece of gold cake. Looking at the hall of the Ministry of Magic that had been turned into ruins, Fudge had a gloomy face and found Munch on duty to start questioning. An old man with gray hair and a long beard. Everyone present had no impression of the person described by Munch, and finally, under the guidance of Munch, everyone came to the Magic Brother sculpture. An auror cast a healing spell, and the sculpture returned to its original shape, but the line of writing on it could not be erased by magic. Merry Christmas to the Ministry of Magic in London. Sauron of the White Council. These characters and pens seemed to possess a special kind of magic power, literally emitting light, resisting the power of the repairing spell. The wizard who left this line of words is very powerful. The auror who cast the restoration charm said in a low voice. Fudge's face was even more ugly. He subconsciously wanted to get the magic wand around his waist, but after thinking about it, he decided not to be ashamed. Seeing this, Amelia Bournes, director of the Legal Enforcement Department, took out her wand and waved it at the sculpture. After a crackling sound, the writing disappeared, Everyone just breathed a sigh of relief when they saw a flash of red light on the sculpture. The handwriting reappeared. Fudge was very glad that the handwriting had not acted rashly just now. He pondered for a while, looked at the silent man of the Department of Mysteries beside him, and asked, "What kind of organization is this Holy White Council?" The other party shook his head, expressing that he did not know. Fudge's brows were already twisted together, and he looked at Munch again and asked, "You just said that Saruman who claims to be a friend of the Hobbit." "Right, 95, yes. He originally said he was here to pick up a friend, the guy who broke into Azkaban." After getting Munch's answer, everyone present was very worried. This so-called Holy White Council is very mysterious, and they have never heard of it. The other party had already shown an unfriendly attitude when they first came to the Ministry of Magic, which had to make them think more. "Close up this giant tree protection pot first. Let the magical zoologist study it, and when Dumbledore arrives, let him go to the minister's office to see me. As for the rest." Fudge glanced at the crowd and said to Umbridge, "Anything about tonight's incident is not allowed to leak, neither the Daily Prophet nor the Wizarding Weekly, and I don't want them reporting this." "Of course, Mr. Minister." Umbridge nodded, Fudge sighed and turned to the office. "Christmas does not make people restless and tired." "That. Deputy Minister, what about this?" A wizard in the logistics department pointed to the writing on the statue and looked at Umbridge. Umbridge tilted his head to look, snapped his fingers, and said, "When Dumbledore comes, let him solve this first, and then let him go to the minister's office. Now, everyone act. I want you to restore the hall to its original state within 10 minutes. As soon as Umbridge finished speaking, she saw several people appear at the entrance of the hall. One of them was a woman she knew very well, and it was Rita Skeeter, a reporter from the Daily Prophet. "Oh, look, the Ministry of Magic has really been attacked." Seeing the appearance of the Ministry of Magic hall at this time, Rita showed an exaggerated expression. She quickly raised the camera in her hand and pressed the shutter on the ruined Ministry of Magic hall. The staff behind her also took action. Many people slapped the giant oak that had collapsed on the ground, and one of them saw the writing on the Magic Brothers sculpture and ran over to take a few close-ups. "Stop! Who allowed you to take pictures here?" Umbridge rushed up immediately, spreading his arms to block the camera. Rita took this scene unhurriedly, and then a notebook and a quill flew out of her bag, and along with Rita's words, she recorded it. "When we arrived at the Ministry of Magic, it was already in ruins, and the person who started all this was well, let's call it a tree man. The most dazzling Brotherhood of Magic fountain in the hall of the Ministry of Magic was also damaged. On the sculpture made of pure gold, there was left the behind-the-scenes instigator of the attack, a man named Saru from the 563 organization of the Holy White Council. Man sorcerer. 5. Saruman. I seem to have read this name in a biography. He seems to be one of the most evil dark wizards of this century, according to the grapevine, he and many. Just when Rita was talking nonsense, Umbridge rushed in front of her and shouted angrily, "Give me the photo, otherwise I'll be charged with trespassing at the Ministry of Magic." Rita smiled indifferently, and the quill continued to record. While journalists were seeking the truth, they were threatened by then-Deputy Minister for Magic, Ms. Dolores Umbridge, raising doubts about her connection to the man behind this incident. 35. What is the purpose of the Ministry of Magic trying to hide the truth? Minister Fudge. As it was being recorded, Dumbledore's figure appeared in the hall. His face was a little heavy, and he obviously got some news. When Rita saw Dumbledore, her eyes lit up. She abandoned Umbridge and walked towards Dumbledore. "Headmaster Dumbledore, didn't expect you to come to the Ministry of Magic too for this attack. Do you know this wizard named Saruman? Someone broke the news that you have an extraordinary relationship with Gandalf, who created the area of light magic. Is this true? Do you also think he was a wizard from 1,000 years ago, or is he actually?" At this time, Ardell had returned to the hotel in Geneva. Before leaving London, he went to the building of the Daily Prophet. He believed that the Ministry of Magic in London should have been messed up. Ent's words, although not recorded on the parchment, But Gulu has lived in the Misty Mountains for 500 years, and the Fagin Forest is near the Misty Mountains. He must be familiar with Ent. When he sees the giant rafters, he will maybe some memory can be recovered. Wouldn't Dumbledore be shocked by then? Ardle chuckled softly. He only hoped that the well-informed Dumbledore would not be frightened by Gollum's memory. Ministry of Magic, London. After Dumbledore finally got rid of the female reporter named Rita, surrounded by everyone, he came to the Magic Brothers sculpture. Professor Dumbledore, that's it. That's what the man left behind. Amelia pointed to the writing on the sculpture and said, her expression was a little embarrassed. After all, she tried to remove the magic mark before but failed. This, after Dumbledore saw the magical writing left by Ardle, his pupils shrank suddenly, and a hint of surprise flashed across his peaceful face. Excellent transfiguration. Dumbledore sighed sincerely. That's right, the magic of Ardle's writing on the sculpture is a kind of transfiguration, unless someone can surpass him in transfiguration, or even if the magic is stronger than him, it is impossible to erase this magic, unless this pure gold magic sculpture is completely destroyed. Amelia, I'm sorry, but there's nothing I can do either. 35 Dumbledore stepped forward to observe for a while, then looked back at Amelia, shook his head and smiled bitterly. This Saruman has surpassed me in transfiguration. This spell is very complicated if you want to crack it. I can't do it alone, Dumbledore said, and the wand in his hand waved in front of the sculpture. Accompanied by a crackling sound, a wisp of black smoke emerged, and the self on the sculpture was bluntly erased, but it quickly resurfaced. You saw it too. Dumbledore shrugged his shoulders, indicating that there was nothing he could do. Everyone was silent. Only Rita was writing for the headlines of the Daily Prophet tomorrow. Dumbledore, who is known as the Great White Wizard of this century, admitted that his transfiguration is far inferior to the mysterious wizard Saruman, which makes us have to doubt the authenticity of this matter. You must know that Dumbledore was a professor of transfiguration at Hogwarts before he became the headmaster of Hogwarts. Whether there is anyone in this world who can compare with him in transfiguration is still open to debate, so the reporter has reason. I suspect that there may be another secret relationship between Dumbledore and the mysterious Saruman. According to people familiar with the matter, Dumbledore may also secretly participated in the mysterious organization of the Holy White Council. In this Christmas Eve incident, Dumbledore may be a direct participant. Rita learned to be smart this time, and didn't read her thoughts directly, and Dumbledore naturally didn't notice what she was writing. After confirming that he could not erase this line of writing, Dumbledore stopped spending time and walked to the unconscious giant oak. A look of sadness flashed across his face. Another amazing animal he had never heard of. Last time it was a troll that was very similar to a troll, but completely different, and this time it was something that looked like a giant tree protector. I don't know what kind of creature this is. Keep it locked up and wait for the people from the Department of Management and Control of Magical Creatures and the scholars of magical zoology to identify it. Dumbledore looked at the comatose giant rafter. He could sense an unusual force from this huge body. And now, there are still some areas in the hall of the Ministry of Magic that have not been repaired, and it can be seen from the degree of damage. How strong is the combat power of things? For the sake of safety, Dumbledore cast a sleeping charm on the giant oak, and then let others take the giant oak to the exclusive prison of the Department of Mysteries on the 9th floor. Umbridge came to Dumbledore and said arrogantly, "Headmaster Dumbledore, Minister Fudge wants to see you. He is waiting for you in the office Tilda. It just so happens that I have something to do to find him." Dumbledore glanced at her, got up and went to the office of the Minister of Magic. Fudge's office was on the 1st floor, and next to it were the office of the Minister's Advisor, the office of the Senior Deputy Minister, and the office of the Assistant Minister, etc. Fudge was drinking tea there when Dumbledore came to the minister's office. "Oh, Dumbledore, you are finally here." Fudge breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Dumbledore. "Come and sit down." Fudge graciously invited Dumbledore to sit down and poured him a cup of hot tea. "How's it going?" I mean, what do you think about tonight's? To be honest, Fudge, I have no clue. Dumbledore shook his head. He was a little confused now, and for the first time he had a feeling of being old. I have never heard of the organization of the Holy White Council, and Saruman, he is a very powerful wizard, but I have no impression. Dumbledore looked at Fudge and asked, that Saruman, did he really say he was a friend of the Hobbit? Like, that's what the guard on duty said. Fudge nodded. He looked out cautiously and lowered his voice. Could it have something to do with that thing? 39 Dumbledore took a deep look at Fudge. He knew that Fudge was talking about the Lord of the Rings, and that day he met Gollum under Fudge's supervision, because Fudge didn't believe him. So Fudge also learned clues about the Lord of the Rings. Dumbledore knew Fudge very well. This weak minister of magic was actually full of desire for money, power, and status, and the Lord of the Rings, for Fudge, was undoubtedly full of allure. I think so. Dumbledore nodded and he took a deep breath. The other party came for the Hobbit. As for why he didn't take him away, maybe he couldn't find the dungeon of the Ministry of Magic, or maybe there were some other considerations, but he must know, or even know the Hobbit. Bitmans. It is even possible that the entire organization of the Holy White Council exists for that ring, and it is hard to imagine how long this organization has existed, and how many means it has. Dumbledore was silent for a while, his voice getting deeper and deeper. I even suspect that the previous troll and the big spider in the Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts were all created by them. A look of fear flashed across Fudge's face, and his hand holding the teacup trembled. Then what do you think we should do? The other party only brought one magical creature this time. It can be used as a test or a warning. If the Hobbit is not handed over, maybe the next time. Dumbledore did not explain, but Fudge already understood what he meant. Hand over that Hobbit. Fudge fell silent, he thought for a while, and a ruthless expression appeared on his face. Gollum was the only clue he had access to the One Ring, and there was no way Fudge could hand him over. I don't believe that Saruman dares to attack the Ministry of Magic. This time he can cause so much damage. It is entirely because there are not many people in the Ministry of Magic on Christmas Eve. Next time he dares to come, I will definitely take him personally. Send it to Azkaban. Fudge was hard-hearted, but Dumbledore saw his guilty conscience. Since you've made a choice, I won't say much more. Let me meet the Hobbit, I think. He may know what that magical creature is, and maybe he will know something about the Saint White Council thing. I will go with you. Fudge thought about it for a while, but was still worried about letting Dumbledore go alone. In his heart, Dumbledore was also a person who coveted the Lord of the Rings. The two left the minister's office and took the elevator to the Department of Mysteries on the 9th floor. Under the leadership of Fudge, they came to a secret confinement room. There were 2 aurors at the door of the confinement room. They looked like they were in their 30s or 40s. They were the elite of the aurors, and they were used to guard Gollum. Even if such a big thing happened at the Ministry of Magic just now, they did not leave. Minister. When the 2 aurors saw Fudge, they respectfully greeted him. Well, open the door. Yes. One of the aurors waved his wand, and a mysterious pattern appeared on the door of the confinement room. With a click, the closed iron door opened automatically. Fudge walked in first, with Dumbledore following behind him. The confinement room was very dark, and there was almost no light. Fudge directly used the lighting spell, and the soft white light dispelled the darkness. Only then did the 2 see that Gollum was curled up in the corner, looking at the 2 of them with fear. Guru, don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Dumbledore raised his hands flatly, indicating that he was not threatening, and looked at Gollum kindly. Gulu's yellow-green eyes stared at him tightly. The expression on his face seemed to ease a little, but his tone was still a little gloomy. Do not come. You have taken my baby. I have nothing left. Gulu was talking, playing with his few locks of hair with both hands. His body suddenly trembled, and he shouted frantically, "The thief! Baggins, the thief! We hate him forever, forever! Take it easy, Gollum." "Well, no one's going to hurt you. Take it easy." Dumbledore tried to appease Gollum. With a wave of his right hand, he cast a magic spell without a cane that could calm people down. Gollum's voice became quieter, and the expression on his face became much calmer. Gulu, I want to ask you if you know Shengbei Lai Wangao will meet. 99 Holy White Council. Gulu muttered in a low voice. He turned around in the corner a few times. His big eyes flashed blankly, and then he stopped abruptly. Yes, yes, you are talking about the Council of the Wise. It is an organization established by the wise among elves and wizards to guide people against the shadows. The Holy White Council was established in 2463 of the Third Age, and its dissolution was in 2953 of the Third Age. And Guru was born in 2430 of the Third Age, so it can be said that it was just in time, so he was very familiar with the Holy White Council. The White Council. No, don't let them know. They'll take my baby. My baby. Gulu muttered a few words, and his thoughts were confused again. Dumbledore frowned, took out his wand and tapped it. Gollum's mood eased again, and then Dumbledore waved his wand again, using transfiguration to form a small giant oak in front of him, and asked, Guru, do you know what this is? Gulu waited for his eyes to look over, was startled suddenly, ran to the corner and shrank. It's an Ent. He's an Ent. How dare you catch an Ent? They won't let you go, they won't let you go. 35 Gollum screamed, and Dumbledore took advantage of this opportunity to cast Dimension on Gollum. No way, he needs to know more information. After a long time, Dumbledore opened his eyes, glanced at the drowning Gollum, and cast a spell to make him fall asleep. How about it? Fudge on the side quickly asked. Dumbledore was silent for a while, then spit out 3 words, hard to say. Dumbledore really didn't know what to say. He even felt that Gollum's memory had been irreversibly damaged because of the Cruciatus curse many times, and it had been confused with some of his own fantasies. How else to explain what he saw? Why is there a place in the world called the Misty Mountains? Next to the Misty Mountain, there is an ancient primitive jungle called Fagin Forest, where lived an ancient race called Ent. What dwarves, elves, hobbits? The Dark Lord Sauron, who is trying to rule the world. Is this real? Dumbledore was also confused and even felt a little panic. Although Gollum's memory was only a few fragments, it was so real and so terrifying. Just like Dumbledore never really understood the world. Is there another mysterious world beyond the wizarding world? It seems that wizards have hidden the fact that wizards exist from muggles through various means, so is there a possibility? They wizards are also muggles to the existence of the so-called Holy White Council, hobbits, elf dwarves, etc. exist. They also hide the proof of their existence through some means. To be honest, Dumbledore really panicked at this moment. It's hard to say, what does this mean? Fudge's face was ugly. He took it for granted that Dumbledore had obtained some important information, but was unwilling to share it with him. Any clues about that ring? Fudge asked reluctantly. Dumbledore glanced at him, nodded, and replied, The Lord of the Rings. It was created by a terrifying dark wizard known as the Dark Lord Sauron. It is said that this ring has the power to control the world, but the 563 fingers of that ring were taken by a hobbit named Baggins. It was stolen, and Gollum doesn't know where it is now. That's it. Fudge looked at Dumbledore suspiciously. Except for the name of Sauron, he already knew the other news. After all, Gollum would call Baggins dozens of times a day that Baggins was a thief, and anyone who stole his treasure could figure it out. That's all. 35 Dumbledore nodded, feeling that there was no need for Fudge to know the other news. Otherwise, it won't necessarily cause any trouble. As for whether Fudge would find other Legilimency masters, Dumbledore was not worried at all about it. Gollum's mood was very unstable, and the memory fragments were very complicated. Ordinary Legilimency people couldn't check his memory at all. He, Snape, and a few others were the only ones who could do this, and Fudge didn't have the ability to invite others over. Especially the news about the Lord of the Rings, Fudge will not let more people know. Otherwise, once the news leaks out, the entire wizarding world will be shaken. It now seems that the goal of the Holy White Council is also the Supreme Lord of the Rings. How to deal with this hobbit depends on your choice, not enough. My suggestion is, talk to them. 5. Dumbledore suggested to Fudge that he would actually like to meet this Saruman. Dumbledore had little interest in the Lord of the Rings, but he was interested in his own speculation and what happened at Hogwarts. These bizarre things were buried in his heart like a nail, making him a little restless. "I will think about it," Fudge responded, glancing at Gollum, who had fallen asleep, and leaving the cell with Dumbledore. The next day, December 25, Christmas. In a dentist's office in Manchester, Hermione opened her eyes Jeb from her deep sleep. She stretched comfortably, nestled in the warm blanket, and inexplicably thought of Ardell. "It's Christmas today, and I don't know how Ardell is in Switzerland." Hermione grumbled, opened the small gift box beside the pillow, and took out the moon oak leaf from it. The leaf turned into an earring in Hermione's hand, and Hermione hung it lightly on her ear, suddenly feeling a lot more lucid. "Merry Christmas, Ardell." 99, Hermione whispered something, got up and changed into pajamas. Just when she was about to leave the bedroom, there was a rustling sound from the window. "It's an owl." Hermione's eyes lit up and she ran over quickly. A brown owl landed on her windowsill with a letter in its mouth and a small package in its claws. "It must be Ardell." Thinking like this, Hermione opened the window, and the owl flew in, put something on her desk, and looked at Hermione with her head tilted. Hermione couldn't wait to open the envelope, which contained several postcards, some photos, and a note that said "Merry Christmas." Hermione recognized it as Ardell's note and jumped for joy. "Cuckoo!" The owl hooted, and it flew from Switzerland to Manchester without even eating meat on the way. "Oh, I forgot about you." Hermione only reacted when she heard the call of the owl. In order to thank this little messenger, Hermione secretly went to the kitchen and cut a piece of raw beef. Watching the owl feast on the side, Hermione checked what Ardell had sent her. Not to mention a few postcards, all of them are famous tourist attractions in Switzerland. Looking at the snowy mountains and lakes above them like a fairy tale kingdom, Hermione pouted and snorted softly. After carefully putting away the postcards, Hermione took out the photos. The photos were all taken by Sophia for Ardell. There were solo photos and group photos. Ardell came from later generations after all. The style of the photos was fashionable and avant-garde, and it felt like a blockbuster. Hermione was eye-opening. "These pictures are so beautiful." Hermione grumbled, turning the pictures over and seeing Ardell's words behind each picture. "You should be a dream, I should be a gust of wind." Hermione didn't quite understand what this sentence meant, but she felt inexplicably happy. "Distance brings two hearts closer together. I have seen the snow-capped mountains in Switzerland, but they are not as pure as your eyes." What is this Ardell is? Really?" Hermione read every sentence behind the photo, blushed suddenly, tilted her head and looked outside, carefully hiding the photo. "When I see you, I must teach you a good lesson." Hermione waved her hand as if Ardell was right in front of her, and then she took a deep breath and opened the small package that the owl had brought. There are some special Swiss sweets and trinkets in it. In addition to that, there is a beautiful gift box. After Hermione opened it, she found a delicate women's pocket watch, pure gold. Ardell has a pure gold pocket watch which he always likes to put in the left pocket of his vest, with the bracelet hanging on the button. Ardell said that is the habit of the Shelby family. Now Ardell gave her a pocket watch. Hermione couldn't help thinking too much. She opened her pocket watch and laughed out loud. There was a picture of Ardell on the pocket watch. She was wearing a suit and a newsboy cap. She looked very serious and handsome. Really annoying. Hermione grumbled, looked again, and put the watch away. "It's just that this gift is too expensive. I must give it back to him next time I see him." Speaking of what Ardell's family does, the pure gold pocket watch was given to me like this. Hermione's face became more and more red, and at the same time as she felt uneasy, a different kind of emotion also spread. "Merry Christmas, my darling, out for breakfast." Mrs. Granger's voice came from outside. Hermione was startled and hurriedly packed her things, opened the window and let the owl out, and then shouted, "Here I am. Merry Christmas, Mom and Dad." 35 Meanwhile, at Hogwarts, the Gryffindor quarters. Excited Harry and Ron are unwrapping their Christmas presents. Harry's uncle and aunt gave him a 5 coin as a Christmas present, which was asked by Ron, who had never seen Muggle money. Seeing Ron's ecstatic face, Harry didn't think this Christmas present was that bad. In addition to the coins, Harry also received a handmade flute by Hagrid and a large dark fuchsia sweater knitted for him by Ron's mother, said to be a special Weasley family. Here's a big box of chocolate frogs from Hermione. Ron opened the chocolate frog and muttered, "We seem to have sent her a box of candy too. Let me see this. Oh, this is so pretty." Ron opened the gift from Ardell, which were also several postcards from Switzerland, as well as various sweets unique to Switzerland. "Is this Muggle candy? It looks delicious. Is this candy called Swiss?" Ron opened a fondant and looked at Harry, who was holding a liquid-like silver-gray cloak. "Oh, God!" Ron stood up abruptly from the ground, pointed to the cloak in Harry's hand, and screamed, "I've heard of this thing. It's an invisibility cloak." Ron lowered his voice with a hint of awe on his face. "This is definitely a very rare, very precious invisibility cloak. Don't believe you put it on and try it." Soon, the screams of the two were heard in the room, and Harry took off the invisibility cloak and saw a note falling out of it. "Your father left this thing for me before he died, and it should be returned to you now. I hope you use it well. I sincerely wish you a Merry Christmas." The note was unsigned. Harry and Ron researched for a while and couldn't figure it out. They had a bit of a fight, and the Weasley twins and their various Percys came. "Look, Harry got a Weasley sweater too." 39, George said with a smile. They looked at Percy and laughed yin and yang. "Percy, why don't you wear a sweater? P means prefect, you should wear it." George knew that his prefect brother was a fan of officials, and he had been reading a boring and terrifying book called How Prefects Gained Power. After playing for a while, a few people left the dormitory to attend the Christmas banquet. Hogwarts was very kind to the students who stayed at the school. The banquet was very lively. The long table was full of food, roasted turkeys and potatoes, as well as roasts, steaks and small sausages. Harry and Ron had a happy meal, and the seniors went to the dance after eating a little something. In short, the whole Hogwarts was enveloped in an atmosphere of happiness and joy. On the other side, Ardell and the Shelby family enjoyed a perfect Christmas family dinner, after which his two uncles and aunts went to a celebrity party hosted by one of the city's business tycoons. Ardell didn't know what business the Shelby family had with these Swiss business tycoons, but looking at Michael and Jimmy, they obviously knew some Swiss friends, so Ardell didn't care. And just like that, after an afternoon in Geneva, Ardell returned to the hotel. Seeing that it was getting dark outside, Ardell told Sophia not to disturb him, then closed the door tightly and took out the Issel spar. Tonight, Ardell plans to infiltrate Hogwarts. He had a play to watch and a play to do, which Ardell had been looking forward to for a long time. It's 10 o'clock in the evening. The picture inside the Issel spar flashed, and when he saw Harry and Ron returning to the dormitory to go to sleep, Ardell's mouth curled into a smile. The next moment, his figure completely disappeared from the hotel room. Hogsmeade. This is a pure wizarding village near Hogwarts. Ardell transformed into Sauron and appeared in Hogwarts Square. Although there was a blizzard outside, Hogsmeade had a very strong Christmas atmosphere. Wizards were everywhere, and some people saw Ardell and politely said hello. Although they didn't know the old man on such a happy day, no one would be stingy with their kindness. Ardell smiled back at those who greeted him. Ardell glanced at it. The Three Broomsticks bar and the Pig's Head bar on the corner were the most lively. The noisy voice came from afar. Ardell leaned on a scepter and walked step by step towards the Honey Duke candy store. No one noticed that Ardell's figure suddenly disappeared under the snowstorm, leaving only a series of footprints drifting away. There are not many customers in the candy store. During the day, it is crowded with customers, and it is difficult to move. But at night, there are only some children running around the store. There was upbeat music in the store. A child was chewing Bubble Super Bubble gum, making the room full of bluebell-colored bubbles. Ardell walked into the store while the children were going in and out and went straight to the store. Came outside the cellar. The shopkeepers, Mr. and Mrs. Froom, were chatting happily with the children, and unaware that someone had entered, Ardell gently opened the cellar door, followed the ladder to the bottom, and found it among a pile of crates and wooden boxes. Blocked the trapdoor to Hogwarts. Not bad. Seeing that it was exactly the same as what he had imagined, Ardal smiled silently, opened the trapdoor, and revealed a 200-step stone staircase leading directly to the ground. After passing through the stone stairs, there was a winding, tortuous dirt passage. Ardal went around for 10 minutes, and then encountered an upward stone staircase. After passing through this stone staircase, Ardal finally came to Hogwarts. The exit is the hunchbacked one-eyed witch statue on the 3rd floor of Hogwarts. Ardal took out the Marauder's map that he had obtained from the Weasleys and opened it with a spell, and found that Harry's name was moving towards the 7th floor. Is it out yet? There's still time. Ardal put away the Marauder's map, went directly to the Forbidden Book area on the 5th floor, put the parchment in a forbidden book, and waited quietly. After about 10 minutes, footsteps came from the entrance of the forbidden area. Ardal looked in the direction of the sound and found an oil lamp floating in the air, slowly moving inward. Soon, Harry appeared in front of Ardal. Perhaps it was inconvenient to read a book while wearing a cloak and holding an oil lamp. Harry took off the cloak and rummaged in the forbidden books area. Ardal raised his right hand and waved lightly, and the forbidden book containing the parchment suddenly trembled. Harry, who was not far away, was startled and turned around sharply, holding the oil lamp. Seeing Harry's terrified face, Ardal twitched the corners of his mouth, and he gently stretched out his hand, leaving a magic mark on Harry's body. Having been caught on both night tours, Harry can be said to be frightened now, and he knows that if he gets caught again, it will be miserable. Looks like there's something. Harry looked around and saw no one. He was relieved, a little bolder, and walked over slowly. Holding the oil lamp and looking around, I still found the book with the parchment on it. This is. Harry opened the book, pulled out the parchment, and just glanced at it when he heard a terrifying roar from the book, and a ghost-like thing wanted to rush out of the book, frightened. He directly smashed the oil lamp, and the entire forbidden area fell into darkness again. Who's over there? Filch, who was in charge of the patrol, happened to reach the 5th floor, and when he heard the sound, he rushed over quickly. Before Harry had time to think about it, he slammed the book shut, grabbed the parchment, and put on the invisibility cloak. Ardal could clearly perceive Harry's position through the magic marker. When Filch was checking the forbidden area, Harry quietly left here and Ardal followed behind Harry. As soon as the two of them went upstairs, they heard Snape's indifferent voice coming from the darkness of the corner. "You don't think of me as your enemy, Quirrell. You. Why? Are you looking for me?" Professor Quirrell's voice was intermittent with a trace of grievance, a trace of fear, like an airbag. "You know very well that you should." Snape said this, suddenly stopped his voice and looked at his side as if aware of it. Harry had just come to that position. "It's here. It's finally here." Ardal quietly walked behind Harry, ready to help Snape at a critical moment. Snape looked at the empty corridor suspiciously, and his intuition told him that something was here, especially when he thought of all the weird things that happened in Hogwarts some time ago. Snape was even more sensitive. He believed himself intuition is correct. He slowly stretched out his hand forward, his fingers spread out, slowly but extremely firm. Quirrell on the side looked at Snape dumbfounded, and his inner drama was very rich. He knew what Snape was looking for. This guy must have found his legs and was going to beat him up. But what did that mean now? What are you playing with yourself? I'll just quietly watch what Snape is doing. At the moment, Harry was covering his mouth in horror, slowly and carefully stepping back. He didn't expect that Snape's vigilance was so high that he could vaguely perceive himself wearing the invisibility cloak. But just when Harry thought he could escape, for some reason, an inexplicable force suddenly came from behind him. Is there no wall behind it? Without waiting for Harry to think, Harry took a staggered step forward under that power. Snape jolted violently and he felt himself grabbing something. "For flowers, bring it to you." Under Ardal's inner voice, Snape jerked his hand back. The invisibility cloak was ripped off by Snape. Harry, with the parchment in his hand, appeared in front of Snape and Quirrell. Oh, it's Harry. Seeing the figure that suddenly appeared in front of him, Quirrell was so frightened that he subconsciously wanted to swear, but thinking of his identity and Snape still by his side, he could only hold back abruptly. Snape was also at a loss now. He didn't expect that with such a simple grab, he caught a Harry Potter. Is this guy just standing there waiting for him to rip off his invisibility cloak? It really sounds like. Fantastic. There was a sneer at the corner of Snape's mouth, but thinking that there was a guy like Quirrell standing in the way, Snape withdrew his smile, turned his head and looked at Quirrell coldly. Professor Quirrell, it looks like our conversation is going to be delayed. We'll talk another day, when you've decided who you want to be loyal to. This. Okay. Quirrell stared at the invisibility cloak in Snape's hand and replied somewhat unwillingly. If he had this thing, he could easily steal the Philosopher's Stone and complete the task given to him by Voldemort, but Quirrell didn't have the courage to face Snape. He knew that he would not be Snape's opponent. Snape followed Quirrell's gaze and glanced at the invisibility cloak in his hand. A look of disgust flashed in his eyes. This was James Potter's thing. He originally thought it had been lost, but he didn't expect it to arrive. Harry's hand. It must have been given to him by Dumbledore. Well, then I'll go first. Quirrell turned his head and left. Snape looked at Harry, who was still in a daze, and sneered. Harry Potter, this is the 3rd time you've been caught on a night tour. You're so persevering. How stupid. He raised the invisibility cloak in his hand and continued. Your father relied on this thing, and Yayu was never caught, but it's a pity that you didn't inherit his intelligence. Harry took a deep breath and calmed his excitement. He ignored Snape's cynicism and looked back at the empty corridor. Harry didn't understand. It seemed that someone really pushed him from behind. If I knew this earlier, I should have just run straight away. Anyway, he was wearing an invisibility cloak. Even if Snape noticed someone, he couldn't know it was him. Well, now I was directly caught by Snape, and I still don't know how to punish myself. Just when Harry was secretly annoyed and wanted to slap himself twice, Snape continued. Now go to the office with me. I think we should have a good chat. With Snape's hands behind his back, Tsundere turned around and walked towards the basement. Harry pursed his lips and followed with a hopeless expression. Professor Snape, look at me in the forbidden area. Oh, have you caught this little guy? Filch came up with a broken oil lamp and smiled maliciously when he saw Harry following behind Snape. Harry Potter, it's you again. I'll see if you dare to run around in the future. Harry looked up at him and said nothing. Filch snorted twice, happily hugged his cat and went to inspect other floors up the mountain. Watching Harry and Snape leave, Ardell left the Hogwarts castle in a good mood and came outside the Forbidden Forest. There were originally 2 aurors from the Ministry of Magic outside the Forbidden Forest, who were responsible for guarding Shelob in the Forbidden Forest, but today was Christmas, and they believed in Dumbledore's magic enchantment, so they were lazy and went to the Pig's Head bar for a drink. This has also led to the fact that there is no one outside the Forbidden Forest. Ardell had observed through the Issel spar before, and Dumbledore was not at Hogwarts now, but was visiting his old friend in Nurmengard, which was understandable. After all, it was Christmas. Sorry, Principal, for interrupting your happy hour. 35 Ardell stopped outside the magic barrier in the Forbidden Forest. He closed his eyes and felt the magic barrier composed of majestic mana in front of him. He slowly raised his hand and tapped the scepter in his hand. This is his first encounter with Dumbledore. Magic enchantment, in simple terms, is a large-scale magic that mixes metamorphosis, protection magic, and contract magic. After Ardell obtained the Ring of Air, his talents and accomplishments in polymorphism and protection magic have reached the top level in the world. Only the foundation of contract magic is less. 563, but with the huge magic power provided by the Ring of Air for Ardell, it is enough to break Dumbledore's magical barrier. Ardell's magic power poured out along the scepter and spread to Dumbledore's magic enchantment. Soon, Ardell analyzed the core of Dumbledore's magic, and then completely destroyed it through the law of transfiguration. Bang! The sound of broken glass spread far, and Ardell opened his eyes. This magical barrier outside the Forbidden Forest was completely destroyed by him. The moment Ardell destroyed the barrier, Dumbledore, who was far away in Nurmengard, shuddered violently, and his originally peaceful and warm gaze became sharp. Glancing at the old friend across the table, Dumbledore smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, something urgent happened and I'm leaving. I'm already very happy today. It's rare that you still remember me, an old guy. Go do your thing. Grindelwald smiled gracefully and put down the cutlery in his hand. Dumbledore didn't say anything, just nodded, then stood up, walked out of the room, looked back at Grindelwald, and cast an apparition to leave Nurmengard. Grindelwald walked out of the room, looked at the stars in the sky, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Big change. The big change I've been waiting for is coming soon. Deep in the Forbidden Forest, Ardal walked slowly like an old man, leaving a trail of footprints of varying shades on the smooth snow. It seems that since being attacked by Aurors, Shiluo has completely stopped. Looking at the sparse spider webs around, Ardal sighed silently. The power he can use is still too little, and there are too many people in the wizarding world. If nothing else, the power of a London Ministry of Magic is enough for Ardal. When I gather the 9 ring spirits, the giant dragon, the flame demon, and the 5,000-strong orcs. Ardal muttered and came to Shiloh's lair. After waiting for a while, Ardal spoke slowly, and the old voice spread throughout the depths of the Forbidden Forest. Shelob, an old friend, is here. Why don't you come and meet? Before long, a rustling sound came from the entrance of the underground lair, and then Shiloh's huge body appeared in front of Ardal. You are Saruman. How did you know I was here? 99 Shiluo's 8 huge eyes looked at Ardal, and his tone was a little excited and a little suspicious. The spider's sense of smell is not very keen. The last time it was able to detect Dumbledore was by the side, because he encountered Shiluo's spider web when he moved. So although Shiluo sensed that the smell of Saruman in front of him was a little off, he didn't think much about it. After all, the last time he saw Saruman was many, many years ago, and his memory was blurred for so long. Saruman was the first group of Maya to come to Middle-earth, and he was the leader of the Maya. Naturally, Shiloh had heard of his name. In fact, the two had nothing to do with each other. After Lun, he personally went to Chili's Ungu and exchanged a few drops of blood and venom with a few elves and Shiloh. The purpose is naturally to carry out the strong orc experiment. I'm glad you still know me, Shelob. I'm a wise man after all, and I possess the spar of true knowledge. Omniscient. Ardal looked at Shelob. His legs were discounted by the Aurors, and he still hasn't recovered. He has also lost a few eyes, but he is in the recovery stage, but in general, his condition is not very good. Looks like you haven't had a good time lately. There are a lot of great mayors here. Shiluo was non-committal and turned to Ardal to talk about the situation of the Forbidden Forest, and then inquired about the information to Ardal. The last time I met a Maya, he said his name was Dumbledore and he was very powerful. Do you know him? I know him. He's a powerful human wizard, but he's not Maya. Maya is a demigod, an immortal, and although Dumbledore is one of the greatest wizards in the Harry Potter world, his level is indeed not enough. It's hard to imagine that there are such powerful humans. 39 Shiluo sighed, not knowing why, feeling a little uneasy after thinking about it, and asked again. Then, great wise man, Saruman the White Robe, why did you come to see me? Naturally, it's to understand some things, Shelob. I think you should also know that this world has become different, and this is not the stable Chili's Yugu. If you want to live well, you need a reliable partner. 35 Ardal's old voice was filled with magic. He smiled and said to Shiloh, Tell me, Shelob, how did you get here? Shiluo's spider legs trembled uncomfortably. It was silent for a while and replied, I don't know. I don't know what kind of great power that is. Sauron brought me a few orcs that day, although they were very hard to eat, but I was very hungry just when I was about to eat a big meal at that time. A great power that I could not describe descended upon Chili's Ungo, and when I reacted, I was already here. That power can break through Sauron's magic and bring me to this faraway place without my knowing it. I think that might be the power of Vira. In the world of the Lord of the Rings, Vala is a higher-level existence than Maya, and Ungoliant, the mother of Shiloh, the Dark Weaver, is the evil spirit corrupted by Melkor, one of the Vala. And Sauron, the big boss in the Lord of the Rings, was actually a servant of Melkor when he was Maya. Ardal didn't speak, he was still thinking. Shiluo was summoned by the system. According to its words, it could perceive that a powerful force had moved it here, but it obviously did not realize that this was another world. Then do you remember the exact date of that day? Date 35. Shi Luo's voice was a little surprised, and there was a dry laugh in its body. I only know that it is the third era. As for time, this kind of thing has no meaning to those of us who have endless lives. Ardal was at a loss for words, but he understood that there was nothing wrong with Shi Luo's words. An immortal creature, after going through long and endless years, doesn't care what year and month it is today. Let's wait until other intelligent creatures are summoned in the future. Giant Rafter, Golem, and Trolls are intelligent creatures, but Ardal doesn't want to go to them. Ent slept most of the time and lived in Fagin Forest, no matter the date. Gulu is already crazy. Even if he is not crazy, he is hiding in the misty mountains alone and living alone for 500 years. He must have no concept of time. As for the Trolls, not to mention that, I need to determine the timeline of the Lord of the Rings world so that I can better deal with the intelligent creatures that will be summoned in the future. After all, the Lord of the Rings is now in my hands. Without the Lord of the Rings, the Fellowship of the Ring would not be formed, and Gandalf would not have known that Saruman had betrayed them and would not even become a white robe. The follow-up Lord of the Rings war will not happen. What the system does is obviously to promote the fusion of the two real worlds, if the timeline that summons him for one is before this. The Lord of the Rings may even start in the world of Harry Potter. 35. Countless thoughts flashed through Ardal's mind. He raised his head, looked at Shi Luo, and said, "Since this is the case, then there is no problem. This place is very suitable for you. You can stay here with peace of mind. Remember not to provoke those human wizards. I will come back to you when you need it." Ardal said, raising his scepter. Rebirth from a broken limb. The healing magic was poured out, and Shi Luo's eyes suddenly burst into a black light, and it shook its spider legs excitedly, welcoming the baptism of magic. Magic from Saruman's experimental notes, reborn from a severed limb. Soon, under the magical power of Ardal, Shi Luo's broken leg grew back, and the blind eye quickly regained his sight. "Go away, old man." Shi Luo didn't speak, stared at Ardal's back for a few times, and then slowly retreated into the lair. Ardal left the depths of the Forbidden Forest, and when he reached the entrance of the Forbidden Forest, he stopped and turned his head to look at the empty snow on the right. "Headmaster Dumbledore, since you're here, let's chat." As soon as Ardal's voice fell, there was a drifting sigh from the snow. Dumbledore's figure slowly appeared and landed on the soft snow. He looked at Saruman, and there were waves under his eyes full of wisdom. Ardal, no, it should be said that Saruman's image is indeed in line with his title of wise man. Wearing a white robe, holding a scepter, with white hair and gray beard, his majestic and wise eyes are daunting. Dumbledore just glanced at it and completely treated Saruman as a wizard of the same level. What's more, as a master of legilimency, when facing Saruman, Dumbledore couldn't detect any thoughts or emotions. He could only feel the vast realm of the other party like a ship in the sky. Of course, this was the illusion that the Lord of the Rings gave him. Ardal couldn't let Dumbledore see a shadow of Ardal in him, so he took into account all aspects in terms of mental mood and temperament, and used the power of the Lord of the Rings. Saruman. Ardal turned slowly, facing Dumbledore. "Albus Dumbledore." 99. Dumbledore responded formally. In fact, he had come a long time ago. After Ardal destroyed the barrier, Dumbledore came to the outside of the Forbidden Forest through apparition. Ardal was sensing Dumbledore's position before calling Shi Luo out. After discovering that he was in the Forbidden Forest, Ardal called Shi Luo out. The purpose is naturally to let Dumbledore understand that Shi Luo was not brought into the Forbidden Forest by the Holy White Council represented by Saruman. "I actually wanted to meet 26 for a long time to see you after you get the approval of Killen." Ardal spoke slowly, and Dumbledore heard the words, his eyes dazed for a moment, as if he was caught in some kind of memory. That's what happened before his final battle with Grindelwald. It is rumored in the magic world that the unicorn can perceive the pure kindness in people's hearts and knelt down to the pure and good person. The wizard who is recognized by the unicorn will become the leader of the magic world. Grindelwald secretly robbed a unicorn in order to win the election of the wizarding world and cast spells on it. As a result, on the day of the election ceremony, Newt and others brought another unicorn, and that unicorn chose Dumbledore. Story from Fantastic Beasts 3 Dumbledore Mystery. A wizard recognized by the unicorn is qualified to be a wise man. But unfortunately, something happened later which caused the meeting between us to be delayed until today. Ardal looked at Dumbledore in deep thought and interrupted his recollection. Dumbledore stared at Ardal, and for some reason, in the presence of Saruman, Dumbledore felt that he had lost the feeling of being in control of everything he used to be, because this guy represents too many secrets that he doesn't know. Dumbledore listened to the conversation between Ardal and Shiloh just now, but he didn't have any clues about many things. Maya Vera Oak, eternal life. These words were pulling on Dumbledore's nerves. He calmed down and returned to his old-fashioned appearance. He opened the mouth and said, "Saruman, sir, I thought maybe we could go to my office and have tea and chat. Right in the castle over there, I do have a lot to ask you about. You want to ask about Christmas Eve? Or about Shelob, or about the Hobbit?" Ardal won't go to tea with Dumbledore. He is now using transfiguration to maintain himself. Although his transfiguration attainments are higher than Dumbledore's, the other party is also a transfiguration master after all. It is difficult for Ardal to guarantee that he will be close, he will not be detected by him when they are in contact with each other. "You don't need to drink tea. I still have some things to do." Ardal rejected Dumbledore, paused, and his voice changed. "However, I'm here to do two things, and if you can help me, I can tell you the answers to some questions." Dumbledore did not hesitate and replied, "If you need help with anything, I think I'll be happy. I read in the Daily Prophet that you professed a magic called the Area of Light, and the master who created this magic, Gandalf, is my friend, and I want to know his whereabouts." A strange look flashed in Ardal's eyes, and he began to set up a character for Gandalf. "Your friend?" Dumbledore suppressed the surprise in his heart, thought about it, and asked, "But as far as I know, Gandalf was at least 1,000 years old. Thousands of years ago, he really disappeared for thousands of years." As if recalling something, Ardal sighed with infinite emotion. "I want to applaud my acting." Ardal thought so, then glanced apologetically at Dumbledore. "I'm sorry, I thought of something from the past. It was a long, long time ago, and the concept of time has lost its meaning. I think you heard what Shelob said just now. Yes, Gandalf is also a Maya, an immortal existence. He just disappeared, and your spell is the only he has something to do with it." 35 Dumbledore listened, and a storm surged in his heart. For the first time, the 110-year-old had doubts about the authenticity of this world. When Saruman on the opposite side said these words, there was no mental fluctuation in the slightest. Dumbledore didn't know whether the other party was also a legilimency master who had practiced occlumency, but he didn't know why. Dumbledore was willing to believe it. "I'm sorry. If that's the case, I can't help you. And I also accidentally got a volume from Mr. Gandalf's diary before I got that powerful magic," Dumbledore said with regret, digesting this shocking news. Dumbledore was also looking for answers to other questions. "Then, can you show me the diary?" Ardal took the initiative to speak. "Sure." Dumbledore took out the parchment from his arms and controlled it to fly in front of Ardal. Ardal glanced at the content on the parchment as if he had seen an old friend. "Parchment from the Glen, where fairies and elves dwell." 99. Ardal returned the parchment to Dumbledore, his face changing. "The record above is the events of the Third Era. It should be the Fellowship of the Ring. At that time, this matter. Forget it. It has already passed. Although they failed in the end, they still brought hope for peace. Sauron has been silent for 10,000 years, and the news of the Supreme Lord of the Rings reappears. I think that this world will soon be in peace, and the Demon King who has been sleeping for 10,000 years is about to recover. I have to find Gandalf as soon as possible." Ardal seemed to be talking to himself, and after a while he came to his senses and said to Dumbledore, "Headmaster Dumbledore, I know that you are well known in the wizarding world, so can I ask you to help me to find Gandalf, or find some clues about him?" "I will." Dumbledore nodded, hesitated, and asked, "Mr. Saruman, the one you just said, Sauron, I want to know who he is." Hooked. Ardal pretended to hesitate, and after a moment of deliberation he said, "These news should not have been known to you, but now the members of the Holy White Council are withered and many people are missing. Since you have the potential to become a wise man, it is harmless to tell you. Sauron is a shadow that devours light, an undead demon king. His eyes are fixed on the doomsday volcano of Mordor, which has not changed in 10,000 years. The Lord of the Rings was created by Sauron. Once Sauron regains the Lord of the Rings, darkness will sweep the entire world, and at that time, both the wizarding world and the so-called Muggle world will be wiped out." Nine, seeing Dumbledore's worried and inexplicable look, Ardal decided to add some fire. "Aren't you curious about Gandalf's way of recording? The third era. Strictly speaking, it should be the fourth era. Each new era represents the dissipation of the old civilization, and the civilizations of the first three eras were all created by Sauron. Destroy. And now, the shadow of Mordor has revived, and Sauron will reappear before the eyes of the world." After Ardal spoke for a long time, Dumbledore was unable to react. In addition to shocking him, Ardal's words also had a hint of outrage and fear. If the other party is not a powerful wizard who looks full of wisdom and makes people inexplicably close, Dumbledore must think that he is telling a story to himself. The devil who destroys civilization. 567. All Dumbledore has been thinking about all these years is to stop a Voldemort who thinks pure blood is supreme. What is Voldemort in this comparison? Dumbledore opened his mouth, his face changed several times, and finally asked, "Is what you said true?" Ardal looked at Dumbledore seriously and said slowly, "Of course, I don't have to lie to you. The records of the last era have been destroyed, except for us old guys. Almost no one knows the name of Sauron. But the hobbit I want to be captured. You should read his memory. Those are the memory fragments brought to him by the Lord of the Rings. Many of them are from the last era. They are all real, and the Ent I brought yesterday. He is a civilized creature of the last era. And his appearance, it means the end of the era has come. One day Mount Mordor will come again." Dumbledore stopped talking. He remembered the memory he read in Gollum's mind and believed Ardal's words a little more. "Then I think you know about trolls, don't you?" "Of course, it is also a creature from the third era, a group of savage and vulgar creatures. That thing was rampant in the third era, and there were many different ethnic groups." Ardal glanced at the sky and felt that today's conversation was almost over. "I think it's time for me to leave. I'll leave you with Gandalf, and to thank you for your help I can give you a message." Ardal pointed to Hogwarts Castle not far away. In that castle, there was a guy with a few rags wrapped around his head, and behind his head there was a soul as good as him, very weak and a little evil. I think you should be interested. Also, there's a mouse in the castle. You can go and see it." Nine, seeing Dumbledore looking at him curiously, Ardal smiled and disappeared, leaving only this sentence in the air: "Don't underestimate the power of the wise." Dumbledore was silent for a while before turning around and walking towards Hogwarts Castle. He had some guesses about what Ardal was talking about the weak soul, but who was a mouse referring to? Could it be the second force that has been hiding in the castle? A wise man. Dumbledore gave a wry smile. When he was talking to others, he usually half covered it. He never made it clear. While letting the other party gain something, he independently explored the so-called truth. Now he himself can be considered a taste too great. In fact, Dumbledore didn't think that the mouse that Ardal was talking about was really a mouse. Back at the Swiss hotel, Ardal sighed in relief as he leaned back on the soft sofa. Dumbledore brought him a bit of a sense of oppression. Especially Dumbledore subconsciously regarded Saruman, who had changed from Ardal, as a wizard of the same level. So he treated him with the power of the momentum and the state of the students when he was the headmaster. Completely different. In general, The performance is still good. I think Dumbledore has now believed in the story I weaved for the wizarding world. Next, it depends on how the story ferments. Ardell is looking forward to the higher the world acceptance of the main characters of The Lord of the Rings, the greater the probability of important characters appearing when he summons the characters, and he can summon the main characters as soon as possible to complete his plan. In addition, Dumbledore still has many questions that have not been answered, but in this case it can prompt him to act as soon as possible. The seeds have been planted, and the next thing is to wait for him to germinate. Ardell sorted out what had happened recently, and after confirming that there was nothing missing, he took a shower, put on his pajamas, and went to sleep. Ardell fell asleep, but in Hogwarts Castle, many people couldn't sleep. Harry was sneered at Snape's office. In addition to deducting 50 points from Harry's Academy Cup points, Snape also confiscated his invisibility cloak. In addition, Harry will be fined after school starts. Confinement, cleaning the prefect's bathroom for 3 consecutive days. In addition to this, the parchment he found in the forbidden area was also confiscated by Snape. Harry didn't know what was written on the parchment, and he glanced at it when he was interrupted by the howl of the forbidden book, but Harry was smart enough to guess that parchment should be the same as what Hermione found. Parchment is a series. Harry knew that Professor McGonagall had awarded Hermione 20 minutes of bonus points for discovering the parchment, so he ventured to ask Snape if he also had bonus points. As a result, Snape sneered and kicked Harry out of the office. Snape wouldn't have let Harry go so easily if he hadn't studied the parchment carefully. Shortly after Harry left, Snape got the news that Dumbledore had returned to the castle. He thought about it, and took the parchment and came to Dumbledore's office. Principal, 35 after Snape met Dumbledore, he told Dumbledore what had happened tonight. When Dumbledore heard that Snape had confiscated Harry's invisibility cloak, Dumbledore's mouth twitched a few times. I only gave the invisibility cloak to Harry this morning, and it was confiscated at night because of the night tour. Such a good boy. Dumbledore felt a tightness in his chest, which was too hard for a centenarian. When he heard that Harry had found the second parchment in the forbidden area, Dumbledore's expression changed again. He took the parchment from Snape and read it carefully. The parchment records the events of the Fellowship of the Ring. Dumbledore had just learned of this group at Ardell tonight, which, of course, he called the Fellowship of the Ring. Severus, a very interesting thing is that I just got a piece of information on the parchment from another person tonight, Tilda. Dumbledore told Snape what happened on Christmas Eve at the Ministry of Magic and what happened tonight in the Forbidden Forest. After a long time, after making sure that Snape had digested all the information he had just said, Dumbledore asked, "What do you think about this? Do you suspect that the man named Sauron has something to do with this suddenly appearing parchment?" Snape was also a little skeptical. It's all too coincidental, or rather, this parchment appears too coincidentally. Either way, there is a conspiracy. It was as if the man named Sauron had put it into the castle himself. But what was he doing this for? And how was he sure that Harry was going to the night tour? And how was he going to be sure that Harry was going to the forbidden area? Snape didn't understand, and neither did Dumbledore. Therefore, they are still more willing to believe that this is a coincidence. If there is no relationship between the two, and they corroborate each other, then basically what he said is true. If the parchment is indeed made by Sauron, then we have to consider Sauron making up the story. What is the purpose? Dumbledore pondered. He looked towards the Forbidden Forest, thinking of Sauron and Shelob when they were talking, thinking of the pictures he saw in the depths of Gollum's memory. His heart is more inclined to the first answer, but the truth still needs them to dig and find more clues. Seeing that Dumbledore seemed to have an idea, Snape asked, "What should we do?" "Let's contact the members of the Order of the Phoenix first and tell them about this. Perhaps the goal of the Order of the Phoenix will be to prevent the Dark Lord from recovering," Dumbledore said half-jokingly, and then his tone became serious. "We need more evidence. If this matter is true, then the matter of Voldemort is not a big deal. In addition, We need to find someone to check the matter of the Holy White Council again. Saruman's words cannot be completely letter. I always feel that he is hiding something, but I think we will meet again in the future. Other things, try to find more parchment, ask Mrs. Pins to check the forbidden book area again, and then pay more attention to other families' collections, old books, and see if you can find any clues. Dumbledore ordered, thinking about Quirrell again. As for Quirrell, leave it to me. I plan to use him for one thing. As for the other mouse Saruman mentioned, I will try my best to find it. 99. Dumbledore still intends to carry out his own plan to use Kai Quirrell to help Harry Potter grow. Dumbledore believed that the boy who was regarded as the savior in the prophecy would do a lot in the future. Maybe when Harry grew up, he would be able to solve the demon king named Sauron. Snape left the headmaster's office with a heavy heart, and Dumbledore looked at the parchment on the table and fell into contemplation again. The Fellowship of the Ring, Gandalf Baggins. According to Saruman's words, they failed in the end. Since they failed, why did Sauron sleep for 1,000 years, and where did the Lord of the Rings go? Why did it suddenly appear in Gulu's hand, and finally was stolen by which Baggins? Gone. What role does the Holy White Council play here? Is Saruman good or bad? Are you saying that everything is a hoax? Dumbledore only felt that his thoughts were getting more and more confused. He walked to the pensive in the corner of the office, pressed his wand against his temple, and took out several thoughts from his mind and sank into the bottom of the basin. After doing this, Dumbledore looked relieved. No matter what, there is always time. Let's settle Quirrell's business first. The next day, Ardal, who seemed to be fine, had a good day in Switzerland. In the evening, he went to the Swiss Ministry of Magic and bought a Daily Prophet. Unsurprisingly, the headline was the attack on the Ministry of Magic in London on Christmas Eve. The largest page published a photo of Umbridge, the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Magic in London, standing in front of the camera, making a gesture of no photography, and the photo still clearly captured the appearance of the hall of the Ministry of Magic. There are also some smaller photos below this photo, including a close-up of the giant rafters, a close-up of the line on the Brothers of Magic sculpture, and a close-up of Dumbledore's appearance at the Ministry of Magic. Rita is worthy of being a journalist that Ardal likes. Her article is gorgeous in words and exaggerated in writing, combining facts and speculations, combining on-the-spot reports and insiders' revelations, and some nonsense. All in all, the whole thing was perfectly, even exaggeratedly moved to the eyes of all the wizards in the entire wizarding world. Everyone knows that the Ministry of Magic in London was attacked on Christmas Eve by a giant cauldron brought by a wizard named Saruman from the Holy White Council. The great Dumbledore himself admitted that he was inferior to Saruman. In a small corner of the newspaper, there was also a manifesto from the Ministry of Magic in London. It probably means that the initiator Saruman will be arrested and judged, and he will be imprisoned in Azkaban, making him pay the due price, Lai Wangzhou, etc. And offering a reward to the entire wizarding world. Any wizard only needs to provide Saruman-related information. Clues: you will get a bounty reward of 1,000 golden galleons. This day is regarded as a day of shame for the Ministry of Magic in London. With the fermentation of the Daily Prophet, the wizarding world boiled. The name Saruman spread throughout the entire magic world and shocked the entire magic world. Some people even linked the Holy White Council with the Death Eater group. After reading the entire Daily Prophet, Ardal sneered and put the newspaper on the table next to him. Sophia glanced curiously, but didn't find anything abnormal. She rubbed her eyes, and she swore that she had indeed seen the person in the photo in the newspaper move. Could it be that I stayed up late last night so I had hallucinations? Sophia murmured, put the hot milk on the table beside Ardal, and left with a weird expression. The next day after breakfast at the hotel, the Shelbys took a special plane to return to Birmingham. At noon, Ardal returned to Shelby Manor. After having lunch and changing into clean clothes, Ardal took Jimmy's car and drove to Manchester. He was going to invite the Hermione family to the party the Shelby family prepared on New Year's Day. As the world's first industrialized city, the liveliness of Manchester is naturally different. Although 2 days have passed since Christmas, the pungent smell of fireworks still lingers in the air of Manchester after several nights of carnival. At Granger's dentist office not far from the city center, Hermione was bored lying on her bed reading a book. She was wearing a small Scottish-style skirt and pure white cotton socks on her feet. She was lying on the bed, her 2 calves raised back and dangling in the air. Humph! Nasty Ardle, we're back today. The book in front of Hermione is called The List of Famous Magicians of Our Time, but Hermione's mind is obviously not in this book. On the page she is looking at, there is a single photo sent back by Ardle. Humph, it's already afternoon, hate. Hermione glanced at the time and couldn't help muttering. Ding dong, the doorbell rang outside and Hermione sat up with a squeak. She has repeated this action many times because several parents brought their children to see the teeth this morning, and their children ate too much candy for Christmas and were unable to eat due to toothache. No one's child. As soon as such a thought popped into Hermione's mind, she heard a familiar voice. Uncle Granger, Aunt Granger, good afternoon. It's Ardle. Hermione screamed. She quickly jumped off the bed, closed her book, ran to the full-length mirror to have a look, smoothed the wrinkles on her skirt, and ran out quickly. Ardle and the Grangers said hello, and as soon as they entered the house, they heard a bang and then saw Hermione rushing out of the room. Hi, Hermione, Merry Christmas. Ardle greeted her with a smile. I haven't seen her for a few days, and it feels like Hermione is a little prettier. Humph, I thought you weren't coming. 567 Hermione snorted softly, glanced at her mother secretly, then quickly ran to Ardle's side and whispered, Come and see the Christmas present I prepared for you. Ardle smiled embarrassedly at the Grangers, who looked at each other and responded with a smile, saying it was okay, so Ardle followed Hermione to her bedroom. As for the invitation letter, I'll leave it to Jimmy. Hermione's bedroom is full of books and textbooks. Although there are not dolls and beautiful clothes everywhere like other girls, the main color is still lovely pink, from which you can feel the vitality and breath of a girl. Hermione pulled Ardle to sit next to the bed, then mysteriously opened the bedside cabinet. Hey, this is my Christmas present for you. Don't dislike it. Hermione's face turned red as she spoke, like a ripe apple. Ardle took the gift curiously and opened the beautifully packaged box. Inside is a light brown wool knitted scarf. You knitted this yourself. Ardle took out the scarf and sniffed it. Well, I learned from my mother. Hermione gave a faint hum. Seeing Ardle's movements, she showed a shy expression, stomped her feet, and pushed Ardle. What are you doing? Cough, cough. The first time Ardle saw Hermione like this, it felt a little magical. Hermione was so charming at the age of 12. To know that in the next few years, Hermione was more beautiful every year. I like it, thank you. Ardle put the scarf on, and it felt quite comfortable. The key point was that Hermione made it herself, which made him very satisfied. Take it off first, you are not too hot. 35 Hermione rolled her eyes at Ardle, helped him take off the scarf, folded it and put it in the box, then remembered something, and took out the pocket watch gift box Ardle had given her from under the pillow. I can ask for this gift, it's too expensive. Hermione whispered, trying to put the gift box in Ardle's hand. Ardle didn't answer. He smiled and stroked Hermione's hair. Preciousness is relative to others. This pocket watch may be very precious, but to me it is not as good as your smile. 66. 39 Hermione froze there, not speaking. She's never heard that, such goofy words. Is this a confession? Hermione stared blankly at Ardle. Ardle's heart skipped a beat, feeling a little bad. I subconsciously took out the trick of teasing little girls in my previous life. Now it's 1991. Hermione. A 12-year-old girl can't bear this. Me, Hermione, after a long while, finally shook my head. No, it's pure gold. It's really too precious. If my mother found out, she would kill me. Ardle thought about it and got an idea. Well, let's make a bet. Years, what bet? Don't you want to be a guest at my house on New Year's Day? I will hide it in the yard of my house at that time. If you can find me within 10 minutes, I will take back this gift. If you can't find it, then stay at ease. How? Hermione looked at Ardle suspiciously and calculated. For 10 minutes, hide in the yard. How can I not find it myself? Then it's settled. Hermione agreed. Wasn't she just keeping it for 3 or 4 days? No problem. After solving this matter, the atmosphere between the two became a little awkward. Hermione didn't dare to look up at Ardell, and Ardell felt a little embarrassed, but Mrs. Granger's voice came from outside. Ardell, Hermione, come out and eat some fruit. The two were relieved to hear Mrs. Granger calling them out. It's just that Hermione's face was still very red, and she was too embarrassed to go out, so she let Ardell go first. After afternoon tea at Hermione's house, Ardell and Jimmy left Manchester, and before leaving, Jimmy handed 3 elaborate invitations to the Grangers. It has the full address of Shelby Manor and the time and precautions when the party starts. In the evening, Ardell returned to Shelby Manor. His room was piled with a pile of Christmas presents. Ardell picked out the ones from Hogwarts from Jeb and checked them out. First, there were candies from Harry and Ron, some small wizard toys from Neville, and then some collectible souvenirs from Malfoy and his 3 little Death Eaters. To Ardell's surprise, Pansy Parkinson also sent a gift, a delicate wizard robe. Ardell's mouth twitched because he did not prepare a gift for this little B***ch. This is. Ardell turned to look at another package, the pink one, and the package was exquisite, and it was obvious that he had put his mind to it. Lavender brown. Isn't that Hermione's scheming roommate? I've never spoken to her, and she's actually giving me a present. Ardell unpacked and burst out laughing. There is also a wizard robe inside. It seems that she and Pansy have similar views, and the gifts they choose are the same. Ardell threw the wizard's robes aside and looked at the other Christmas gifts. Basically, every professor of Ardell at Hogwarts gave him gifts, not even Snape. Snape gave him a self-stirring cauldron, and Professor Flitwick gave him a book of Wizarding Battles tips notes. Among them, the gifts from Headmaster Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall were the most attentive. Dumbledore gave the notes he recorded when he was studying Transfiguration in his early years, while Professor McGonagall gave a best-selling storybook in the wizarding world. It's about a wizard who is on the verge of falling back to embrace the light. Looks like Professor McGonagall is worried that I'm going to go bad. Ardell smiled and packed up all the gifts and put them away. As for the gifts from those in the Muggle world, Ardell didn't have the time to look at them. Anyway, it's almost the same every year, either the latest toys, firearms, weapons, or gold products. For the next 2 days, Ardell resumed his normal life. Every day he would go to the underground laboratory in Shelby Manor to refine the potions. With the automatic stirring crucible sent by Professor Snape, Ardell could now refine 2 bottles of potions at a time. In this way, the time came to December 31st. That night, Ardell's summoning authority was renewed again. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Saruman's world acceptance has reached the standard. 99 ding. The mall opens the main character Saruman's redemption permission. Monthly summons Saruman's permission unlocked. 99 ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the sideline legend of Saruman and getting plot points x 1000. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting the item reward Saruman's experiment notes Roman 2. A series of system prompts sounded in Ardell's mind. Ardell was a little surprised. He didn't expect that there would be such a reward for completing the world acceptance of the main character. This is also a surprise. Ardell took a deep breath. The last time he summoned him, he obtained the Ring of Kai via, and he didn't know if this time would continue the good luck of the last time. Summon the Lord of the Rings item. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Alyssa Jewel. The Jewel of Alyssa is a gem as green as a leaf, set on an eagle-shaped brooch made of mithril, and the same light is sealed in it. This gem has the power to heal everything and restore the withered to its original state, to bring the aged back to youth. Note 1. The Alessar gem is a dowry given to Aragon by the Princess Al of the Glen. Note 2. The person who holds the gem can heal the wounds of all things through the touch of both hands. Note 3. Whoever collects 2 Alessar gems will have endless lives. A silver eagle brooch appeared in Ardell's hand, and above the brooch, an aquamarine gem was shining brightly. Looking at the system's 3 notes, Ardal fell into contemplation. Obviously, the system is telling him that this gem has very powerful power, and the power to heal everything. But getting this gem also means offending Arwen and Aragorn. One is the king of Gondor and the other is the elf princess of the valley. Of course, Ardal is not afraid. He is destined to kill Sauron and become the man of the devil. Sauron is not afraid of it, and is he afraid of Aragorn and the elves? Good stuff, keep it. 35 Ardal looked at the gem in his hand with satisfaction and chose to accept it. Having this gem is equivalent to having a wizard who is proficient in various advanced healing magic by his side, and it can also be used as a dowry in the future. Not bad. Summon the Lord of the Rings characters. After putting away the Alessa gem, Ardal struck while the iron was hot and chose a character to summon. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Duelin's nemesis. The unlocking degree of the Supreme Lord of the Rings has increased by 1%. The system's voice sounded in Ardal's mind, and his brows were raised slightly, revealing a look of surprise. The unlocking degree has been increased by 1%. It seems that the nemesis of Durin should be similar to Shelob. It has nothing to do with the Lord of the Rings, but has something to do with the Fellowship of the Ring. Sure enough, when Ardal opened the system space and saw the sleeping big man in the space, he suddenly realized. It was it. In Ardal's system space, a huge Balrog was asleep, with 2 demon horns growing on its head, and its whole body was burning with crimson fire, exuding a billowing demonic energy. Balrog, Durin's nemesis. The Balrog was originally a member of the Maya, but was corrupted by Morgoth and turned into the Balrog. After the defeat of the War of Wrath in the First Era, Durin's nemesis fled to the bottom of the Misty Mountains and fell into a deep sleep. Until the Third Era, it was awakened by the dwarves who went deep into the ground to mine mithril. The awakened Balrog started a killing spree, killed a lot of dwarves, and killed the then dwarf king Durin VI. In the second year he also killed the successor king, the son of Durin VI. That's why it is called the nemesis of Durin. He has been entrenched in the underground of Moria. The dwarves have tried many times to subdue Moria, but they have failed. Until the arrival of the Fellowship of the Ring, Durin's nemesis and Gandalf the Grey perished. That's why Gandalf the White Robe came back to life. I didn't expect to actually pull it out. The first parchment made by Ardal introduced the Balrog in detail, but he did not know his name at that time, and it was also to elicit the area of light that can heal all dark magic. Now that the Balrog has been summoned, the first parchment will no longer have any loopholes. Since Dumbledore had never seen the Balrog, Ardal let him see it. But it's not okay to drop the Balrog directly near Hogwarts. Ardal pondered, there are many little wizards in Hogwarts. Once the Balrog is thrown into the past, it will inevitably cause a lot of casualties. Ardal is not so mad. After all, this Balrog is an existence that can perish with Gandalf. Although it is Gandalf in the Grey Robe period, don't forget that Gandalf the Grey has the Ring of Fire, one of the 3 rings of the elf. Combined with the power of the Ring of Air, Ardal guesses Gandalf is no weaker than Dumbledore. Even stronger in some respects. After all, Gandalf was a melee mage. In this case, you can't put it in a crowded place. Ardal thought for a while, and suddenly remembered that Dumbledore had said in his office with Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape that Newt Scamander would go to a tropical rainforest in order to find out the origin of the trolls. Explore. This may be an opportunity. 39 Ardal took out the Issel spar, and as his thoughts moved, Newt's figure appeared on it. At this time, Newt was walking on a grassland, and there were several venomous leopards not far away from him. Ardal found out the book, Where Are the Fantastic Beasts, and checked the book, and found that the venomous leopard is a unique magical animal in East Africa. East Africa, he should be going to the rainforest of the Congo River Basin. Ardal has a guess in his heart that the tropical rainforest in the Congo River Basin is the second largest tropical rainforest in the world. But because of the particularity of Africa, the magical animals hidden in this tropical rainforest are several times that of the Amazon rainforest. No wonder Newt wanted to go there to find clues about William. Place Durin's nemesis in the undercurrent channel of the Congo Basin. 99. Although the Balrog is a fire-type demon, it does not have high requirements on the living environment and does not necessarily have to live in a volcano or a desert. Durin's nemesis has lived in Moria for thousands of years. That place is a large underground mine with countless underground rivers, so there is no problem in sending it to the Congo Basin. However, the sudden change of living environment may make it go crazy for a while, but it doesn't matter. It can attract Newt to it. Newt is also the main hero of the series anyway, so he shouldn't click on his back and be killed by the Balrog. Ardal thought for a while. Newt's strength and luck seemed to be quite strong, and this shouldn't happen. When Newt discovered the Balrog and knew that he was not an opponent, he would definitely seek Dumbledore's help. As for whether Dumbledore and the others would kill the Balrog, Ardal felt that it was enough. In any case, the Balrog is also Maya, an immortal existence. Unless Dumbledore and other wizards die, then it is possible to perish with the Balrog. Otherwise, even if Dumbledore gathered enough people, he would at most hurt the Balrog, and then trap it underground and couldn't escape. And when Ardal unlocks the ability of the Supreme Lord of the Rings later, he can completely control the Balrog and make it his subordinate. Soon, the system successfully dropped Durin's nemesis into the underground of the Congo Basin. A picture about the Balrog was put on the Issel spar. Similar to what he had guessed, the living environment suddenly changed, and the flame demon seemed very manic. It ran wildly in the underground river for a long time, and finally found an underground passage that had been diverted and dried up for many years, and then left no traces around. After less magic enchantment and marking, he fell into a deep sleep again. After some tossing just now, the flow of a certain section of the Congo Basin plummeted, and all the nearby plants died inexplicably. This change is enough to attract Newt's attention. Putting away the Issel spar, Ardal put the Balrog thing behind him and took out the Saruman's experiment notes Roman II that was rewarded by the system to start researching. Different from the first experiment notebook, the magic and potions in this experiment notebook are much more advanced, and most of them are related to the soul and spirit level. Ask for flowers. After simply flipping through it, Ardal's expression became odd. If Voldemort sees this, tusk. The notes recorded a special magic potion that could nourish and strengthen the soul, making it more suitable than the Philosopher's Stone for Voldemort in the Horcrux state in the shortest possible time. Ardal closed the note and placed it in the system space. The things recorded above are good, but they will not help him much in a short period of time. Tonight is New Year's Eve. After the night falls, the whole Birmingham is once again enveloped by the festive atmosphere. The Shelby family threw a small house party. The members of the Shelby family gathered on the lawn of the estate to taste wine and barbecue, and the children set off fireworks not far away. The party lasted until 2 o'clock in the morning. After returning to the room with a tired face, Ardal took a hot bath under Sophia's care, and then fell asleep. When I woke up again, it was 10 o'clock in the morning. In order to ensure the smooth progress of the New Year's Day party, the servants in the manor have been busy for a long time. They need to prepare wine, pastries, and various ingredients in advance, and the party takes place on the lawn not far from the large swimming pool of Shelby Manor. The reason why he chose not far from the pool is because Jimmy also invited dozens of beautiful models and planned to hold a pool party by the way. Although Aunt Nancy was a little unhappy, she didn't say much. The guests invited today are all famous nobles, politicians, businessmen, and gang leaders in Birmingham. In normal times, these people cannot get together. "Happy New Year, Master." Sophia greeted Ardal warmly. "You too, Happy New Year, Sophia." Ardal smiled, took out a big red envelope from the table beside and handed it to Sophia. It was her New Year's gift. "Thank you, Master." Sophia smiled happily, but she didn't really care how much money she had. She lived in Shelby Manor and usually didn't spend a penny. After a simple shower, Ardal put on his clothes. On this special day, the Shelby family suit must be arranged. After wearing Ardell, standing in front of the full-length mirror, looking at himself in the mirror, he couldn't help but sigh. Twice. He was only 11 years old and already possessed an irresistible charm. Lonely. After packing, Ardell and Sophia left the room. After saying Happy New Year to everyone he met, Ardell came to the restaurant for a quick bite and then got ready to welcome his guests. I told Hermione that my family is very big. I don't know if it will scare her. Shan. Around 11 o'clock, the invited guests came to Shelby Manor one after another. Some of the more important guests arrived, and Jimmy took Ardell to meet him in person. Ardell had no interest in these so-called bigwigs. After all, they were just a bunch of muggles. And since the top of the Shelby family was worn by Freddy that day, they didn't dare to play wizards again, so they put their minds back on business. On Christmas Day, the giant bear in the north disintegrated, and the whole world changed dramatically. For all interested forces, this is a rare opportunity and challenge, and the Shelby family held this unprecedented grand party to unite many tycoons in Birmingham to get enough in this Western carnival. Interests. After dealing with several guests, Ardell saw that it was almost time, and came to the door of the manor with Sophia. Various cars were parked in the small square outside the manor, and the housekeeper brought more than a dozen members of the Razor party to do reception work at the door. "Master, why did you come out?" The man who spoke was the manor housekeeper, named John, Freddy's loyal servant, who was said to have been hand-picked by Ardell's grandfather and grew up with Freddy. "I'm here to see if the friends I invited have arrived." Ardell glanced at his pocket watch. It was 11:30. The Granger 570 couple were to drive from Manchester at about the same time. "A guest you personally invited, that's a real guest," 39 John said with a smile. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the intersection in the distance. "I think they should be here soon." Before John could finish speaking, a small white car appeared at the intersection. Ardell nodded. He had seen it yesterday, and it was indeed Mr. Granger's car. "They're here." The butler nodded and stepped forward gently. The car stopped at a place in the small square. John walked up quickly and kindly opened the door for Mr. Granger. "Hello, thank you for coming on time," John said with a smile, took 3 invitations from Mr. Granger, and politely brought the 3 to the door. 2 members of the Razor party tried to search, but were stopped by Ardell. "They don't need to check, it's a guest I personally invited." "Yes." The 2 walked back without any hesitation. The Grangers were a little hesitant. They looked at the polite butler and the manor behind Ardell, and they had a lot of guesses in their hearts. As for Hermione, this heartless girl was opening her mouth in surprise, looking at the huge manor behind Ardell. Merlin's beard, 35, "Is this your home?" Ardell, "I feel like it's the size of Hogwarts." 35 Hermione was stunned. She had always thought that Ardell was from a noble family. After all, because of the name Shelby, Ardell also said that Pansy would die. But now it seems that this should not be something that ordinary nobles can do, right? "Maybe about the size of Hogwarts, it's 100 acres. Ardell smiled, but John, who was standing behind him, suddenly said, "I'm sorry, master, but you're wrong. Shelby Manor is 300 acres in size." Now it was Ardell's turn to be shocked. "How come my home is so big and I don't even know it?" John seemed to see Ardell's doubts. He smiled and said, "When the old owner inherited the manor, it was indeed only 100 acres in size. But then the old owner expanded the horse farm. Your father built a swimming pool as well as a dog farm, hunting ground, etc. Now the area of Shelby Manor there are 300 acres. John said and added another sentence. "Of course, that doesn't include the hill and forest behind the manor. Those are also Shelby Manor's properties." All right. Ardell looked at Hermione and shrugged. "I swear I didn't know what John said." The Grangers next to him were already numb. The 300-acre manor is 1.2 million square meters. Ardell grew up in such a place as a child. No wonder his temperament is so noble and elegant. Having said that, Mr. Granger always felt that the name Shelby family was familiar, but he never remembered where he heard it. Now that I think about it, the Shelby family is probably one of the oldest great nobles. "Let's go first." Ardell interrupted Mr. Granger's thoughts. He waved his hand and the next person drove the scooter over. The party is on the lawn by the pool, which is a bit far from here, so a scooter is required. Ardell explained and the Grangers looked at each other and nodded mechanically. Hermione suddenly remembered the bet Ardell had made with herself, and the pouting old gal asked, "Ardell, the yard you're talking about doesn't include these, does it?" "Of course, so are you still trying?" Ardell laughed. In such a big yard, if Hermione was given 10 minutes, she couldn't walk to the end. How could she find herself? "Humph, you are fooling yourself." "I'm not lying, it's because you didn't know it beforehand." Ardell reached out and touched Hermione's head, suddenly remembering that the Grangers were still here. His arms froze slightly, and then shrank back. He looked up and found that the Grangers didn't seem to notice this, so relieved. After all, parents are more concerned about this kind of thing. Maybe it was because Ardell was young and had a good relationship with Hermione, so he didn't care. "What is the bet you just said?" Mrs. Granger hugged Hermione and asked softly. We made a bet." After thinking about it for a while, Hermione still felt that she had to tell her parents about it. After all, a gold watch was too precious, so she told the story one by one. The Grangers were no less shocked to learn that Ardell had given Hermione a gold watch for Christmas than to see Shelby Manor. A pure gold handmade pocket watch is probably worth tens of thousands of pounds. Ardell just sent it out. However, when they thought of the arrogant manner of the Shelby family, the Grangers didn't seem to be so unacceptable. "Ardell, we can't have this gift. It's really, really expensive." "Of course, Mr. Granger chose to refuse. Uncle Granger, I told Hermione before that preciousness is only relative, a gold watch. As you can see from my home, a gold watch is actually no different from an ordinary watch to me." Ardell looked at Hermione and said with a smile, "But Hermione is different. She's my best friend at Hogwarts, not to mention." "You look down on Hermione too much. Hermione is a talented witch, and a gold watch is not worthy of her." "No way, you're a genius wizard. The professors all praise you." Hermione felt a little embarrassed thinking about what Ardell had said to her that day. She was glad in her heart that Ardell didn't say the same thing to her parents, otherwise she really didn't know how to deal with them. The Grangers wanted to try, but Ardell justly refused. Just a gold watch. Ardell's pocket money is more than a gold watch a month, of course. He never spends money indiscriminately. Soon the scooter came to the pool and the cheerful atmosphere shocked the Grangers for the first time, but after the first 2 events they were able to control their emotions well. "God, look, isn't that Monica? I saw her in a fashion magazine." Mrs. Granger saw a beautiful figure in the pool and said in a low voice, pulling Mr. Granger's arm, "And that, a famous actress. Oh, God, I can't believe I met her." Mr. Granger's eyes swept across the swimming pool. The gentleman's demeanor made him effortlessly move his eyes. He looked at the others who were tasting wine, and whispered, "Many people here have been on the newspapers and TV. I swear, watching the one drinking, yes, that's the one. That's the giant businessman in Birmingham. It is said that he controls 80% of the medical equipment business in the UK." The 2 of them whispered. The Grangers never thought that one day they could go to the same party with these people. "Mr. Granger, Mrs. Granger, here you are." Jimmy, who was drinking with others, saw the Grangers. His eyes lit up and he hurried over. In Jimmy's point of view, even the dignitaries in Birmingham can't compare to the Grangers, who made their daughter a wizard. "I've been waiting for you for a long time, Mr. Granger. Come, let me introduce you to." Jimmy pulled Mr. Granger away kindly, and Mrs. Granger naturally followed behind him, so that only Hermione and Ardell were left. Ardell quietly gave Jimmy a thumbs up, then took Hermione's hand and walked to the other side. "It's too noisy here. I'll take you to another place for a walk." Hermione looked back and saw that her parents were pulled over by Uncle Jimmy to drink with others. She couldn't help but smiled and said with a wide-eyed smile, "Okay." This afternoon, Ardell took Hermione to feed his big dog Charlie, then took her to practice 4-1 shooting, ride horses together, and then went to Ardell's secret laboratory. All in all, Hermione can really be said to be eye-opening. In the evening, the 2 returned to the party for some roast meat and cake, and slipped out again while the Grangers were not paying attention. After the dinner party, Ardell returned with Hermione. Most of them have left, and what remains are friends who are really close to the Shelby family or partners who have real interests. As for the Grangers, they had already returned to the castle. When Ardell took Hermione back, Mrs. Granger didn't feel embarrassed to reprimand Hermione, but looking at her eyes, she was actually very worried about Hermione. Because it was a little late, the Hermione family stayed at Shelby Manor at night. Ardell and Hermione had a dinner prepared by Sophia in the room before they got up and said goodbye. Today is an unforgettable day for many people. Good night, Ardell. In a room in the castle, Hermione whispered something to the window and then ran back to the bed, recalling everything that happened today, and slowly fell into a deep sleep. In the next room, Mrs. Granger was talking to Mr. Granger about her taking a photo with her idol, and Mr. Granger's mind came out of the pool. Cough, cough. What a happy day. The next day, after lunch at Shelby Manor, the Grangers left with Hermione. Ardell and Hermione have made an appointment to meet at King's Cross Station at 10 o'clock on January 4th, when they will take the Hogwarts Express back to school together. For the next few days, Ardell stayed in the manor and did not go anywhere, but he used the Issel Spar to obtain a lot of information. Early on the morning of the 4th, Ardell took Jimmy's car to King's Cross Station, and after waiting there for about 10 minutes, he saw Hermione with an excited face. Ardell, Hermione asked you to take care of her while she was at school. Before leaving, the Grangers did not forget to remind Ardell. Ardell naturally agreed, and in the eyes of several people, Ardell and Hermione crossed platform 9 3/4 and came to the road leading to Hogwarts. On the platform, "It's been boring these days. My mother took me to visit some elders, and I have to deal with their children. My mother and relatives said that I was in secondary school in London, and they said that I didn't get in the exam. Well, if I really go to school, I must get full marks in every subject." Hermione raised her small fist, and Suindir snorted. Ardell laughed dumbly. Hermione's desire to win is still very strong, but the gap between Ardell in Hogwarts is too big, and in the end, he has lost his mind to compete with him. After the two found an empty box and put the salute, Hermione sat down to Ardell's side. After a while, the door of the box was opened, and Hermione's face showed a strange expression, a little helpless, a little wary, and a little shy, and her two roommates came in. Twin sisters Flowers. "Hey, Hermione, sure enough, it's you. Happy New Year." One of them happily greeted Hermione with a belated blessing. "Hello, Ardell, Happy New Year." 35 Another person greeted Ardell with a smile, and Ardell responded with a smile and said Happy New Year to them. "How was your vacation?" "Pretty good." Hermione forced a smile. She had thought she could have a pleasant journey with Ardell, but she didn't expect to be mixed up by her roommate. But no way, their relationship is pretty good. Hermione quickly packed up and chatted with her twin sisters. Ardell played the role of the audience and only answered a sentence or two when someone asked him. Her performance is very satisfying to Hermione. After all, it means that artist treats her differently from the twins, and it also shows that Ardell has no interest in the two sisters. In the evening, the train arrived at Hogwarts. Ardell and the others got out of the car. This time they were not entering Hogwarts for the first time, so instead of following the ritual of the Four Founders tour of the Black Lake, they rode the self-driving carriage to the castle. Of course, Hermione and the others couldn't see this drowse, but Ardell really saw it. This is not only because he is a necromancer, but also because he has sacrificed hundreds of lives with his own hands. After all, the destruction of the Forbidden Forest and the Troll tribes came from his means. After arriving at the castle, Ardell and Hermione separated and pulled their suitcases to the underground Slytherin lounge. Although there is still the last day of vacation tomorrow, most of the little wizards have already returned to school, and they can go to class better after a day off at school. In the Slytherin lounge, many people nodded slightly when they saw Ardell, and Ardell responded with a smile. He and most of the Slytherin students nodded and didn't even say a word. There was no one else in the dormitory, and it was unknown whether the three Malfoy brothers had not returned or went to the auditorium. After a brief tidying up, Ardell went to the auditorium for dinner. Ardell, "Come here." Hermione was ready at the Gryffindor table, and when she saw Ardal, she greeted him and sat down. After many days, Ardal saw Harry again. His mood didn't look high. He felt sick because he was going to be punished by Professor Snape and put into confinement after school started. "Happy New Year, Harry." Ron. Ardal offered to greet both of them. "Happy New Year, Ardal." The two answered in unison and then continued to cook casually. "You guys don't seem to be in good shape. Do you need any help?" Ardal patted the table, and an exquisite dinner appeared in front of him immediately. Ardal first tasted the potato bisque and felt that the taste was not bad. The Hogwarts house elves cook better than the cooks in his family. "It's nothing. Just—" Harry hesitated and finally didn't tell Ardal that he was caught by Professor Snape and deducted points for his night tour. But after thinking about it, he asked Ardal, "You know Nicole Lemay?" Ron was a little taken aback, as if he hadn't expected Harry to ask Ardal that question. "Nicole Lemay?" Ardal pretended to think for a while, then nodded and said, "I know this guy. He's in Chocolate Frog's wizard card. Seems to be a famous alchemist." Hermione on the side patted the table with a bang, snorted softly, raised her head and said, "Harry, you should ask me about this. You know." Ron looked at Hermione suspiciously. Hermione glanced at him and said to herself, "The list of famous magicians of our time records this man, Nicole Lemay, as a great alchemist who has—" Hermione scratched her fingers and figured it out, but in the end she couldn't figure it out. "Anyway, he is many years old, and his most well-known achievement is the creation of the Philosopher's Stone, which is a gem that can turn anything into gold. In addition to that, the Philosopher's Stone can also be used to make elixirs." Harry and Ron widened their mouths and looked at Hermione with a little admiration in their eyes. "I should have asked you earlier." "If I had asked earlier, I wouldn't have." Harry was a little annoyed, knowing that he had asked Hermione earlier, so he wouldn't have to sneak into the forbidden area, and he wouldn't have been caught. "It's no use asking me earlier." Hermione turned her head to look at Ardal and said with a smile, "I only read this book when I was at home during the holiday, and I didn't know if you asked me earlier." Harry and Ron looked at each other. They didn't understand why Hermione looked at Ardal when she said this, and it seemed like something had happened between the two of them during the holiday. But it doesn't matter. The important thing is that they know who Nicole May is, and what the three-headed dog Mau Mau is guarding in the forbidden area on the 4th floor. Magic Stone. Snape must have tried to steal the Philosopher's Stone. He wanted to live forever. Harry muttered softly as he took a sip of the soup, gulped down the baked potatoes on the plate, then got up and ran out. 570. Ron opened his mouth and finally looked at Ardal embarrassedly and said, "He's probably just too excited, you know. This problem has been bothering him for a long time." "Never mind, Ron. How was your vacation?" Ardal said he didn't care and instead talked to Ron. "Oh, this holiday. That's all. My parents went to Romania to see Charlie. While George and Fred, they could go to Hogsmeade. Harry and I had to go to the library every day to find materials." Ron said, and pursed his lips a little aggrieved. As a matter of fact, this holiday sucked. Harry was caught by Professor Snape, and a very important thing his father left him was confiscated by Professor Snape. Ron finished the drumstick quickly, stood up and said, "I'm going to see Harry. I think he should go to Hagrid. There's something in between. I'm sorry I can't talk to you." After Ron finished speaking, he left the auditorium. Mysteriously, Shiro told them, Hermione snorted disapprovingly. "Everyone has their own secrets, and it's not good to be too curious." Ardal said to Hermione, a smile on his face as he watched Ron leave. Because of Ardal's intervention, Harry and Ron learned about the Philosopher's Stone nearly 2 months earlier, and he didn't know how that would affect the plot. However, in the original book, the day Harry and the three heard the news of the Philosopher's Stone happened to be the day Hagrid hatched the dragon. Now, Quirrell probably didn't give the dragon to Hagrid. Ardal was going to stare at Quirrell a little more, and that dragon Ardal wanted too. At breakfast the next day, Ardal found Dumbledore leaving Hogwarts. He guessed that Newt might have found something, so he called Dumbledore away. In order to confirm his guess, after eating, Ardal returned to the dormitory and took out the Issel spar on the bed. Sure enough, Dumbledore and Newt were together. In addition to them, Ardle also saw Lupin and several others, a member of the Order of the Phoenix. They are in the Congo Basin right now. Newt discovered the mutation of the plants in the Congo Basin the day before yesterday. After 2 days of exploration, he discovered the Balrog located in the underground river in the Congo Basin. But he just glanced at the sleeping Balrog from a distance, not stupid. Go up and test. Just from the powerful aura emanating from the Balrog, Newt knew that he was by no means an opponent. When Dumbledore got the parchment before, he asked Newt if he had seen a creature similar to the Balrog. At that time, Newt gave Dumbledore a negative answer. With such a major discovery this time, Newt immediately contacted Dumbledore, and after listening to Newt's description, Dumbledore also thought of the terrifying creature mentioned on the parchment, the Balrog. So he quickly summoned the members of the Order of the Phoenix who could be summoned, and went to Congo to investigate. Ardle put away the Isselspar, and Dumbledore was not at Hogwarts, so he could take this opportunity to collect those wolf cubs in the Forbidden Forest. For various reasons, Ardle couldn't do it before, but now is a perfect opportunity. So, Ardle, wearing the Lord of the Rings, quietly came outside the Forbidden Forest. The barrier that was destroyed by Ardle last time has been repaired by Dumbledore. Not only that, but the 2 aurors sent by the Ministry of Magic are also guarding the Forbidden Forest entrance. But Ardle was already prepared. He drank a bottle of animal medicine in an unoccupied corner, turned into a sparrow, and swaggered into the Forbidden Forest. There are a group of werewolf descendants living in the Forbidden Forest of Hogwarts. They are the offspring born by a wizard with wolf-like disease and an ordinary wolf on a full moon night. Although they are beasts, they have high intelligence and are suitable for strong orc elixir. After searching in the Forbidden Forest for half an hour, Ardle found this group of werewolf descendants in a cave far from Shilluo's lair. There were about 50 descendants, of which a dozen were just wolf cubs, and the rest were already adult. These werewolf descendants were much larger than ordinary wild wolves, and their appearance was more ferocious, with sharp teeth and claws, and they looked very terrifying. Ardle observed it and found that their actions were orderly and they could communicate easily, so he came up with a solution. He changed into Saruman's appearance again and walked out of nothingness. "Oh, Tilda!" Tilda, the werewolf descendants issued a warning, and the adult males took the initiative to step forward and bared their fangs and claws towards Ardle. Although they looked fierce, Ardle found fear in their eyes. Yes, these guys recognize wizards and are terrified of wizards. "Take it easy, kid." Ardle waved his hand, and the scepter emitted a soft white light, soothing the emotions of these wolf cubs. "I will bring you strength, honor, and new life." Ardle smiled. He raised his hand. The power of the air ring activated under the violent fluctuation of the air element. The closest and most powerful werewolf descendant was controlled by magic, slowly floated up, and then flew away. In front of him, woo-woo, when the other werewolf descendants saw that their leader was being controlled, they all bowed low, revealing their sharp fangs, and threateningly whimpered from their mouths, as if they were going to pounce in the next second. Ardle didn't care. He felt the struggle of the werewolf descendant controlled by magic. "Calm down." The old voice contained special magic power, and the struggling leader froze suddenly, then stopped. "Good boy, you will thank me." Ardle whispered and took out a bottle of strong orc potion. He used mice, rabbits, and other animals to create a lot of low-level orcs at home 2 days ago, and then harvested their souls to create 10 bottles of powerful orcs potions. Counting the bottle made at school, there are 11 in total bottle. His current materials are enough to make hundreds of potions of powerful orcs, but it just takes a lot of time. After Ardle took out the powerful orc potion, all the werewolf descendants went crazy. They stared at the powerful orc potion like amethyst, and the corners of their mouths were constantly drooling, as if this was some kind of unrivaled delicacy. The smell of the strong orc potion attracts every werewolf descendant, and they instinctively feel that this thing has a fatal attraction to them. The wolf floating in front of Ardle let out a whimper, but it was no longer a threat but a pleasing sound like when Ardle fed Charlie beef. Ardal smiled and waved his hand. Under his control, the powerful orc potion flew to its mouth and then poured it into it. Woo! The other werewolf descendants were a little uneasy, their limbs constantly rubbing the ground. Ardal untied the magical bond of the werewolf descendant leader, who fell to the ground and began to roll wildly. A deep purple magic light emerged from its body, and then formed a layer of rich purple mist, completely wrapping it. After about 5 minutes, a loud wolf howl came from the fog, and all the fog poured into its body as if it was sucked by a giant whale. When all the fog disappeared, a whole new race appeared in front of Ardal and the descendants of the Forbidden Forest werewolves. This is a wolf clan strong orc. In other words, this is a new type of werewolf. Different from the werewolf in the Harry Potter world, the strong orc of the wolf clan was covered with thick long hair and looked inhuman. What a weapon of war! Ardal couldn't help but sigh. Lord, Master. The strong orc glanced around, and after seeing Ardal, he took the initiative to crawl on the ground. The process of making potions of strong orcs involves soul magic, so the strong orcs created will be Ardal's most loyal servants. Get up. Ardal looked at his masterpiece, which was a strong orc he created by himself, completely different from the summoned creature of the Lord of the Rings. Looking at this perfect artwork, Ardal couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. You'll be called Warwick from now on. Ardal stretched out his hand and gave his first strong orc a Lai Zhao's name. Thanks, great host. Warwick's response was a little jerky. It wasn't quite used to speaking in human language, and it put its head under Ardal's palm, wanting him to touch it. Ardal touched it, feeling a little thorny. These are handed over to you. The most powerful person who bestows you is a warrior. After a while, I will bring you more potions. Ardal took out the remaining 10 bottles and gave them to Warwick. After thinking about it, he ordered, find a way to leave the Forbidden Forest, go find other werewolf descendants, expand your tribe, and I will find you when the time comes. Yes, great master. Warwick took the werewolf potion and knelt down deeply on the ground. Ardal smiled with satisfaction. The scepter in his hand paused on the ground, and the whole person disappeared again. Ardal knows that from now on in the Harry Potter world, he has a group of the most loyal and also the most powerful force. The power that belongs to him alone. After the potion was distributed, 10 more wolf orcs appeared in Warwick's group. That night, under their leadership, the werewolf descendants left the Forbidden Forest where they had lived for decades and went to work for Ardal. Find more partners. Ardal wasn't worried about not finding them. He just had to use the Isilhedron to locate Warwick, and then he could rush over in an instant by apparating. The next day, Hogwarts officially opened. Since it was Thursday, Ardal and the others needed a potions class from Snape. Harry's face was ugly during the meal, and he could already imagine how Professor Snape would taunt him after class. Hermione didn't seem to be in high spirits, and she was still complaining about why the first class was potions. Because this is Hermione's least favorite class, even more annoying than history of magic. After all, Professor Snape always finds excuses to deduct points from Gryffindor. Have you previewed the knowledge for this class? Professor Snape will definitely ask questions. At breakfast, Hermione asked Neville and Harry a question. Preview, it is the 12 uses of dragon's blood and how to deal with black root grass juice, extraction of frobe caterpillar mucus. Neville folded his fingers and counted, and Harry and Ron on the side nodded. If he asks a question, we can raise our hands to answer, so he has to give us extra points. Hermione instructed. She had heard from other people that Harry Potter was deducted 50 points during the Christmas holidays. In order to make the final conclusion of the Academy Cup not too ugly, Hermione has made up her mind. Hit Professor Snape on the head. After dinner, everyone went to the dungeon to prepare for class. On the way, Hermione was talking and laughing with Ardal, but after entering the classroom, Hermione was affected by the gloomy and depressing atmosphere inside. She silently closed her mouth and sat down beside Ardal. Not long after all the students had arrived, 570 Snape walked into the classroom with a serious face in a black robe. He first looked at it and made sure that no student skipped class, and then she sure and opened the textbook. Can anyone tell me, Before Snape could finish his words, Hermione raised her hand. The other students had taken it easy, even Snape, and ignored her directly. But to Snape's surprise, Harry and Ron also raised their hands. Oh, Snape frowned and looked at Harry. So, Harry, tell me what ingredients are needed for the Oblivion Potion. Harry Potter, February 2. Isn't it the 12 uses of dragon's blood? Isn't that what to do with blackroot juice? Isn't that how to extract the mucus of the flobber caterpillar? What is Oblivion Potion? Ron on the side also widened his eyes and quickly retracted his raised hand, only Hermione still holding her hand high. Looks like you don't know. 35. Snape looked at Harry indifferently, then sneered. Harry Potter, 5 points for your recklessness and pushiness for Gryffindor. Now, everyone, open your books, and in this lesson we're going to learn how to deal with blackroot sap. It's not fair. Hearing Snape's words, Harry clenched his fists, but he didn't dare to argue with Snape, so he could only clench his fists silently and scolded Snape a few words in his heart. After class, Snape shook his greasy hair and left like a gust of wind. The students breathed a sigh of relief before Harry and Ron started muttering bad things about Snape. Harry was happy because Snape forgot to punish him, but Jeb, his happiness didn't last long. Professor Snape, who left like the wind, floated back like the wind. He looked at Harry with an indifferent smile. Harry Potter Tilda, I don't think you've forgotten that you have to clean the prefect's bathroom for 3 days in a row. Also, if you want to get your confiscated items back, go to my office and write a review. Snape didn't actually want to give back the invisibility cloak to Harry Potter. That thing always reminded him of Harry's father, but no way, Dumbledore asked him to. According to Dumbledore, this is what James Potter left to Harry and should not be confiscated for a long time. Snape always felt that Dumbledore was hiding something from him. It seemed that he wanted Harry to do something. Snape thought about it and decided to follow Dumbledore's arrangement. What harm did he get? I see, Professor. Harry replied glumly. Snape snorted coldly, flicked his black robe, and left again. Call! The little wizards breathed a sigh of relief. The classroom became lively again, and everyone began to pack up and prepare to leave this gloomy place. Are you going to the library in a while? After leaving the classroom, Ardell asked Hermione. Yes, I promised Mrs. Pince to help her sort out some old books in the library. Because Hermione often went to the library to read books, she had become good friends with the librarian, Mrs. Pince. Last time, Dumbledore asked Madame Pince to sort out the books and see if she could find any parchment, but Madame Pince didn't. What a harvest. However, during the Christmas holidays, Harry found the parchment in the forbidden area again, so Dumbledore asked Mrs. Pince to take a closer look. This time Mrs. Pince found Hermione because she found the first parchment. What about you? What are you going to do? Ardell thought about it and replied. There's nothing to do. Go back to the bedroom and read a book. Did you read that Saruman's note? Hermione lowered her voice suddenly and asked in Ardell's ear. She looked vigilantly at the little wizards passing by and continued. I remember you told me before that the 2 magics you taught me were both found in the notebooks of a wizard named Saruman. 35. Seeing Hermione's vigilant look, Ardell couldn't help but want to laugh. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he replied, Yeah, what's wrong? What's the matter? Haven't you read the Daily Prophet the other day? Hermione's eyes widened, and then she thought that Ardell might only be looking at the snow-capped mountains in Switzerland when she was on vacation, and she wouldn't have a chance to buy the Daily Prophet when she came back, so she pulled him to a corner where no one was around and said, I also saw it in my bedroom yesterday. On Christmas Eve, the Ministry of Magic was attacked by a wizard, causing great losses, and the wizard who attacked the Ministry of Magic was Saruman. I suspect that your note is his. Hermione said, as if thinking of something, suddenly asked, By the way, where did you get your notes? I read the Daily Prophet and said that there is no record of Saruman, a wizard, and someone checked the past graduates of various magic schools, but he didn't find his name. Ardell was well prepared for this and replied calmly, I found it in Nocturne Alley. I was thinking of going to Diagon Alley to buy something, but I accidentally walked to a very chaotic place and found this note in a corner, only to find out that it was Nocturne Alley. 99. It turned out to be that place, so it's not surprising. I heard that there are many dark wizards there who might have left it there. That Sauron is a very powerful wizard, and even the principal is not sure to defeat him. Hermione Barbara said a lot and finally concluded, I think you must never tell others that you have a note, and don't take it out where there are others, otherwise it will be bad if you are misunderstood. Hermione looks like I'm serious about you, and Ardell smiles and squeezes her cheek. I see, to thank you for telling me such important news. How about it? Hermione's eyes widened, showing a look of anticipation. Ardell leaned into her ear and whispered, I'll take you to Hogsmeade this weekend. Hogsmeade. Hermione's eyes suddenly lit up. She was a little excited but also a little scared. But the school rules. Don't care about those rules. Gryffindor is the college with the highest rate of night travel. There are not many good students like you. We can go to the Honey Duke candy store to buy the latest candy, go to Magic Jokes. Hermione thought about it, finally made up her mind and nodded. Then we've settled. I'm going to find Mrs. Pince. See you at lunch. After Hermione finished speaking, she straightened her hair and ran upstairs. Ardell went back to the dormitory. The three of Malfoy were also in the dormitory. When they saw Ardell coming back, they greeted him. What are you talking about? Seeing that the three Malfoys were chatting, Ardell couldn't help but ask. Hey. Malfoy smiled embarrassedly and replied, Let's talk about Liechtenstein. The potion store we invested in reopened in Liechtenstein, where the trolls were wiped out. There was a happy look on Malfoy's face, and Ardell could tell he was really happy. You don't know how much gold galleons our family has lost because of those stupid creatures. My father has written to the International Federation of Wizards many times, but it's of no use. Now it's all right. Those damned things have been solved. Goyle, who was on the side, was eating dessert and said inarticulately, I read the newspapers too, but I don't seem to know who did it. I know a little. Malfoy showed a smug look. He peeked at Ardell, saw Ardell also looking at him with interest, and couldn't help but raise his chest higher. Seems like getting Ardell's attention is something to be proud of. Our family employs a store manager in a potion shop in Liechtenstein, and his daughter is a staff member of the Liechtenstein Ministry of Magic, who seems to be a receptionist. I heard from my father that the woman received the wizard named Sauron on the night the troll tribe was destroyed, and then the troll tribe was wiped out. Malfoy looked at the shocked eyes of Goyle and Crabbe and said proudly, Yes, the wizard who attacked the Ministry of Magic on Christmas Eve. Sauron of the White Council. 39 cannot believe it. No wonder the entire troll tribe was wiped out. It turned out to be him. But why did he attack the trolls? Goyle and Crabbe muttered to themselves. Malfoy apparently didn't know this. He just heard the news from his father. What I said to you is a secret. Remember not to tell anyone. Otherwise, if you cause trouble to the great wizard and annoy him, you know what will happen. Malfoy warned Goyle and Crabbe, then gave Ardell another look. I won't say it. Ardell replied. Malfoy breathed a sigh of relief and continued to brag with Crabbe. Ardell went back to the bed and lay down, took out the Issel spar, and the picture flashed, revealing the figures of Dumbledore and others. Besides Dumbledore and Newt, there were also some very familiar faces to Ardell, like Lupin, Mad-Eye Moody, Tonks et al. At this moment they are resting on the edge of a dry underground river, looking at their state. It seems that they have just experienced a war. Everyone looked smoky, with black and gray faces. Even Dumbledore was the same, and his beard was burnt a lot. Is this resolved? Ardell's thoughts moved, and the picture on the Issel spar changed, and the huge body of the Balrog appeared. Compared with when he was just summoned, the flame burning on his body at this time was only a little smaller, and the rest was nothing, and it seemed that he did not suffer much damage. Ardell guessed that Dumbledore and the others should just try it out. Maybe they didn't figure out what to do with this big guy. It looks like Dumbledore won't be back anytime soon, so everything in the school should be left to Snape and Professor McGonagall. 35 Ardell was relieved, no longer paying attention to Dumbledore and Balrog, but put his eyes on Quirrell. At this time, Quirrell had just finished his class for Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw's Little Wizards and had returned to his office. The defense against the dark arts professor's office is on the 3rd floor. on the same floor as Dumbledore's headmaster's office. Quirrell should know that Dumbledore is not at Hogwarts, so he just glanced at the entrance of the headmaster's office and closed the office door. After locking the door inside, Quirrell undid the strip of cloth over his head, revealing the silhouette of Voldemort inside. "Owner," Quirrell's voice was full of fear. "Tilda," a sigh came from the back of his head, followed by a chilling voice. "Quirrell, my stupid servant, I'm so disappointed in you. A little philosopher's stone, tell me, how long will it take you?" Hearing Voldemort's words, Quirrell trembled in fear and he quickly explained, "Master, I'm already thinking of a way. There is a three-headed dog guarding the entrance to the forbidden area. I have tried all kinds of methods and can't break through it. You know, if I break in hard, it will definitely alarm others." Three-headed dog. That idiot Hagrid got it. He. Voldemort's disdainful laughter echoed through the office, and after a while he said, "Go to Lucius, give him a dragon egg and trade it for that stupid dog's weakness from Hagrid's stupid mouth. I don't want you to delay any longer, Quirrell, or I would be very angry." Quirrell nodded hastily and answered with sincerity, "Yes, I will definitely work hard, master. Just Lucius. Will he give me dragon eggs after all?" "He will. Tell him you are my servant. He will give you." But Voldemort's voice became quieter, as if he had consumed too much power, and he murmured, "If you can't get the Philosopher's Stone for me within a month, then I'll have to rely on the blood of unicorns to keep me going. In that case, you'll need to be cursed." Quirrell almost burst into tears when he heard this. Cursing or not is not the point. The key is that you can't enter the Forbidden Forest now. There has been blocked by Dumbledore's magical barrier, and the aurors of the Ministry of Magic are always guarding how to enter. Taking 10,000 steps back, Quirrell wouldn't dare even if he could enter. Everyone knows that a terrifying big spider appeared in the Forbidden Forest. So many aurors didn't take advantage of it, but one was poisoned to death. And it is said that the Centaur tribe was wiped out. Quirrell shook his head frantically, and he didn't dare to go to the Forbidden Forest to find a unicorn for Voldemort after killing him. "Master, I will definitely get the Philosopher's Stone for you within a month," Quirrell replied with a weeping voice, and Voldemort smiled contentedly and gradually disappeared. When Voldemort disappeared, Quirrell breathed a sigh of relief, picked up the cloth soaked in garlic juice and wrapped it around his head again. "Lucius, if he can really get the dragon eggs, that idiot Hagrid doesn't have to worry." Just Snape sighed. Quirrell murmured softly, walked to the mirror, patted his face, returned to his submissive look, and left the office. "Are you going to look for dragon eggs in the next few days?" Ardell put away the Issel Spar thoughtfully, then took out the second Sauron and experiment notebook, and began to try to learn the spiritual magic above. Just like that, 2 days passed. It happened to be snowing heavily on Saturday, and Ardell took Hermione secretly from the secret passage on the 3rd floor to the cellar of the Honey Duke candy store. The dark and airtight environment in the passage and the cellar made Hermione a little cramped, so that when the two slipped out of the cellar, Hermione's rosy face made Ardell wonder for a while if he had just taken the opportunity to do something to Hermione. Why is he not impressed at all? In the Honey Duke candy store, Ardell and Hermione bought a large package of the latest magic candy, enough for Hermione to eat for a few months. Under the suspicious eyes of the store manager Froom, Ardell pulled Hermione away from Honey Duke. "Hey, the little wizard is really the 3rd grade and still so young." Froom gestured to his wife, who rolled her eyes and ignored him. Anyone can tell that the two little guys are at most 2nd graders, maybe even 1st graders, and they don't know how they sneaked out. However, this kind of thing should be left to the professors at Hogwarts to deal with. After coming out of the Honey Duke, Ardell took Hermione to the joke shop again, but Hermione was not interested in these tricks, so the two just strolled around and then went to the Hog's Head bar. The reason why I didn't go to the 3 broomsticks was because Hermione had heard from the Weasley twins that Hogwarts professors like to go to the 3 broomsticks for a drink, and the dirty Hog's Head was rarely encountered. The two asked for 2 glasses of butterbeer in the bar. Unfortunately, Aberforth refused on the grounds that they were too young. In the end, he just served them 2 glasses of juice and told them to leave immediately after drinking, or else they would leave. Go to the professor at Hogwarts and complain. Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, SEEKINGFLOWERS, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol. Although Ardell wasn't worried, Hermione wasn't. After drinking 2 glasses of juice, Hermione pulled him out of here. After 2 hours of strolling in the Hogsmeade village full of universities, Ardell dragged Hermione to the Shrieking Shack, and then returned to Hogwarts through the secret passage and the Beating Willow. Today was amazing. While drinking hot tea in the Great Hall, Hermione was still reminiscing about what happened today. Just going to Hogsmeade may not be a problem, but it is very exciting to avoid the seniors, prefects, and professors that you know along the way, especially when she thought of Ardell holding her hand and hiding in every corner of Hogsmeade. Hermione felt an inexplicable feeling in her heart. When I get these sweets back, the Petal sisters will be very envious. Hermione thought happily, looked at Ardell beside her and said seriously, "Thank you, Ardell. I'm really happy today." "I am also very happy," Ardell said with a smile. He hasn't felt this relaxed for a long time, and to be honest, it's really good to get rid of all the baggage and relax like this every once in a while. After drinking 2 cups of hot tea, Hermione couldn't wait to share today's harvest with her roommate. Ardell also returned to the dormitory, observed Quirrell on a whim, and unexpectedly found that he was meeting Lucius. The two were supposed to have a secret meeting in Nocturne Alley. Quirrell hid himself in a large cloak, and the conversation ended just as Ardell watched them. "Give me 2 weeks, still here in 2 weeks, and I'll give you what you want." 35, Lucius said in a low voice, holding his cane and leaving. Quirrell waited for a while, then left in the other direction. Saturday in 2 weeks. Ardell remembered the time and planned to cut the beard when the time came. He wanted to use this dragon egg to see if he could create a dragon-strong orc. Saruman's experiment notes did not contain any experiments in this regard, but Ardell wanted to try it himself. Dragons are still very precious in the world of Harry Potter. Organizations that can raise dragons have great backgrounds and strong strengths, and they are very secretive. The Weasleys went to Romania to see their son who had a dragon, and couldn't even bring the other children with him. Now that there is an easy opportunity to harvest dragon eggs, Ardell will not miss it. At dinner on Sunday, Ardell saw Dumbledore. His state was a little sluggish and ill, and it looked like he was consuming too much mana, but Ardell didn't see any signs of injury. I don't know if it's a good disguise or if it's really not hurt. After eating, Ardell checked the state of the Balrog, and it was similar to what he guessed. Dumbledore did not know what method he used to seal the Balrog. They could not kill the Balrog, or the price of killing the Balrog was unbearable for them, so they finally chose the seal. About 400 or 500 meters underground, surrounded by magical enchantments, the Balrog consumes a lot of mana, so he fell into a deep sleep. But once he cultivates enough time, the Balrog will recover completely. Ardell, who had come to a conclusion, relaxed. If that's the case, then let the Balrog stay there, and when Ardell can fully control it, let it out. Hogwarts spent the next 2 weeks in a peaceful atmosphere. The only thing worth mentioning is that Harry retrieved his invisibility cloak from Snape, opening the myth of his own nocturnal god. Because Dumbledore brought the Mirror of Eris to Harry, Harry now has to go out every night for night tours. After learning the lesson of the last time, Harry has completely changed his strategy now. Unlike the careful use of the invisibility cloak for the first time, Harry has completely let go of himself this time. Putting on the invisibility cloak and galloping, leaving a trail of messy footsteps in the empty corridor, this was Harry's counterattack against Snape. Filch is said to have nearly suffered a heart attack from Harry the other night. It is obviously an empty corridor, but there are obvious footsteps in my ears, and a gust of wind whizzes past from time to time. It wasn't until later that Filch learned about the invisibility cloak that Harry did it. Of course, Harry wouldn't admit it. No one caught him anyway, and in the end, Filch didn't care about him. Even if he heard footsteps, he didn't bother to check, because he knew he couldn't see Harry and couldn't catch him. Therefore, after 2 weeks, Harry became the first person on the Gryffindor night tour. The Weasley twins, who had dominated the list before, have now fallen to the altar. Because the live 573 map was stolen by Ardal, the Weasley twins' night tour was caught twice by Snape, and there is no the enthusiasm of the past was gone. As for the professors, they all performed their respective duties. Although the cold wave was surging, the professors did not show the slightest in front of the students. Quirrell only waited 2 weeks to get the dragon eggs from Lucius, so he worked hard and made no mistakes during this time. After 2 weeks of cultivation, Dumbledore's complexion has recovered to a state that is visible to the naked eye. On the day he returned to Hogwarts, Dumbledore called away Snape and Professor McGonagall for a secret small meeting, of course, mainly to tell them about the Balrog. Snape and Professor McGonagall were shocked by the news, but they had no clue about it either. It's just that after so many things, even the terrifying Balrog has appeared, which makes Dumbledore have to think about what Ardal said to him. The reappearance of the creatures of the last era means the beginning of the end of the era, which means the devil will be revived. To this end, after thinking about it for 2 weeks, Dumbledore secretly held a plenary meeting of the Order of the Phoenix and told every member of the strange things in the recent period. Of course, Dumbledore chose to conceal the speciality of the Lord of the Rings. In short, after the meeting, the function of the Order of the Phoenix changed from fighting against Voldemort to organizing the recovery of the Dark Lord Sauron. At the request of Dumbledore, all members of the Order of the Phoenix launched their personal connections, one after another, to search for all news about Gandalf, the Hobbit, and even the Holy White Council in the wizarding world. Everything was going on in an orderly manner, and just like that, it was Saturday 2 weeks later. Today is the day that Professor Quirrell and Lucius made an appointment to retrieve the dragon's egg. After lunch, Ardal sneaked into the room of requirement and took out the Isolhedron and 2 automatic stirring cauldrons. While monitoring Quirrell, he began to refine the powerful orc potion. At around 2 in the afternoon, Quirrell left Hogwarts for Hogsmeade Village, then changed into a large robe in a deserted corner and used apparate to Nocturne Alley. Ardal collected the 2 bottles of newly refined potions, put the crucible and the Isol spar into the system space, and then took the Ring of Air via, followed by an apparition. Nocturne Alley is adjacent to Diagon Alley. It is a dark magic commercial street. The wizards who come here have more or less unknown purposes, so it is very dangerous and confusing. It wasn't the first time Ardal came here. The last time he came here with the Lord of the Rings and ransacked all the shops in the whole street. After Nocturne Alley was looted, many dark wizards tried their best to find him, but they didn't have any clues. I heard that there are 2 dark wizard organizations with a large number of industries in Nocturne Alley. It was the other party who did this, and the result was a heavy loss. All in all, the second time he set foot on Nocturne Alley, Ardal was in a strange mood. Looking at the revitalized black magic shops on both sides of the alley, Ardal wondered if he should take this opportunity to make another vote. Anyway, he still needs a lot of materials to refine the powerful orc potion. There is no need to be polite if you have wool. While Ardal was looking at these shops, there were also many dark wizards looking at him. Some people's expressions are very strange. There are fears, there are temptations, and they obviously recognize his appearance. Saruman, he is definitely Saruman. There is a picture of him on the Ministry of Magic's wanted list. If you catch him, you can exchange for 1,000 gold galleons. The surrounding dark wizards murmured, but no one dared to step forward. After all, the other party is a great wizard who dares to attack the Ministry of Magic alone, and it doesn't seem to be in existence to be messed with, so no one dares to be the first bird. Ardal glanced at the men, most of them in robes, unkempt and dirty looking, like a bunch of mice living in the sewers. It seems that the life of the dark wizards is generally not very good. Ardal didn't pay attention to the eyes of these people. He looked towards a hidden alley. Quirrell and Lucius were inside. After about 5 minutes, Lucius hurried out from the inside. Ardal saw this and walked towards the alley. He had a face-to-face with Lucius, who was leaving. Because of the business in Liechtenstein, Lucius was deeply impressed by Saruman's appearance, so he recognized him the moment he saw him. "You, Are you Saruman? Lucius stopped, and excitement flashed in his eyes. He is very interested in Saruman's power, and he is also very interested in the Holy White Council behind Saruman. Mr. Malfoy, I know you. Ardal stopped, smiled at Lucius, and continued. But now is not the time to chat. I have some things to do. If you don't mind, you can wait for me here for 2 minutes. 2 minutes is fine. 5 after Ardal finished speaking, he walked into the alley. Lucius looked at Ardal's back with a puzzled expression on his face. What 2 minutes? What can you do in the alley in 2 minutes? Go to the toilet. Lucius, who did not know what to do, glanced around, and the other dark wizards who were paying attention to Ardal were also very curious, and they were all looking around. After thinking about it for a while, Lucius decided to follow him and glanced at the other dark wizards who were about to move with a warning. Lucius snorted arrogantly and walked into the alley. Just 2 steps away, Lucius realized that Ardal had stopped Quirrell, who was just about to leave. Crap. 99, as if thinking of something, Lucius' face suddenly changed. Quirina's Quirrell. Ardal stood in front of Quirrell, looking at the guy who was wrapped in a black robe with only his eyes sticking out. Sir, I think you've got the wrong person. A hoarse voice came from the black robe. Ardal could hear it, the panic hidden under the voice. Quirrell actually panicked. He didn't know why the murderous Saruman would recognize him. You obviously don't know him. He ran here anonymously now to receive dragon eggs for Voldemort's great cause. Once caught, it would affect all aspects. Not to mention Voldemort's side, just the crime of smuggling dragon eggs is enough for him. No, the smell of garlic on you tells me that you are Quirrell. Ardal glanced at Lucius, who was also embarrassed not far behind, stroked his scepter and continued. Quirina's Quirrell, a brilliant wizard, was often praised by his teachers for his outstanding performance while studying at Hogwarts Ravenclaw. During his tenure as a professor of defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts, he was also famous in the British wizarding world for his solid theoretical knowledge and outstanding talent. Ardal said, his voice changed. Unfortunately, after returning from the trip last year, my temperament has changed greatly. I have become timid and cowardly, and my speech is indistinct. The reason for external claims is that I encountered vampires and witches. In fact, Ardal paused and looked at Quirrell with a half-smile. He saw panic in the other's eyes and nodded with satisfaction. Ardal continued. Actually, I met Voldemort in Albania. A miraculous thing happened. The outstanding Professor Quirrell was conquered by Voldemort, who can only live on rodents, and became his servant. Shut up. 35 Quirrell roared under the black robe. He took out his wand, pointed at Ardal, and asked fiercely, Who are you? Quirrell couldn't hide his horror. No one would know about these things. Except him, only Voldemort knows. Who is this Saruman? God. Me. I thought you knew me. Ardal smiled silently, straightening his old body, his eyes sharpening, and he looked down at Quirrell with dignified contempt. My name is Saruman. You can call me a wise man or a wizard in white. Relax, boy. I have no interest in you or that little thing behind your head. I need that. 35 Ardal's 4. One scepter pointed to a chest in Quirrell's hand. I want that dragon egg. Quirrell's face twisted under his black robe. He couldn't handle Hagrid without the dragon egg. He couldn't get the Philosopher's Stone if he couldn't get it. And if he couldn't get the Philosopher's Stone, he could only find a way to ban the forest. Going to the Forbidden Forest is courting death. Lucius, you betrayed the master. Quirrell immediately thought of Lucius. Because they are trading dragon eggs here today, only Lucius knows about him. What does it have to do with me? Lucius rolled his eyes. He also thought that Saruman was hired by Quirrell himself to act. Maybe he wanted to pit him for a dragon egg. Master will not let you go, Quirrell said fiercely to Lucius. He raised his wand, pointed it at Ardal, and said solemnly, I don't care what purpose you have, the dragon egg can't be given to you. Now let me go. It was a joke. Handing over the dragon egg was killing him, and Quirrell naturally wouldn't agree. Although it is a pity, I have to say that you made a wrong choice. Ardal sighed and said regretfully. Unexpectedly, he turned into Saruman, and the first real duel was with Quirrell. But that's fine. Let him see how many pounds and tails of the talented students of Ravenclaw once weighed. However, Ardal naturally won't let himself fall into a situation where he is being attacked on the back. While he was wary of Quirrell, he glanced at Lucius behind him. Lucius raised his hand hurriedly, indicating that he had no ill will, and slowly took a few steps back. He wasn't going to provoke the mysterious wizard. Although he was loyal to Voldemort, it was only because of Voldemort's power. This Saruman told the secrets of Voldemort and Quirrell in one go. It is not certain who is more terrible between him and Voldemort. Smart choice. Ardal smiled. Lucius was a typical prophet-oriented person, and it would be good for such a person to make good use of it. Leaving a moment to be wary of Lucius, Ardal pointed his scepter at Quirrell. Stupid ants, and soon you will know how ridiculous the wizard you are so proud of. Go to hell. Quirrell saw the contempt in Ardal's eyes. He knew that the other party was not talking about it, but really regarded him as an ant. Can this be tolerated? Quirrell flicked his wand and uncursed cast an explosion spell. A flame flew straight towards Ardal. Ha! There was an old laugh in Ardal's mouth, and with a flick of his scepter, the flames changed direction and landed on the wall beside him. With a bang, the flames exploded. A big hole was blown out in the wall. The power is not bad, it's just too slow. Ardal concluded in his heart, but the movement of his hands was not slow. The scepter paused and cast a light shield spell around his body. Hundreds of evils do not invade. Although Ardal can cast spells without spells, in order to increase the power of the spells and deal with the various black magic that Quirrell may release and Lucius who may sneak attack at any time, he still chooses to recite 26 spells. What kind of magic is this? Behind him, Lucius stared at the white light on Ardal's body and fell into thought. He has never seen this magic, and he doesn't know how effective it is, but it seems to be a kind of protective magic. Quirrell couldn't make a single hit, and with a flick of his wand he released a second spell. Smashing spell. The spell is shattered. If this thing hits a person, it can directly turn the opponent's body into fly ash. Bellatrix was hit with all petrochemicals first, and then was beaten to ashes by Molly Weasley. Ardal's body disappeared the moment Quirrell cast the shattering charm, which hit the wall, leaving 2 deep cracks. The figure of Ardal suddenly appeared behind Quirrell. I didn't see any movement from him, and suddenly there was a gust of wind in the alley, and Quirrell was blown unsteadily, and he couldn't even open his eyes. After flying out in a twisted way, it will be completely offset by an inexplicable force. Ardal stood there watching Quirrell set off the fireworks with interest. As expected of the teacher of defense against the dark arts, curses, poison curses, and curses are not the same. Ardal counted the magic that Quirrell had unleashed, feeling that it was almost done, so he stopped the gust of wind, and then a large number of wind blades, ice knives, fire bullets, and earth thorns suddenly appeared in the void, stabbing at Quirrell desperately. This is the power of Vaya, the Ring of Air. Those who wield the Vaya are instantly proficient in all elemental magic. Elemental magic is somewhat different from most of the magic in the native world of Harry Potter, but if you count it, spells such as Fiery Fire Spell, Whirlwind Spell, and Flying Sand and Stone Spell can also be included. Therefore, although Quirrell and Lucius had never seen these magics, they didn't find it abrupt. Quirrell's black robe was cut open by wind blades and ice knives. Along with his skin, blood splattered. The pain and blood made Quirrell feel the threat of death, and he couldn't care less, rolled on the ground, turned into a black mist and hid to the other side, and then raised his wand to cast armor around his body. But he was obviously thinking too much. Quirrell's tattered robe suddenly turned into vines, and these vines seemed to come alive like pythons, which turned Quirrell into a zombie. It wasn't over yet. The ground under Quirrell's feet suddenly turned into a water pool, and Quirrell, who was wrapped into a mummy, fell directly into it, and then the pool turned into a whole stone, revealing only half of Quirrell's head. Ardal walked slowly in front of him and looked at him condescendingly. His eyes were full of pity. It's been said long ago that you will pay for your ignorance. Ardal looked at Quirrell with a terrified face. He stretched out his hand, and the box scattered on the other side flew into his hand. Feeling the surging vitality of the dragon eggs in the box, Ardal nodded in satisfaction and turned to look at Lucius. "Mr. Malfoy, I thought you might like to buy me a cup of tea." Hearing Ardal talking to him, he recovered from the shock. He read in the newspaper before that Dumbledore thought that Saruman's transfiguration was already more powerful than himself, and Lucius also thought that Dumbledore was being modest. It now appears that this is very likely to be true. The entire fight was a delight to watch, and Saruman was completely teasing Quirrell. The use of those transfigurations is simply reaching the pinnacle. "If I could, of course I would," Lucius replied quickly. He glanced at the white light slowly disappearing from Ardal's body and couldn't help but admire Ardal's vigilance. Obviously so powerful yet so cautious, really. "Mr. Saruman, what does he do?" Lucius glanced at Quirrell, who was trapped in the big rock. Quirrell seemed to be in a very bad state, half dead. Ardal was silent for a moment. He was wondering what he would gain by killing Quirrell himself. After thinking about it, it doesn't seem to be there. "I have no interest in killing him, and I teach him a lesson just to let him know what it means to respect the old man." Ardal glanced at Quirrell. Voldemort was still behind the guy's head, and Ardal needed Voldemort to come out once in a while to look away. Although Dumbledore has regarded Sauron as a new target, Voldemort is after all his great enemy in the second half of his life, and there may be some unexpected gains when he stays. "Your kindness is astounding." Lucius gave a little flattery. As for the dragon egg in Ardal's hand, he has no idea. "And the dragon egg was lost by you, Quirrell. What does it have to do with me, Lucius?" Even if Voldemort looked for it, he couldn't find it on his head. Lucius pointed at Quirrell and smiled embarrassedly. "Please go ahead." After Ardal finished speaking, he lifted his legs and walked towards the entrance of the alley. In fact, the magic that he just casted was still quite expensive for him, especially the transfiguration, which consumed a lot more magic power than ordinary magic. But Ardal was just trying it out. He really wanted to deal with Quirrell. He had 10,000 ways to do it. After Ardal left, Lucius walked up to Quirrell, who sighed but didn't taunt him. "I didn't know him before. Believe it or not, I'm always loyal to the master." After Lucius finished speaking, regardless of whether Quirrell believed it or not, the silver cane in his hand pointed at Quirrell, and he cast a spell to end, releasing the transfiguration that bound Quirrell. After the vines wrapped around Quirrell's body turned into rags again, Quirrell took a deep breath, like a drowning man who had just been rescued ashore. "Dragon egg," Quirrell said inarticulately. "Stop the dragon egg. You still dare to snatch it. You have already realized the strength of Saruman. I won't go anyway." Lucius muttered. Quirrell stretched out his hand and grabbed Lucius tightly, and after a while he said, "I mean, you get me another dragon egg. This is the master's order." Lucius looked at Quirrell, suddenly regretful. He'd rather plead with Saruman on Quirrell's behalf. "This thing is smuggled, and every time you get a dragon egg out, it will cost a lot of money." But thinking of Voldemort's horror, Lucius sighed and said, Okay, I'll think of a way to give me another half a month." At the entrance of the alley, Ardal's ears moved, undoing a little eavesdropping magic he had left behind. "After half a month. After a while, Lucius came out of the alley, looked at Ardal apologetically and said, "I kept you waiting." "It's okay. I also need some time to think about something." Ardal waved his hand and Lucius pointed in one direction and said, "That 573 is our family's shop. If you don't mind, let's go have a cup of tea." 55 Ardal glanced at it, feeling a little surprised. The last time he ransacked Nocturne Alley, this potion material store provided the most good things, but he didn't expect it to be the property of the Malfoy family. The two walked into the store. Lucius had a few words with the wizard in charge of watching the store, and then took Ardal upstairs in person. There is a secret box upstairs, which seems to be used by Lucius when he talks about business with people. The two walked in and sat down, and a woman came upstairs with a pot of tea. After she went out, Lucius poured Ardal a cup of tea and asked, "Mr. Saruman asked me for something to talk about. There are indeed some things that I want to cooperate with Mr. Malfoy. After all, the Malfoy family is an ancient family with great influence in the wizarding world." Hearing Ardal say this, Lucius laughed happily. Even more recognition for Ardal. The strength of the Malfoy family is of course needless to say. So Mr. Saruman, how do you want to cooperate? I think Mr. Malfoy can help me collect some materials through family channels and contacts. Of course, the price is not a problem. With all the potion materials Ardal has now, he can only make a few hundred bottles of powerful orc potions, which is far from 5,000, and it is not a long-term solution to looting Nocturne Alley, so it is better to let Malfoy help do it yourself. As for the money, he has it. The looting of Nocturne Alley allowed him to gain a lot of wealth. If these were used up, it would be a big deal to loot Gringotts again. Anyway, with the Lord of the Rings, Gringotts' defense was like a blank slate to him. Potion materials. Our family's business happens to involve. I don't know what Mr. Saruman needs. The Malfoy family has many smuggling channels, and the smuggling of potion materials is also the bulk of them. Ardal asked for paper and pen, changed his handwriting on purpose, and wrote the materials for the common orc potion, strong orc potion, invisibility potion, animal potion, and the 2 soul potions recorded in the second notebook. Seeing so many precious and rare materials, Lucius also secretly clicked his tongue. No wonder Saruman needs to find him. Even if he wants to collect all these things, it will probably take a few years. After all, the quantity needed is too large, and the stock is too small, and many countries have strict control over such materials. I'll try my best. Malfoy didn't finish his sentence. Ardal knew how difficult it was, and with a wave of his hand, a box appeared out of nowhere. Ardal gave Lucius a deep look, and there was a hint of warning in his eyes. This is the deposit. Collect it for me as soon as possible. I will come back to you when the time comes, Mr. Malfoy. I hope we have a good cooperation. Lucius laughed dryly and nodded. Naturally, I think our cooperation will be very pleasant. 35 goodbye, no need to send. 35 Ardal waved his hand and got up to leave. After he left, Lucius opened the box beside him. It is full of golden galleons, about 10,000. However, Lucius did not show any joy. He stood up, looked out the window through the window, and sighed slightly after a long time. Quirrell found him and told him that Voldemort was still alive and that the king was about to return. Saruman was born, behind which there is a mysterious force, the Holy White Council. In front of these powerful people, what is the Malfoy family worth? After Ardal left Malfoy's shop, he wandered around Nocturne Alley and determined that there was nothing worthwhile to start with, used apparition to return to the Screaming Shack, and then returned to Hogwarts through the dark passage. The school was calm. No one knew he had left, and no one knew what he had done. After dinner, Ardal said goodbye to Hermione, returned to the dormitory, lay in bed and began to summarize what happened today. The dragon egg has been successfully obtained, but Ardal is in no hurry to hatch it. He plans to use other magical animals to experiment first, and then try to create a dragon-strong orc. Before that, this dragon egg would stay in his system space. And then there's the fight with Quirrell. To be honest, Ardal felt he won too easily, although the original Ridgelow's death method is also very funny. Because he touched Harry Potter, he was killed by the magic of love left by Harry's mother. But despite this, it is undeniable that Quirrell's strength is still very strong. Before he met Voldemort, Quirrell was well known in the wizarding world. Otherwise, Dumbledore wouldn't have thought of inviting him to be the teacher of defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts. You must know that because of being cursed by Voldemort, every defense against the dark arts teacher that Dumbledore finds is capable. Even Gilderoy Lockhart. This one has practiced the Oblivion spell to an unprecedented level. You must know that many of Lockhart's autobiographical books are real events that happen to other wizards. It is because of these things that the entire wizarding world believes that Lockhart he is a great wizard with ability, and even treats him as an idol. In order to avoid being discovered, he used the Oblivion spell to make the wizards forget these things completely. Don't forget, how could the wizards with those deeds be simple characters? But Lockhart solved them perfectly by relying on the Oblivion curse. Ardal even suspects that Lockhart's original strength is very strong, just because he has trained the forgetting spell so strong that he has forgotten other spells. So, in any case, Quirrell must be capable. But Ardell dealt with him very easily. Ardell concluded that the reason he won easily was because he knew all about Quirrell's magic, but Quirrell didn't understand his magic. The second is because of transfiguration. As Ardell believes, transfiguration can play a vital role in the duel of high wizards. And Ardell, who owns the Ring of Air, has undoubtedly mastered the terrifying branch of transfiguration. In general, my strength should be very strong. Even if I can't beat Dumbledore, it's just a lack of experience and magic power. Make up for these 2 points, Dumbledore will not be my opponent. 35 Ardell is very satisfied, but he also knows that all this is brought to him by Vaya's ring. If only by himself, he still has a long way to go, but with the system, he will shorten this road infinitely. One day, without any props, Ardell can make everyone fear. That guy Quirrell was beaten up by me and lost his dragon egg. I don't know what will happen. Ardell didn't see Professor Quirrell at dinner, nor did he hear other classmates talking about Professor Quirrell, so he guessed that he might not have returned to Hogwarts. After all, tomorrow is Sunday, and there is no need for class, so he may be outside recuperating. I've told Dumbledore Quirrell has a problem, but he hasn't dealt with it, and if I guess right, he's taking this opportunity to exorcise Harry Potter. 5. Besides, a more powerful enemy has appeared. Then Dumbledore may also consider the possibility of joining forces with Voldemort in the future. In this case, let them go first, just to take advantage of this time to refine some more potions. Saruman's world acceptance has been qualified, and then Gandalf and Sauron's. Ardell pondered and began to plan his next goal. It's unreliable to become Gandalf, because Gandalf's character is there. Saruman's character is a hypocrite and a traitor, so Ardell uses his identity to do bad things and pretend to be a good person, no problem. But Gandalf's character is a hero, a wise man, a kind-hearted melee mage. If Ardell uses Gandalf's identity to mess around and make everyone think that Gandalf is a bad person, it may also be affected by the incompatibility of the characters. World acceptance. Therefore, it is better to continue the previous plan and let Gandalf become a legend recorded in the book, and his deeds can also be spread out in the form of records. As for Sauron, this guy is a big devil, but his character. Sauron's soul is left, his magic eye is watching Mordor, and he is still waiting for resurrection. It is impossible to do it himself. To set up this person, Ardell still needs a lot of subordinates, so he has to return to the refining force. Orc potion, build your own forces in this regard. When the parchment from Quirrell's place is found, Dumbledore will know from Gandalf that someone has betrayed them. With Dumbledore's wisdom, Saruman should be suspected, but he won't be sure, so he will look for more clues. Ardell opens his own system store, and he needs to find something to serve as a clue to make Gandalf's story more real. Gandalf, Gandalf, I have worked so hard for you, Ardell muttered, and quickly browsed the items in the system mall. When he saw one of them, Ardell's eyes lit up. Perfect prop, that's it. Looking at the price of 300 plot points in the system mall, Ardell gritted his teeth and chose to exchange. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully redeeming the item monument of the Holy White Council. A stone tablet appeared in front of Ardell. It was not large, only half the height of a person. It was engraved with some names, all of which were the names of the members who participated in the first meeting of the Third Era. At this meeting, Gandalf declined everyone's request for him to be the leader, so the position of leader fell to Saruman. Saruman was also jealous because of this, which paved the way for the later betrayal. Of course, these things are not recorded on the stele. The front of the stele is engraved with the names of Saruman, Gandalf, Galadriel, Elrond, and other members, and the back is the time and minutes of the meeting. It is roughly written that in 2460 of the Third Era, Sauron returned and the border warning ended peacefully. Therefore, a White Dow meeting of the Third Era, Lai-Jayahau, was held to discuss how to deal with Sauron and choose a leader. This stele is real. It was built by Elrond, the Lord of the Valley. After thousands of years of vicissitudes and changes, it is full of the precipitation of time and the traces of time. In addition, there is magic in the stone tablet, and once activated by magic, it will reflect the scene of the meeting at that time. The most important thing is that there is a magic breath of each participating member. It's useless, but it's the best proof they've ever existed. Ardal stroked the stone tablet, feeling the breath and power inside. He took out his wand, put on the ring of breath, and pointed at Saruman's name on it. The wand moved slowly. After a crackling sound, a ferocious scratch appeared on Saruman's name. That means betrayer. Just a scratch made Ardal consume a lot of magic power and broke out in a cold sweat. What material is this made of? It's hard to die, Ardal muttered, and took the ring of air and the stone tablet back into the system space. This thing, he has to think carefully about where to put it and how to be smartly discovered by other wizards. The next day is Sunday. Young wizards above the 3rd grade can play in Hogsmeade, so the school will be a bit quieter than usual. After breakfast, Ardal and Hermione left the castle and walked aimlessly by the Black Lake. Not far away, there are some senior wizard couples holding hands, behaving intimately, occasionally approaching their heads and whispering, and then chasing and fighting. Hermione looked at them, pursed her lips, and glanced at Ardal. What's wrong? Ardal didn't know why, but felt that Hermione's expression seemed somewhat resentful. It's okay. I just want to grow up quickly, Hermione whispered. She stopped by the lake and looked at the sparkling golden lake. Ardal stood beside her, didn't speak, just looked at her quietly. I have to say that Hermione's profile is really good looking, and her long golden brown hair is messy in the wind, which makes people feel an inexplicable desire for protection. I think I'm crazy, Ardal thought silently in his heart. He turned his head, also looked at the silent Black Lake, and asked, "You don't seem to be in a high mood. I found out when I was eating. What happened?" Hermione opened her mouth hesitantly, sighed, and decided to tell the truth. She turned around and looked at Ardal seriously. "I heard from Lavender that she gave you a wizard's robe for Christmas, and you liked it." Artist looked at Hermione suspiciously, and then understood. It must be that little b*** *ch of Lavender Brown who said something in front of Hermione. This woman loves to confuse right and wrong, and he has never spoken to her. But then Ardal reacted, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth unconsciously. "What are you laughing at?" 573 Hermione pretended to look at Ardal fiercely, but her eyes clearly showed her guilty conscience at the moment. "Hermione, are you jealous?" 35 Ardal looked at her playfully. Hermione's face turned red. She didn't dare to look at Ardal and turned around quickly. "I didn't. You haven't answered my question yet." All right. Ardal smiled, and he changed his voice and asked, "Did that roommate of yours tell you that I love her gift?" "Well, she didn't say it herself, but that's what she meant." Hermione thought for a while and answered unnaturally. Ardal understood that Lavender Brown must have said something ambiguous that misunderstood Hermione, saying that it was a trick that Green Tea mastered, but she didn't expect to learn it by herself when she was only 11 years old. She's not entirely right. To be precise, it should be that Ardal's dog Charlie likes the Christmas present she gave her. Of course, to simplify it, it's okay to say that Ardal likes it. Hearing Ardal say this, Hermione burst out laughing. She tapped Ardal's shoulder lightly and said with a smile, "You're so annoying, how can you be so joking?" "I'm not kidding, don't you remember? At Shelby Manor, we went to feed Charlie, the Doberman Pinscher, and he had 2 blankets in his den, one of which was a wizard robe from Miss Brown." Now it was Hermione's turn to be surprised, and she recalled it carefully as if it had happened. There were indeed 2 brand new blankets in Charlie's kennel. At that time, she felt that the style was a little familiar. Now that she thought about it, wasn't it the wizard's robe after cutting it? "You actually took her present." Hermione looked at Ardal oddly but laughed immediately. "That's a good idea, but why 2? The other one is also a wizard's robe sent by Pansy Parkinson. Maybe I want to apologize to me, but unfortunately I don't wear the clothes sent by other girls." Ardal winked at Hermione and whispered, "Except yours." 35. Hermione snorted softly with a faint smile on her face. Her whole person was much brighter, much better than when she ate. I don't give anything that others have given me. Hermione gave Ardal a delighted look, pulled his sleeve, and walked in the direction of the castle. This is going back. 35. Otherwise, it's so cold outside. Why don't you go to the library to read? Hermione answered naturally. Ardal understood. It seemed that Hermione couldn't read the book because of Lavender's preoccupation with the gift. So I've become a tool man. Ardal let out a helpless laugh and he reached out and stroked Hermione's hair dotingly. Hey, messed up my hair. Hermione snorted but didn't stop her, dragged Ardal into the castle, and as soon as she came in she saw Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall, good morning. Oh, good morning, Ardal. Hermione. Did you just get back from outside? Professor McGonagall was accustomed to the situation of two people going in and out, and she thought that Ardal and Hermione were good children, so there should be no major problems. Yes, Professor, are you going out? Well, I'm going to see a friend in Hogsmeade and have a nice weekend. Mag nodded with a smile and left the castle. Ardal thoughtfully watched Professor McGonagall leave. What old friend did she go to see? Maybe it was the Order of the Phoenix. However, Ardal didn't think much about it at this stage. No matter what the Order of the Phoenix did, it wouldn't affect him. Am I going to the library? Going upstairs, Hermione suddenly felt a little reluctant. She pursed her lips, hesitated for a moment, and said with a blushing face, Would you like me to accompany you again? Accompany me? What do you do with me? Ardal put his face close. Hermione held her breath, didn't say a word for a long time, then stomped her feet shyly. Sejeb gave Ardal a white look. Have lunch with you, Humph, I go first. Hermione turned and went to the library. No matter how Ardal looked at her, she felt like she was running away. Waiting for you in the great hall at noon, Ardal shouted, and the other little wizards on the floor looked at him. Ardal glanced at them and smiled apologetically. A professor not far away saw it and nodded with satisfaction. The principal said, Well, Ardal is such a polite and good boy. With more than 3 hours to go before lunch, Ardal plans to go back to his bedroom. As soon as she walked to the basement, she saw Pansy at the entrance of the stairs, leaning against the wall on one side, as if waiting for someone. Seeing Ardal, Pansy's expression changed a bit and he said as if he didn't care, Yo, the genius of Slytherin, is this the little girlfriend who just finished with your lion house? Ardal ignored her and walked over without looking away. Hey, Pansy stomped angrily and chased after him. Aren't you the most polite? I'm talking to you. Ardal stopped and looked at Pansy with a scrutiny in his eyes. Pansy was a little guilty when she saw it and said, biting herself, What are you doing? Why are you looking at me like this? Just say it well. What are you doing, yin and yang? Don't use your pure blood supremacy theory on me, Miss Parkinson. I warned you. Don't provoke me again. Pansy's eyes were a little red when she heard this, and she felt a little wrong, but she still explained. That's not what I meant. At that time I was wrong about that, and I apologize to you. I thought we could be friends. I even gave you a Christmas present. If you feel wronged, I think these can be deducted from your gift. Ardal put his hand into the wizard's robe, and then took out a bag of gold galleons from the system space, which looked like 200, which was equivalent to the wizard's robe sent by Pansy. He threw the bag to Pansy and said, Miss Parkinson, don't make your own decisions in the future. It will cause trouble to others. After all, there seems to be no relationship between us. If you want to be friends with me, first change your attitude of superiority. 5. Pansy didn't speak. She held the bag tightly, her fingers turning white. High up. I'm humble enough. Don't you see how I feel about other half-bloods and muggle wizards? I don't even bother to look at them. Pansy was silent and Ardal turned to leave. Seeing that Ardal was about to leave, Pansy gritted her teeth and shouted, I don't understand how I'm worse than her. I can do what she can. I can do what she can't. Ardal's footsteps didn't stop at all, as if he hadn't heard him at all. On the other hand, other students passing by in the basement looked at Pansy in surprise, but didn't quite understand what she meant. Look at what? Pansy glared at those people, glanced at the gin galleon bag in his hand, and clenched his fists. Wait, you'll know I'm better than that mud. I'm so much better than that muggle wizard. Pansy muttered and turned away from the basement. She's going to the library to read what Hermione can do. She can do. It's not just talking. Psychopath, isn't it? 99, Hermione, you can touch porcelain. How are you worse than her? Your eyes are out of breath. Where does the confidence come from? Ardal was in a hurry, and if Pansy got caught up in it, something might happen in the future. Malfoy couldn't even look at that girl. How could he look at her? Of course, Pansy is actually quite beautiful, but her character is too bad. Because she was born in the 28th pureblood family, she was instilled by her parents with the concept of pureblood supremacy since she was a child, so she has a domineering and arrogant personality. Ardal annoys such people the most. After entering the Slytherin lounge, Ardal breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the crazy woman hadn't followed. After nodding with several seniors in the lounge, Ardal returned to his dormitory. Only Goyle was in the bedroom, and he was fighting a lot of desserts at this time. Malfoy and Crabbe didn't know what to do. Where are the two of them? Ardal asked. These three people are usually inseparable. Why is there only one left in the bedroom now? Oh, Malfoy said something was wrong with Harry lately, so he and Crabbe were staring. Gore smiled a little embarrassedly, pointed to his feet and said, I fell and twisted my foot when I went downstairs, so I went back to rest. 6,699. Ardal looked at Goyle speechlessly, gave him a thumbs up. Goyle smiled embarrassedly, glanced at the dessert on the table and motioned to Altaïr. Would you like to come and eat some? Forget it, I'm full. Ardal rolled his eyes speechlessly, returned to the bed, and took out the second Saruman's experiment notes. Because of the bonus of Sauron's necromancer talent, the first Saruman's experimental notebook has basically been thoroughly understood by Ardal. Apart from him, I am afraid that only Snape can do this in a short time. The second lab notebook is a bit more difficult, of course, for Ardal. After all, Sauron's talent is extraordinary. In addition to his powerful magic talent, Sauron is also a genius in alchemy. It must be known that the Supreme Lord of the Rings was created by Sauron. Soul medicine that can fuse memory fragments. Ardal is researching a special potion recorded in his lab notebook. According to Saruman's experimental data, this potion can integrate a memory fragment into another person's mind and make him firmly believe that it is his. Memory. Maybe it could be used to. Ardal has some ideas in his mind, but the materials needed for this potion are more precious. There are many things Ardal has never heard of, but he recorded the materials needed on the list for Lucius, and he doesn't know when I can get it together. In this way, Ardal spent the whole morning reading in his bedroom. At noon, Ardal came to lunch in the Great Hall, where Hermione was already waiting for him. It's here. Hermione waved at Ardal. Ardal walked over and sat down, took a picture of the table, and a sumptuous lunch appeared in front of him. Ardal, I think that Pansy. Hermione moved closer to Ardal and whispered. She was in the library today, staring at me, and smiling at me defiantly, and I feel like she's still trying to trouble me. Ardal frowned. The woman was not pestering herself. She was running to pester Hermione. What does she want to do? Can I help you teach her a lesson? Need not. Hermione rejected Ardal, and she could vaguely guess why, but she wasn't quite sure. After all, she hasn't done anything yet. I'll do this myself, I'm not afraid of her. The main reason for telling you is that I'm afraid. If she is your friend now, I'm afraid you will be angry. 5. Ardal gave Hermione a surprised look. Is this a tea? I have nothing to do with her. Ardal looked at Hermione with a half-smile. Hermione realized that Ardal had seen through her own thoughts, stuck out her tongue in embarrassment, and smiled embarrassedly. Hey. Then I'm really welcome. If she dares to provoke me, I'll let her know how powerful it is. Hermione raised the fork in her hand, and her eyes flashed with excitement. In fact, she had wanted to teach Pansy a lesson for a long time. She had discovered many times that when she and Ardal were eating, Pansy always stared at them with strange eyes, and often peeked at Ardal during class. She ignored it before, but now this woman took the initiative to go to the library to provoke her, which is simply too bullying. What's more, this woman might be trying to steal Ardal, so Hermione couldn't bear it. All right, you are all girls. You are more appropriate than me to teach her a lesson. Ardal didn't care either. Hermione learned 2 Saruman spells from him, and after listening to his advice, she took time to practice every week, and she would definitely not suffer against a 1-year-old pansy. The two were eating, and Harry and Ron rushed into the auditorium and sat down opposite them. Gyujudu. Ron, gasping for breath, drank a large glass of juice and let out a long sigh of relief. "Ron, Harry, what's the matter with you?" Neville, who was eating silently next to him, asked. Neville and Harry are roommates and have always had a good relationship. "No, it's fine." Harry shook his head and didn't say anything. Neville gave him a dull look and didn't ask any more questions. Ron looked at him hesitantly, then at Harry, and finally leaned forward and said in a low voice, We just went to the 4th floor. 4th floor. Hermione was naturally very sensitive to this deduction of 50 points from her. She raised her head sharply and looked at Harry and Ron. "Why and where did you go?" "Gryffindor will be a laughing stock again if you get caught." 35. "No, not what you think." 35, Harry explained. He glanced at the door of the Great Hall, didn't find Snape's figure, and breathed a sigh of relief. "We saw Snape and he sneaked up to the 4th floor, so we followed. I swear it's really Professor Snape and he's trying to steal. You know, that thing." 39, Ron added immediately. Originally this weekend, Harry and Ron planned to have a good day off, but when they were playing outside, they found that Snape was mysterious and didn't look like he was going to do a good job. So the two followed, and finally found that Snape was a little strange. He first sneaked into Professor Quirrell's office, then chatted with Hagrid, and finally went to the headmaster's office and found Dumbledore not there, so he went to the 4th floor. Harry and Ron kept following secretly, but after reaching the 4th floor, Ron accidentally made some noises which disturbed Snape, and ran back in a panic because he was afraid of being caught by Snape. After Ron finished speaking, Professor Snape came to the auditorium. He silently walked behind Harry and Ron, stared at them a few times, and then left with a flick of his robe. I think he must have found out. Ron's face was a little ugly, and Ardal was curious about how an 11-year-old boy had so many folds on his face. "It's okay, he has no evidence." Harry didn't care. He had already trained, and he relied on the invisibility cloak to go around without a trace these days, which made Filch annoyed. But because there was no evidence, he had been unable to punish Harry. Perhaps Professor Snape just wanted to check. More Neville on the side whispered something. "You don't understand, Neville. There's definitely something wrong with Professor Snape. He was bitten by that big dog on Halloween. I think he couldn't hold back." Neville stopped talking. He felt that it was a little bad. Although Snape was always targeting Gryffindor, as his student, Neville felt that he should not be so suspicious of his professor. "For flowers." Harry and Ron did not continue the topic. They looked at each other and sighed. Both of them felt a kind of loneliness where everyone was drunk and I was alone. However, heroes are all alone and not understood. Harry cheered himself up in his heart. He was the famous Harry Potter. He would definitely stop Snape and expose his conspiracy. The atmosphere at the dinner table was a bit depressing, but fortunately it didn't last long because the owl in charge of delivering the letter came. Weasley's owl brought Ron a copy of the Daily Prophet, which he opened and found nothing worth discussing. Ron put down the newspaper regretfully and muttered, "What a pity. I thought the wizard who attacked the Ministry of Magic would be caught." George, who was not far away, sat over, put his arms around Ron's neck and said carelessly, "You mean Saruman? I don't think it's possible. He is a wizard who is more powerful than Headmaster Dumbledore." This is the headmaster's own admission. Fred appeared out of nowhere. He picked up the newspaper and echoed, "That's right, Saruman is our idol now. Wreak havoc at the Ministry of Magic on Christmas Eve and put his name on the Magic Brothers sculpture. What a great idea. 35, if you learn from him, Dad won't let you go." Ron said dryly, and the Weasleys quarreled with the crowd for a while and left the auditorium laughing. Shortly after they left, Ardal found that Professor Quirrell had also come to the auditorium. There were no obvious wounds on his face, but he looked half dead. Ardal suspected that he might have been punished by Voldemort. "It's pretty pathetic, too." Ardal looked at Quirrell's unlovable look, suppressed a smile, ate the last piece of roast meat, and left with Hermione. The next few days of study and life were relatively boring, But fortunately, the Quidditch Cup competition in the academy became more and more intense. When it was boring, Ardell and Hermione went to the game. Listening to the hysterical shouts of the little wizards around and Hermione's elated look when Gryffindor scored, Ardell once thought that life was still sweet. In this way, another half-month passed. This weekend, the agreed time has come again. Quirrell carefully took the dragon egg from Lucius, and before he even had time to say goodbye to Lucius, he apparated out of Knockturn Alley. Lucius twitched the corners of his mouth, looked around but did not see Saruman. "Look at you." Nyan Lucius snorted and swaggered away. Quirrell appeared in Hogsmeade. After he stabilized, Quirrell went straight to the Pig's Head bar without any hesitation. He has been observing Hagrid these days, and found that he goes to the Pig's Head bar every weekend to drink. So Quirrell, who got the dragon egg, chose to go directly to Hagrid in order to prevent the dragon egg from being robbed again. He obviously didn't expect it, though, and Ardell knew exactly what he meant. The Pig's Head bar is at the intersection of a small road in Hogsmeade Village. Quirrell was hiding under a large black robe, holding a dragon egg in his hand. Just as he turned a corner, he saw a familiar face in front of him. Long white hair, gray beard, intelligent eyes, serious face, and a noble scepter. "Mr. Quirrell, we met." Ardell didn't talk nonsense and directly extended his hand. "Dragon egg, bring it to you. Shan."
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.